So far, in the month of July, Bitcoin's prices were pretty solid. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and I figured out why it seemed of more value than that of Ethereum. The amount of Bitcoin bought and sold on a daily basis is about 20 to 1 compared to Ethereum. Still, things took a turn in about the 4th week of August, which I will show the prices for in about 2 more nights. So with that said, let me begin with my recorded prices for Bitcoin. On the 31st of July 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $23,612.91, up 1,186.04 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 183.11 from $23,796.02, the recorded price from the day before on the 30th of July 2022. On August the 1st of 2022, the price recorded was $23,393.65, up 966.78 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and again down 219.26 from the price recorded the day before of $23,612.91. On August the 2nd of 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $22,918.63, up 491.76 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 475.02 from the recorded price on August the 1st, 2022, the day before. On August the 3rd, 2022, the price recorded was $23,026.86, up 599.98 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and up 108.22 from the price recorded the day before. On August the 4th, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $22,874.36, up 447.49 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 152.49 from the recorded price from the day before on August the 3rd, 2022. On August the 5th, 2022, the price recorded was $23,213.29, up 786.42 from the price of $22,426.87, the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, and also up 338.93 from the price recorded on the day before of $22,874.36. On August the 6th, 2022, the recorded price for Bitcoin was $23,179.93, up 753.06 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down 33.36 from the price recorded the day before on August the 5th, 2022.
Kronos then, whom the Phoenicians call Elus, who was king of the country and subsequently, after his decease, was deified as the star Saturn, had by a nymph of the country named Ano bred an only begotten son, whom they on this account called Letid, the only begotten being still so called among the Phoenicians. And when very great dangers from war had beset the country, he arrayed his son in royal apparel, and prepared an altar, and sacrificed him. Again see what the same author, in his translation from Sanchuniathon about the Phoenician alphabet, says concerning the reptiles and venomous beasts, which contribute no good service to mankind, but work death and destruction to any in whom they inject their incurable and fatal poison. This also he describes, saying word for word as follows. The nature then of the dragon and of serpents Talthus himself regarded as divine, and so again after him did the Phoenicians and Egyptians. For this animal was declared by him to be of all reptiles most full of breath, and fiery. In consequence of which it also exerts an unsurpassable swiftness by means of its breath, without feet and hands or any other of the external members by which the other animals make their movements. It also exhibits forms of various shapes, and in its progress makes spiral leaps as swift as it chooses. It is also most long-lived, and its nature is to put off its old skin, and so not only to grow young again, but also to assume a larger growth, and after it has fulfilled its appointed measure of age, it is self-consumed, in like manner as Talthus himself has set down in his sacred books, for which reason this animal has also been adopted in temples and in mystic rites. We have spoken more fully about it in the memoirs entitled Ethothi, in which we prove that it is immortal, and is self-consumed, as is stated before, for this animal does not die by a natural death, but only if struck by a violent blow. The Phoenicians call it good daemon, in like manner the Egyptians also surname it Neph, and they add to it the head of a hawk because of the hawk's activity. Apis also, who is called among them a chief hierophant and sacred scribe, and whose work was translated by Arius of Heracleopolis, speaks in an allegory word for word as follows. The first and most divine being is a serpent with the form of a hawk, extremely graceful, which whenever he opened his eyes filled all with light in his original birthplace. But if he shut his eyes, darkness came on. Apis here intimates that he is also of a fiery substance, by saying, he shone through, for to shine through is peculiar to light. From the Phoenicians, Pherecydes also took the first ideas of his theology concerning the god called by him Ophion, and concerning the Ophionidae, of whom we shall speak again.
Power of books to transform the minds and personalities of their readers can give cause for anxiety as well as for celebration. A cluster of related developments in late medieval Europe brought heightened concern about what people were reading. The spread of literacy and the rise of a far wider reading public, lay as well as clerical, brought greater demand for written material. The availability of paper, a medium far less costly than parchment, made books more readily accessible than they had previously been, and allowed for more abundant supply of reading matter to feed this demand, even before the invention of printing with movable type. And the emergence of silent reading habits made reading a more private activity. Historians have attended to the impact of these developments on medieval heresy, on churchmen's fear that literacy contributed to the diffusion of heretical views, and on the efforts at censorship that ensued. But less work has been done on the dissemination of magical texts, which in some ways represented an even more sinister threat to orthodox culture, and on attempts to control these texts. A book of magic which deliberately and expressly invited contact with demons presented all the hazards of reading in their deepest and most pressing form. Beginning around the early 14th century, possession and use of magical writings becomes a recurrent theme in the records of prosecution. When Bernard de Liscia was accused in 1319 of having used necromancy against the Pope, he was cleared of that charge but nevertheless condemned to prison for merely possessing a book of necromancy. Fear of necromancy and of necromantic writings was becoming an obsession at the time, especially at the court of Pope John XXII, who in the previous year had commissioned the Bishop of Frejus and others to investigate a group of clerics and laymen charged with using books of necromancy, geomancy and other magical arts. For in 1320 Matteo and Galeazzo Visconti were tried for using necromancy against Pope John. The offense here was actual use of the art, yet when one witness said he had been shown a book filled with experiments for love, hatred, finding of stolen objects and so forth, the very sight of such a book was evidently cause for horror. In 1406-7, informants claimed that a group of clerics had used formulas from magical books against Benedict XIII and the King of France, and the ensuing inquiry uncovered a box filled with booklets containing prayers, hymns and conjurations. But in 1409, at the Council of Pisa, Benedict in turn was charged with using necromancy and hiring necromancers. The Pope, it was said, had sought out a book of necromancy available only from the Saracens and had purchased it for some 1,000 francs. A book of necromancy was allegedly found under the pontiff's bed. 7. In such cases, the uncovering of necromantic writings made more plausible the charge that necromancy had actually been used, but more fundamentally the books themselves would have impressed contemporaries as unsavory and incriminating, somewhat as the discovery of satanic paraphernalia might seem incriminating today. Not surprisingly, inquisitors and other judges used such discoveries as propaganda in their zealous campaigns against magic. In 1382, an inquisitor wrote to the government of Siena about a band of magicians at Rugo Magno. One Agnolo di Corso had been found in possession of a book of 70 chapters, which others had copied, and which spoke of invoking evil spirits to murder people or constrain their affections. 2 years later, Niccolo Consigli was executed at Florence for practicing necromancy and unlicensed exorcisms. His judges confiscated and burned the books of necromancy from which he had taken conjurations. 9. One might even say it was common for books of magic to be set forth as co-defendants alongside their owners and users, and indeed, as we shall see, those who condemned books of magic in some ways ascribed to them a kind of personality. 10. When the books were burned, there were those, as we shall see, who heard the voices of demons in the crackling of the flames. The book burning might at times be voluntary. According to a 15th century biographer, Gerard Groot studied magic in his youth, and was accused of practicing it as well, but when he converted to a life of piety and forswore the art of necromancy, he consigned his books of magic to the flames. 11. The movement he went on to found, the Devotio Moderna, was one of the most influential forces in the devotional culture of pre-Reformation Europe, a movement of inner piety nurtured by devout reading. Reading manifested in the copying out of pious phrases in personal florilegia, and financially supported by the copying of manuscripts, a movement, in short, firmly grounded in the book culture of late medieval Europe, and initiated with an act of penitential book burning. From the early years of Christianity, conversion to Christ had meant, among other things, doing away with books of magic. The scene at Ephesus, as described in the Acts of the Apostles, perhaps epitomized what happened on a smaller scale elsewhere. When Paul arrived in the town and made converts to the new faith, a number of those who practiced magic arts brought their books together and burned them in the sight of all, and they counted the value of them and found it came to 50,000 pieces of silver. By the later Middle Ages, treatment of those found with offending literature was often more judicial than pastoral. To be sure, a monk of Sulby Monastery was treated leniently when he was found possessing books of magic in 1500. A superior in the Premonstratensian order had heard of a brother named Thomas been using books of experiments and gone about paying people generously to teach him the occult arts. Faced with the evidence, one of his books of experiments, he insisted that he owned such books only out of curiosity, not for actual use. The matter was treated as a disciplinary one within the monastic setting, and the brother received a light penance. 13. But in an age when books of this sort were held in deep suspicion, one could never count on such clemency, as Bernard de Liscia well knew. Anything that arouses such deep anxiety is a subject of historical interest, and books of magic hold considerable fascination indeed. To know why books of magic aroused fear, we must gain a fuller understanding of what the books themselves were likely to contain. Most of them no doubt have perished in the Inquisitor's flames, but some eluded detection and have survived. The focus of following chapters in this study is arguably among the most interesting sources we have for the study of medieval magic, a 15th century handbook of explicitly demonic magic, or what contemporaries called necromancy. This compilation is contained in a manuscript in the Bavarian State Library in Munich. To be sure, the text is neither edifying nor profound, nor is it particularly original. In late medieval Europe there were no doubt many compilations equally illustrative of common magical practice, most of them now lost. But among the manuscripts that survive, few are quite as diverse in content, or as full, explicit and candid in their instructions as this work. Detailed examination of such a compilation may most obviously help us understand the mentality of the necromancers themselves who copied such books, whether for curiosity or for use. But study of this handbook may clarify several other factors in the history of magic, and 3 in particular. First, Examination of a necromancer's manual sheds light on the function and cultural significance of a magical book itself. We will know more about the cultural significance of books generally, and we will know more fully the range of meanings a book could have when we have grasped the role of this exceptional category of books. Second, the mentality of the necromancer's opponents becomes clearer from examination of such a compilation. The views of the Renaissance mags, such as Marsilio Ficino and Johannes Reuchlin, who insisted that they practiced a higher and purer form of magic than did these base necromancers, and those of the demonologists, Heinrich Kramer and his successors, for whom necromancy was a dark filter shading their perception of witchcraft. The reactions of the opponents may be historically more important than the attitudes of the necromancers themselves, because they tell us more about the culture as a whole, but we cannot begin to comprehend these reactions without knowing the realities on which they were based. Third, the rites contained in this compendium illustrate strikingly the links between magical practice and orthodox liturgy. The analogy I will use is that of a tapestry, whose display side implies a reverse side. So too, a society that ascribes a high degree of power to ritual and its users will invite the development of unofficial and transgressive ritual, related in form to its official counterpart, however sharply it may differ in its uses. Uses. A book of magic as a cultural artifact. A book of magic is also a magical book. It not only tells how to perform magical works, but shares in the numinous qualities and powers of the rites it contains. To be sure, not all magic is book magic. Much magical practice arises from oral culture, is transmitted orally, and is used without needing inscription on paper or parchment, even if it is the largely accidental circumstance of its having been transcribed at some point that accounts for its survival and its accessibility to us. But in the later Middle Ages certain forms of magic were increasingly assimilated to liturgy and increasingly written, so that a magical act was the performance from a script, or the observance of a rite whose details were enshrined in a text. This development surely owed much to the spread of literacy among the laity, but even more to the practice of magic among the clergy, particularly those on the fringes of the clerical elite. Judicial and anecdotal evidence suggests that explicitly demonic magic, called nigromancy or necromancy, 14 was largely the domain of priests, perhaps especially those without full-time parish employment, as well as ordained monks with some education and esoteric interests, university students and others who had been received into minor orders. 15 It was within this context that a book of magic would most naturally be perceived as a magical book, sharing in the numinous quality of the rites it prescribes. Christian ritual had from early centuries been the enactment not of oral tradition but of texts embodied in books. With the unprecedented late medieval diffusion of literacy, availability of reading matter and expansion of the clergy, books might still be accessible only to an elite, but it was a much expanded elite, and the numbers and varieties of books available were far greater than in previous centuries, so that maintaining control over this diffusion and this variety was scarcely possible, however much hierarchs may have attempted to censor the available reading matter. Little surprise, then, if books of magic found their way onto some readers' shelves, whether for use or for mere curiosity. Apart from its function as a repository of information and insight, a book can be of interest as a physical object, as a mirror of its writer's life and mind, and as a mirror of the society and culture from which it emanates and to which it returns. The surviving books of medieval demonic magic repay study from each of these perspectives, although their claims to significance differ from those of ordinary texts. A book of magic is a physical object like any other book, but even as object it is perceived as having sinister power. As a kind of negative relic, it reveals something of the writer's life and mind, but more often than in most other cases, and for more obviously compelling reasons, the authorship remains anonymous or pseudonymous, and it serves as a mirror of the surrounding culture, but often the mirror is a distorting one, a deliberately transgressive adaptation of what the society takes to be holy. Any book of rituals serves as point of contact between sacred texts, permanent, authoritative repositories of power, and their performance, which utilizes this power for specific occasions. The book itself, like a liturgical vessel or a sacred building, is consecrated. When a formula is read from it, the power of the text is enhanced by the sacrality of the book from which it is read. A book of magic may also be consecrated, to confirm the numinous power resident in the physical object. A book of magic is thus significant not only as a source for information about magical practice, generally more reliable than court records, denunciatory treatises and literary accounts, but also as itself a magical object, treasured and closely guarded by its possessors, and condemned to burning by judges in mimicry of the punishment that might await the magicians themselves. This perception of a book of magic as itself a magical object, and therefore as suspect, is seldom so dramatically manifested as in the canonization proceedings for Archbishop Antoninus of Florence, the man from whom, incidentally, the Malleus Maleficarum derived most of its misogynist tropes. 16. One witness to the sanctity of the archbishop told how the saint had gone one day to a barber surgeon of Florence named Master Peter to have his hair cut. During the process, the prelate began to wonder how a man who read no Latin was able not only to cut hair but also to cure the sick people who came to him. He learned that the barber had obtained a book of surgery from a Cistercian and had learned from it the art of healing. Antoninus asked Peter to bring forth this book and show it to him. The man readily complied. The archbishop recognized that the book was full of incantations and formulas and signs belonging to the wicked magical arts. So one day he went to San Marco for lunch, and when certain members of the city's nobility were with him in the cloister after the meal, he had fire brought in an earthen vessel, and he set fire to the book. Immediately the air was so darkened that the citizens were afraid, and clung to the archbishop. He comforted them, saying that when the book was fully burned this darkening and clouding of the air would cease, as indeed happened. Then, calling these citizens and Master Peter about him, he explained that the book contained incantations, and that at some point a mass had been celebrated over it for conjuring and summoning demons, so that wherever the book was, a multitude of demons resided there. The burning thus served as an exorcism. The very pages seemed quite literally infected by demons, who needed to be banished. Once this was accomplished, Antoninus admonished Peter to find some other means for healing the sick. The man obeyed this admonition, and the canonization proceedings assure us that God did not allow his family to go lacking. The notion that demons could infest a book appears elsewhere. Michael Scott told of a magical book inhabited by spirits who call out when the book is opened, "What do you want? What do you seek? What do you order? Say what you want and it shall be done forthwith." 17. The theme admits at least two interpretations. One might see it as a way of symbolizing the ubiquity of malign spirits, their eagerness to seize any opportunity for mischief, and their dense concentration in those places and objects seen as special occasions of sin. Beyond this, it can express obsessive anxiety about the book itself as an object invested with a kind of negative sacrality, something taboo, a source of spiritual and psychological contagion. The difference is not that the first interpretation is cultural and the second psychological. Both interpretations function on both levels, relating the concerns of individual observers to the shared perceptions of the society. But the first interpretation places greater weight on the theological assumption that malevolent forces are secretly present in the world, an objective assumption in the sense that it is widely diffused within the culture, eliciting and appealing to a diversity of personal concerns and anxieties.
Of Alexandria and Origen, that he constantly borrows long passages from their writings, including the same quotations from Greek authors, reproduced word for word with due acknowledgement. Those earlier authors had in fact adopted the very same method which Eusebius announced as distinctive of his own work. The quotations thus borrowed are, however, few in comparison with the great multitude gathered by Eusebius himself from all parts of the Greek literature in 1,000 years, from works both known and unknown of poets, historians, and philosophers. The peculiar value of the preparatio, P-R-A-E-P-A-R-A-T-I-O, resulting from this wealth of quotation is universally acknowledged. This book is almost as important to us in the study of ancient philosophy as the Chronicon is with reference to history, since in it are present specimens of the writings of almost every philosopher of any note whose works are not now extant. G.E.L. Cotton, Dict, D-I-C-T G-K and R B-I-O-G-R Eusebius 116b. The preparation exhibits the same wide range of acquaintance with the classical writers of Greece which the history exhibits in the domain of Christian literature. The list of writers quoted or referred to is astonishing for its length. See Fabric, F-A-B-R-I-C .B-I-B-L .G-R-A-E-C .V-I-I 346. Some of these are known to us, even by name, only through Eusebius, and of several others he has preserved large portions which are not otherwise extant. It was chiefly the impression produced by this mass of learning which led Scaliger to describe it as Divini Commentarii, and Cave to call it Opus Perfecto Nobilissimum, which O-P-U-S P-R-O-F-E-C-T-O Nobilississimum, and Divini Commentarii is spelled Divincommentarii. That's from HLIP 78. Smith and Wace's Dictionary, CHR Biography II 330. It follows from the nature of the method thus described that the values of the treatises does not depend on the literary styles of Eusebius. His part of the work is that of an editor or compiler rather than of an original author. His own contributions are small, except in a few places such as Book VI, Chapter 6, on the subject of fate and free will, and the earlier chapters of Book VII, in which he describes the religious ideas and mode of life of the original Hebrews. For the most part, he is content to give short notices of the numerous authors whom he quotes, and such brief comments are serve either to connect the passages selected or to explain their meaning and force. It is thus a matter of less importance that his own style is not attractive. The sentences are often of inordinate length and the constructions awkward and confused. On the other hand, the diction is simple, appropriate, and free from all affectation of eloquence or rhetoric or artifice. Bishop Lightfoot's judgment is, as usual, very accurate when he speaks of the want of rhetoric, vigor, and expression, but adds that the forcible and true conceptions which it exhibits from time to time, more especially bearing on the theme which may be briefly designated God in History, arrests our attention now, and must have impressed his contemporaries still more strongly, while in learning the comprehensiveness it is without a rival. The same great critic passes a less favorable judgment on the arrangement of the contents. The division, he says, are not kept distinct. The topics start up unexpectedly and out of season. On this point, I may be allowed to plead on behalf of Eusebius that if he deserves the censure, it is not from want of very careful endeavor to avoid it. His best defense is to be found in his very frequent explanations of the purpose and arrangements of his work. In his first sentence, Eusebius shows us that the proper title of his proposed work as a whole is The Demonstration of the Gospel, of which the first part, or more briefly, is intended to explain beforehand the objections which are likely to be urged against the Christians in their religion by both Greeks and Jews. These objections refer to three main points. 1. Abandonment of the ancestral religion of the Greeks. 2. The acceptance of the foreign doctrines of the barbarians, i.e. the Jews. And 3. The insistency of rejecting the Jewish sacrifices, rites, and general manner of life, while appropriating their sacred scriptures and promised blessings. The third point, however, is not included in the preparation for the reasons stated in the closing sentence, 856A6. But is left for consideration in the demonstration. The 15 books contain the discussion of the first 2 points are divided into 5 groups of 3 each, and this distribution is clearly indicated at the beginning of each group of books. I, IV, VII, X, XII, while in the first chapter of the book, XV, we have a clear summary of the whole preceding argument, showing how the several divisions have been treated each in 3 books. The first 3 books discuss the threefold system of pagan theology, mythical, allegorical, and political, 78b, 3d, 3. The next 3, IV, VI, give an account of the chief oracles of the worship of demons and of various opinions of Greek philosophers on the doctrine of fate and free will. Books VI through IX give reasons for preferring the religion of the Hebrews, founded chiefly on the testimony of various authors to the excellency of their scriptures and the truth of their history. In books XII, Eusebius argues that the Greeks had borrowed from the older theology and philosophy of the Hebrews, dwelling especially on the supposed dependence of Plato upon Moses. In the last three books, the comparison of Plato with Moses is continued, and the mutual contradictions of other Greek philosophers, especially the Peripatetics and Stoics, are exposed and criticized. A like orderly arrangement is observed in the smaller division of each group. Book I, or Book 1, after stating the general purpose and plan of his intended work, chapters 1 through 5, Eusebius takes a brief survey of the earliest notions of the origin of the word of mankind and of the gods from the writings of Diodorus Siculus, Plutarch, Xenophon, Plato, and Porphyry, chapters 6 through 9, 17b, 30d, showing that a simpler worship of sun, moon, and stars had preceded the endless theogonies and bloody sacrifices of the manifold forms of superstition among the heathen nations. The remainder of the books, 31a, 42d, is occupied by Philo's translation of Sanchuniathon's account of the Phoenician theology, and Sanchuniathon's is spelled Sanchuniathon, and then apostrophe S. Okay, which is Sanchunion. In Book 2, the religion of Egypt and of Greece are described in the words of Diodorus and of Clement of Alexandria, after which Eusebius himself states his reasons for rejecting both the gross legends of the older mythology and the physical explanations by which later philosophers endeavored to throw a decent veil of allegoric interpretation over the shameless obscenities of their ancestral religion, and ends the book by a description of the comparative purer religion of Rome from Dionysius of Halicarnassus. And Dionysius of Halicarnassus is spelled Dionysius, Dionysius, and Halicarnassus, which is really hard to pronounce, is Halicarnassus. In Book 3, the physical explanations of the Greek and the allegoric theory of the Egyptians are further described in the language of Plutarch, Diodorus, and Porphyry, with brief criticisms by Eusebius himself, chapters 1 through 8. Then, after quoting the Orphic hymn in which Zeus is described as the all, both body and soul, of the universe, with Porphyry's comments upon it, Eusebius proceeds to examine quietly at leisure what, after all, the verses declare Zeus to be. 102a. On this passage, Gessner founded a charge of Algeria. All of this area was actually a beautiful lush forest environment, swamp environment, and there was water and everything all through here. And
That's right.
up here where Italy and Greece and all this is, there's a harsh mountain terrain here called the Alps. Okay. Now, what happened is platelets from this area down here actually started freaking pushing, and this area freaking started changing. And Africa actually became bigger because freaking it was shoving this plate into the freaking southern part of Europe and creating those mountains.
But you see how it used to be hooked together? You can see how the boot of Italy kind of goes down right here into this space right here. If you move it down some, do you see how it locks together? Do you see here? Yeah, that's crazy. You can see that it's a puzzle.
Everything about the planet, if you look at it, okay, look at all of this and tell me that it couldn't fit together like a puzzle.
Especially like the,
and you can also see how catastrophes have shaped the landscape. For example, the Gulf of Mexico, the reason it's a horseshoe shape is because all that water that got melted from the comet impact had to run down. See how it scarred the landscape there, all that rocky bits, and then it goes down into that horseshoe shape. So if you just zoom out a little bit more, a little bit, so you can see all of North America.
Yeah.
Okay. See how like where the Great Lakes are in Canada. Up there, that's where there was 2 miles of ice back on top of that landscape, and that got vaporized or like melted by this comet impact, and it rushed down to the Gulf of Mexico, and it caused all that the Grand Canyon and all that stuff got made by this vast amount of water that had to run down into the Gulf of Mexico, and it ate it out like that horseshoe shape there.
Oh, you can see.
And,
that goes back into Randall, what he was talking about with his theories. I know the last stream I seen, he was researching some of the stuff going on up by the Hudson Bay, and he also believes that these Great Lakes right here were actually the result of impact, but he doesn't really have any hardened proof of it yet. You know what I'm saying? It's right
in the middle of. He's got evidence. He's got a lot of evidence. It's right in the middle of the debris field. You know,
according to what he, you know what I'm saying? Like he's like they do have a lot of evidence of catastrophes happening there, but he believes that the freaking all of these lakes were created because of an impact.
Well, yeah. You know I don't see why not. I think that's totally plausible. I think that's totally plausible.
Yeah. I mean, he's a really, really intelligent man.
And just the amount of evidence they've amassed, the Cosmic Tusk, have you ever gone to that website? He's got like 200, 300 different articles on this topic. And in a searchable format, so like you can go through there and like pick through it. It's really nice.
Now, when you're talking about the Sea People too, and the Phoenicians and Atlantis, the one thing you have to realize too, though, is Malta and Tripoli. Okay, now Malta is a major point when it comes to the Phoenicians. Now, a lot of people aren't aware of that, and Tripoli is also a very important area that you have to look at too. Tunisia, all of this was a part of the Phoenician, basically the Phoenician Empire. You know what I mean?
I can't wait to go there one day. I've been to Gibraltar before.
Yeah.
I've seen the Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah. And now Malta is a very, very interesting story behind it. Like these people, the natives of Malta, just ended up there. They have no idea how they got there. They themselves have no idea how they got there.
Yeah.
They don't even have to this day, they don't have boats that are strong enough to make it even to Palermo. I mean, and all that. They have no idea how they got there.
Yeah, Malta is a bit of a mystery, eh? Well, I think a lot of those islands, like for example, Cyprus as well, the Minoan, Tyrus, the Bronze Age civilization. They were all like refugee waves of Atlanteans that came and settled on these islands, and unfortunately, some of them got wiped out.
Now, I believe this is the area that I was talking about, where archaeologists are coming out here it's on the south side of Spain, on the other side of Gibraltar. Now it's up here by Elba, Port Umbria. This whole area, they're starting to find remnants of old cities, port that had literally collapsed into the water that was once here. And then up here on the shores, they're finding evidence that it had dried up, and that there was actually water in this area here too at one time. And there was actually ports going out there as well. It's what you're saying there. That is very interesting stuff. I've been actually checking that out too. I should probably not even be discussing this, considering it's about history.
That's what today.
Well, this is all history, man. To say something,
But
just because we don't have.
I am interested in it. Don't get me wrong.
The fascinating thing about history is like most of it is undiscovered still. So like we're still discovering these histories, and we're trying to push it further and further back, right? Because there's only so much recorded history. It's the unrecorded history that's difficult to get to, right?
Well, a lot of people have a hard time with like the concept of how much unrecorded history there is. Like everybody thinks that all the information is recorded from even 300 years ago, and that's not even true. Like there's crap loads of information that's just not there from 200-300 years ago, So, like in that aspect, I mean, there's a lot of lost history in modern history that's just gone.
Totally. I just got someone at the door, so I'll be off for a bit.
All right.
I think we're getting ready to go too, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting to the end of it, but while we're here though, I can actually show you something though. You were talking about how far did they actually extend to?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Now,
my internet my browser started glitching, so I couldn't look anymore.
Troy, actually, the city of Troy is the best. Let me see here. The city of Troy is up in this area somewhere. This is the part where the mysterious sea people was supposed to have come down from Egypt. And Troy was from this region right here, and you had the Phoenicians in here. They stretched all the way down to here, and they went all the way across the northern continent of Africa to Morocco. Now they had this area, and they believed that they were actually able to come up the coast right here and make it to the southern shores of London. course.
So if they could make it there, then possibly could make it over there to South America, where Mr. Robot was talking about as well, on
Right.
those wooden horses that you just showed me.
Now, since we have it open, this is what I was trying to tell you the other day. Now, they figured out whenever it came to discovering America again and traveling to America that instead of coming this way like they did the first few times,
Mm-hmm.
all they had to do was come down to Africa and then shoot across this area here up into Puerto Rico and Cuba.
Okay, can you go back? How did they used to do it? I had it zoomed in too much. Can you do it again? From where? Yeah, I had it
From
zoomed.
Portugal
Yours was
and
good.
from, say, England. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They would come down the shore, down
To
here
Spain.
to
Mm-hmm.
Africa, and then they would
No. The first time before they went to Africa, what was the way they were taking before? What was the route before that?
They were coming from Portugal straight across to right here, this area, and that's a long route. They found out they could get there faster if they came to Africa first, and they shot across right here up into Puerto Rico and Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
You see,
Yeah, I mean,
because you have currents, all right, and these currents, they come down like this, and then they shoot up here. They create a tide here, and it goes.
you can see the tide.
Mm-hmm. And
You can see.
that's why I was saying that it would make sense they could. There is a possibility that Egyptians did make it to South America because that's the easiest route from the African continent to the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even recorded in known history. You know what I mean? That's how ships would do their trade routes, is by that route right there. So I always thought that was pretty good. Let me see how much time we got here. Yeah, we're at an hour and a half now. So we can end this, and then tomorrow we can get back into this right here if you guys want to.
Yeah, that's cool. It's strange.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to bail. So thank you very much. I appreciate
I'm glad you
the
showed
insight.
up. I'm glad
Yeah,
you
thanks
showed
for
up.
coming in.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, brother. Catch ya. See you,
later.
Kama.
See you later.
Robot.
Have a good night. Be safe.
But yeah, that was pretty good. We actually got to get in some extra stuff because all the stuff that I'd gone over was already finished by the time Robot got in here. So the rest of that was
cool.
the rest of that was extra. It was pretty good too. So. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Ancient Mysteries. I'm Roger Hanson and I'm here to continue where I left off. The last episode I was going through and discussing Nyx, Astrius, Eos, Erebus, and a lot of cool names like that. I covered philosophical interpretations and connections in Greek and Phoenician cosmologies when it comes to this subject, and the role of Mot in creation and things of that nature. So in this one,
I am going to be going even further. I am going to start getting more into Anemoi. Now, Anemoi is the Greek deity of the winds, and in the tradition of the Greek or the Greek tradition, when it comes to the deities of the winds, they're talking about the winds of the four winds. You have the north, the south, the east, and the west. So that's where I'm going to start off, and eventually, after I am done with that, or not when I'm done with it, it'll actually lead into the subject of pre-Greek substrates, and then from pre-Greek substrates, I am going to go into the Proto-Indo-European language. Now, this is going to break it down to kind of give us an idea of what these words mean according to the Proto-Indo-European language. And I've always been saying Indo-European, which I should be saying Proto-Indo-European languages, which is two separate things. But eventually, as time goes by, we'll get to that, and I'll kind of get into that a little bit more, what the difference is between Proto and Indo-European and just straight Indo-European. So, but I don't believe I will be able to get to that today. I can almost guarantee it that I'm not going to, because there's a lot of information here. The good news is that I finally got it organized and set up to where I want it. I've been kind of debating on if I want to go back into the Canaanite religions, because there's a lot of important information there relating to a lot of this. So I may go back through, but when I go back through, I am going to go ahead. When I go back through, I'm going to do it different. It's not going to be like it was back whenever I did it the last time. Now I got a message in Skype from the Real Angel. He said, "Sorry guys, can't join the call. I'm doing something very important at the moment. Reading something very heavy." He's reading a big book. So, thank you for that, Angel. And with that being said, I am going to go ahead and continue where I left off. So, here we go. Now, the Anemoi, the Greek deities of wind, were conceptualized and named through the combination of observation, cultural mythology, and linguistic development. The origins of the term and the associated deities are deeply rooted in the Indo-European linguistic tradition and the ancient Greek understanding of nature. The term anemoi derives from the Greek word animos, or animus, meaning wind. This word shares its root with other Indo-European languages, indicating a common linguistic ancestor. For example, Sanskrit, anila, wind or air, and in Latin, anima, breath, spirit, or life. Old English, apnean, which means to breathe or blow. The connection between wind and life-breathing likely contributed to the divine characterization of the winds as essential and powerful forces of nature. Ancient Greeks often personified natural elements, attributing them to specific deities or spirits. the winds, with their tangible yet invisible power, were natural candidates for deification. Their variability or variability in direction, intensity, and effects were reflected in distinct identities for the anemoi. The anemoi were associated with the cardinal directions, each representing a specific wind and its characteristics. Linguistics. Alright, no. The anemoi were associated with cardinal directions, each representing a specific wind and its characteristics. The name Boreas may come from the root bore or bore, meaning to roar, reflecting the strong, cold nature of the northern wind. Boreas was depicted as a powerful, sometimes harsh deity, often bringing winter storms. Notus stems from the Greek anotos, which is connected to wet and stormy conditions. Notus was associated with the late summer rains and storms, sometimes feared for their destructive potential. The name Urus likely comes from Eurus. The name Eurus likely comes from Ur, meaning wide or broad, perhaps indicating the expanse of the eastern sky at dawn. Eurus was considered unpredictable and often brought rain and warm air. And when I was looking at that, that also rung out to me about the word Europe. Europe, the root word, could have stemmed from the meaning wide or broad whenever the Indo-European, the Proto-Indo-Europeans and all of them migrated westward. That's probably where the word originated from, because it was so broad and wide. So that kind of stuck to me. Now, Zephyrus derives from Zephyrus, possibly connected to the word Zophos, meaning darkness or gloom, though it is also tied to gentler connotations. Zephyrus was seen as a mild, favorable wind, heralding spring and renewal. The anemoi were integrated into Greek mythology as more than just weather phenomena. They were given genealogies, typically as sons of Eos, which is dawn, and Astraeus, starry sky, connecting them to cosmic and celestial elements. And we went through and discussed Eos and Astraeus last week, and that's what they represent. They represent the dawn and the starry skies. The winds played a vital role in agriculture, navigation, and seasonal cycles, leading to their veneration and mythologization. Each wind's behavior influenced human activity and survival, reinforcing their importance in Greek culture. The Greeks used linguistic observation to describe natural phenomena. The names of the anemoi encapsulate their qualities. In other words, roaring, boreas, and gentle. Roaring, boreas, or gentle, Zephyrus. The personification of the wind was preserved and elaborated upon through oral tradition and epic poetry. Linguistic creativity allowed the winds to be characterized with human traits and narratives. The linguistic connection between wind, animus, or animos, and breath, spirit, anima, influenced the understanding of the winds as life-giving and spiritual forces. This duality of physical and metaphysical significance solidified their presence as deities. The concept of the animi influenced subsequent cultures and languages. In Roman mythology, the animi were adapted into deities like Auster, which is Notus, and Favonius, which is Zephyrus. The names and symbolism of the winds carried into medieval and Renaissance art, where they were depicted on maps and as part of cosmological diagrams. Now, with that being read, I am going to kind of dive into some pre-Greek substrate, because to understand what's going on with all of these terms and these names, we're going to have to understand the difference between Indo-European as well as pre-Greek substrate and what that was. Here in recent episodes that I've been streaming, I've been talking about how different cultures and religions learned how to migrate or integrate their belief systems into one another. They would converge them and create a new belief system, basically. And this is kind of where that goes into. So let me go ahead and get that started. So the pre-Greek substrate refers to the linguistic and cultural influences that existed in Greece before the arrival of Indo-European speaking people, such as the Mycenaeans, who introduced the Greek language. These influences are seen as remnants of languages and cultures that were present in the region during the Neolithic and early Bronze Age, long before Greek became dominant. The study of the pre-Greek substrate is based on evidence found in toponyms, personal names, mythological terms, and loanwords within the Greek. The pre-Greek substrate languages are believed to have been non-Indo-European, meaning they do not belong to the same language family as Greek, Sanskrit, or Latin. These languages may have been spoken by the people who inhabited the Aegean, Crete, and surrounding who inhabited the Aegean, Crete, and surrounding areas. Many Greek place names are considered to be of pre-Greek origin because they do not conform to Indo-European phonetic or morphological patterns. Examples include names ending in enthos or nthos, like Corinthus, Zakynthos, names like that end with it. Now, there is also names that have SO or SSOS or SOS that are involved in that too, and that would be like Gnosis or Parnassus. Now, Greek inherited a number of words from the pre-Greek substrate, particularly terms related to agriculture, names of plants and animals, religion and mythological concepts, local geography. These borrowed words often exhibited unusual phonological patterns or structures that do not align with typical Greek word formation. Archaeological evidence such as the Cycladic figurines and the Minoan civilization of Crete points to a sophisticated pre-Greek culture. Religious practices such as goddess worship and labyrinthine temple layouts may also have influenced later Greek cultures. Words from the pre-Greek substrate often include sounds and combinations that are rare in Greek, such as clusters of consonants or double consonants. The ending NTH, SS, TT, ND are common markers for pre-Greek influence. The proximity of the Aegean to Anatolia suggests that early Anatolian languages such as Luwian might have influenced the pre-Greek substrate. But with that being said, I also want to note that after further research, I did find out that the Luwian is in fact a part of the Indo-European language family. So that is something that I do want to point out. Luwian is actually a part of the Indo-European language family. So the unciphered Linear A script of the Minoans represents a significant source of mystery in the pre-Greek substrate. While it is not yet understood, it likely reflects one of the languages spoken in Crete before Greek. The Cycladic culture in the mysterious Pelasgians, I have a hard time with these names, Pelasgians, often referenced in Greek myths, are thought to have been contributors to the pre-Greek linguistic and cultural landscape. Names of some Greek gods and mythological figures may have pre-Greek origins, such as Athena, possibly derived from the non-Greek source linked to local worship. Minos, the legendary king of Crete, connected to the Minoans civilization. Eulythia, the goddess of childbirth, whose name has no clear Indo-European etymology. Pre-Greek cultures likely contributed to Greek mythology through symbols like the labyrinth and rituals tied to fertility and nature. Much of the pre-Greek substrate is reconstructed from indirect evidence, as no written text apart from undeciphered scripts like Linear A survive. Scholars debate the extent and specifics of pre-Greek influence, with some attributing significant cultural and linguistic elements to the substrate, while others argue for more limited impact. The pre-Greek substrate likely encompasses influences from multiple unrelated languages and cultures, making it challenging to isolate specific linguistic features. So that is the pre-straits. Now, after that, I want to cover the Proto-Indo-European language. Now, I know that I'm going through this, but I do have a lot of information, and since I am the only one on here, this is a good time for me to get this out and do it on live stream, so that I can, I can actually, get it on live stream. So what I'm going to do now is cut off the call for Skype, because Angel is in my channel again, causing a nuisance. All he does is puts these quirky little memes in place. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave that one alone, and I will continue without my stream, or without my Skype. So let me go ahead and take that off of the stream, and I will switch my background to something better. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, here we go. I'll do this one. So here we go. Let me go ahead and get started on the rest of this. Now, the Proto-Indo-European root H2ENH1, to breathe, blow, is foundational to words that link breath with life and consciousness. To Proto-Indo-European speaking cultures, breath was metaphorically and literally tied to the essence of life. Breath is universally associated with the soul or life force, suggesting early metaphysical ideas among Proto-Indo-European speakers. The cessation of breath symbolizes death, with this root influencing later words for spirit or ghost in descendant language or languages. This semantic field suggests that H2ENH1 served as more than a descriptor of a physical action. It was integral to understanding existence and vitality. Early Proto-Indo-European speakers likely observed the tangible force of wind as a parallel to the intangible breath, connecting the two in their linguistic framework. Wind and air movement, critical for agriculture and survival, may have led to specialized derivatives of H2ENH1, which that is actually pronounced a certain way, but I cannot do it, for specific weather patterns. Now, the wind air movements. Wait, hold up. Wind and air movements critical for agriculture and survival may have led to specialized derivatives of H2ENH1 for specific weather patterns. The root's use in words for air-related phenomena suggests it was central to Proto-Indo-European speakers' relationship with their environment. The metaphoric use of H2ENH1 expanded into abstract concepts. Breath was linked to ideas of divine inspiration, as seen in later Indo-European mythologies. The act of speaking, reliant on breath, was semantically tied to H2ENH1. Influencing words for speech or language in descendant languages. Proto-Indo-European roots often generated a family of related words through affixation and compounding. H2ENH1 likely spawned derivatives describing qualities like airy or light, representing specific winds or breath-like phenomena, extending the meaning to actions like exhaling, inhaling, or blowing forcefully. Giving the symbolic weight of breath, H2ENH1 might have had ritualistic or spiritual connotations among Proto-Indo-European speakers. Breathing patterns could have been synchronized with chants or prayers connecting physical breath to the divine. Wind phenomena may have been seen as manifestations of divine forces, with H2ENH1 forming the linguistic basics of such beliefs. These cultural practices might have left subtle traces in descendant Indo-European mythologies and languages. In different branches of the Indo-European language family, reflexes of H2ENH1 exhibit fascinating variations. Words for wind often incorporate the nasal element n, but shift the vowel quality due to the phonological rules. Reflexes retain a closer semantic link to breath and soul. Innovations might focus on a metaphor of air and invisibility. The diversity of these reflexes underscores the root's flexibility and the varying priorities of Proto-Indo-European descendant cultures. Breathing techniques or wind exposure may have been part of early medical traditions. Breath control was essential for storytelling and oral transmission of knowledge, linking H2ENH1 to cultural continuity. This broader social relevance further illuminates the root's impact. Linguistics identify a shared root for words with similar meanings across related languages. For anemoi, the root is traced to a Proto-Indo-European root H2ENH1, meaning to breathe or to blow. By comparing related terms in different languages, linguistics observes consistent sound changes. For example, initial sounds, vowels, or consonants may shift predictably due to the phonetic environment. The nasal sound "n" is preserved in related terms, suggesting continuity. The term anemoi reflects the addition of a pluralized or nominal suffix. In Indo-European languages, suffixes often transform verb roots to blow into nouns, wind. The core part of the word ane, A-N-E, from H2E and H1 remains intact, indicating that the meaning breath or wind was carried forward while the word adapted to grammatical needs. The original root likely described the act of breathing or blowing, which expanded to encompass the concept of wind as a natural force. The idea of wind as a life-giving or destructive force aligns with the broader cultural associations, allowing the word to take on mythological or symbolical meanings in different languages. Linguistics identify cognates, words in different languages with a common origin, to establish patterns. The term anemoi shares similarities with other words for wind or breath in Indo-European languages, confirming its derivation from the same root. By analyzing consistent sound shifts, changes of vowels, or the preservation of nasal sounds, linguistics reconstructs the probable original form of the word. The prominence of wind in ancient agriculture or seafaring societies likely reinforced its importance in language and mythology. Words for natural elements like wind often gain symbolic meaning, such as representing freedom, life, or divine power, reflecting shared cultural perspectives. Now, I was really surprised by that. I was able to make it through that with no problem. So I may be able to go farther with this than just Deus or Dius. Now, the Proto-Indo-European word Dius, D-Y-E-U-S, is a significant term in the study of Indo-European linguistics. It as it provides insight into the root of ancient mythologies and linguistic developments across multiple branches of the Indo-European family. I'll explain the meaning of dais using linguistic methods focusing on its form, its semantic field, and its evolution into various Indo-European languages. The word daios is typically reconstructed in Proto-Indo-European as Dyu, which is D-Y-E-U, a root that is often associated with the concept of the sky or daylight. The root Dyu has been hypothesized to denote a bright celestial or heavenly realm, linking it to the idea of the daylight sky and its association with divinity and supreme power. The Proto-Indo-European root Dyu itself is related to a number of cognates across different Indo-European languages that signify a bright, high, or divine concept, further linking the root to the imaginary of the sky, or to the imagery of the sky and the sun. This root is central to the formation of terms related to the celestial and divine across many Indo-European cultures. In the context of Proto-Indo-European, Daios, D-Y-E-U-S, referred to the sky or the celestial realms. Over time, this term took on an additional connotation of a god or a divine figure, especially in relation to the sky. The Proto-Indo-European root Dyu, D-Y-E-U, thus embodies the early Indo-European concept of a sky deity, a powerful overarching figure that governs or oversees the world from above. In this semantic field, Daios is directly linked to several linguistic and mythological traditions. In Proto-Indo-European mythology, the sky deity was often envisioned as the highest god, a central figure in the pantheon who ruled over the heavens and often had dominion over the earth and the forces of nature. The Proto-Indo-European word Daios, D-Y-E-U-S, gave rise to several cognates in the daughter languages of Indo-European. These cognates can be found in various mythologies and pantheons, often as names of gods of the sky or gods associated with light, day, and heavens. The Latin word deus, D-E-U-S, which means God, is derived from Daios, D-Y-E-U-S. In this case, the Proto-Indo-European word Daios evolved to represent a broader concept of a deity, and it later influenced the development of terms like deity in modern languages. In ancient Greek, the word Zeus derives from the Proto-Indo-European Daios, D-Y-E-U-S. Zeus is the chief deity of Greek mythology, ruling over the sky and thunder, reflecting the role of Daios, D-Y-E-U-S, as a sky god. The Sanskrit term Dyaus, which is D-Y-A-U-S, meaning sky or heaven, also derives from Daios, D-Y-E-U-S. In Vedic mythology, Dyaus, D-Y-A-U-S, was the father of the god Indra, a warrior god associated with the sky, thunder, and rain. The Avestan language used in ancient Persia has the word Ahura Mazda, but it is also thought to have derived from the Proto-Indo-European Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, specifically in relation to the sun god or to the supreme being of light and power in the Zoroastrian tradition. The Norse god Tyr, or Tyr, I never knew how to say that name properly, but Tyr, T-Y-R, who is associated with the sky and war, is thought to be related to the Proto-Indo-European Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, further indicating the common Indo-European theme of a sky god or celestial deity. In Slavic languages, the root dyu, D-Y-E-U, is found in the word div, D-I-V, meaning God, and reflects the ancient association between the sky and divine power. The linguistic journey of Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, through the Indo-European family reveals how this ancient root evolved into various forms in the daughter languages. Over time, the semantic scope of Dyeus expanded from sky to include the idea of God, as Indo-European cultures developed complex pantheons where the sky god often became a supreme deity. In the Indo-Iranian branch, Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, evolved into the Sanskrit Dyaus, D-Y-A-U-S, and was associated with the sky god, who is depicted as a father figure to other deities. The Vedic texts feature Dyaus Pitar, which is D-Y-A-U-S, Pitar, P-I-T-A-R, and that means Sky Father, who was one of the early gods in the Vedic pantheon, and this term parallels the idea of Dyeus, which is D-Y-E-U-S, in Proto-Indo-European as a father figure associated with the sky and divine authority. In Greek, Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, evolved into Zeus, the king of the gods in Greek mythology, ruling over the heavens, weather, and the laws of the universe. In Latin, Dyeus evolved into Deus, D-E-U-S, a word for God that became the foundation for the concept of divinity in Romance languages and beyond. In Celtic languages, the Proto-Indo-European root D-Y-E-U-S is reflected in various gods associated with the sky, light, and weather. For instance, in Gaulish, the word Dyu, D-I-E-U, is used to refer to a god, and similar forms appear in other Celtic languages. In the Germanic languages, the cognate of Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, is Tawaz, or Tyr, or whatever that says, T-Y-R, the god of war in the sky in Norse mythology. Tawaz is believed to derive from the same Proto-Indo-European root, emphasizing the role of the sky god in Indo-European mythology, particularly in the Germanic context. In Slavic languages, the Proto-Indo-European Dyeus appears in words for God or divinity, such as div, which is D-I-V, in Old Church Slavonic. The Slavic pantheon included gods associated with the sky and nature, some of which may have derived from the same linguistics root. The word Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, and its associated deities played a central role in the religious and mythological frameworks of many Indo-European cultures. As the god of the sky, Dyaus represented the overarching power that governed both the heavens and the earth. In many Indo-European mythologies, the sky god was seen as a paternal figure overseeing the natural world and maintaining order. In Greek mythology, Zeus was the king of the gods, ruling over Mount Olympus and controlling thunder, lightning, and the weather. In Vedic Hinduism, Dyaus, or Dyaus, was part of a divine triad, along with Prithvi, the earth, and Agni, fire, symbolizing the harmonious balance between the sky, the earth, and the sacred fire. In Roman religion, Jupiter, the Roman counterpart of Zeus, was worshipped as the god of the sky and thunder. The word Deus, D-E-U-S, in Latin eventually came to represent all gods, reflecting the widespread concept of a supreme sky deity. The Norse mythology, Tyr was a god associated with the sky and war, and he was one of the principal gods before the rise of Odin. The Proto-Indo-European word Dyeus, or Dyeus, D-Y-E-U-S, represents a foundational concept in the mythologies and religious traditions of many Indo-European cultures. It originally referred to the sky, which was closely linked to the ideas of light, power, and divinity. Over time, the root evolved into names for various sky gods, who were often envisioned as supreme deities governing the natural world. By examining the cognates and evaluation of Dyaus, D-Y-E-U-S, linguistics and historians can trace the development of religious thought and the influence of these early sky gods on later mythologies. Now, this is where I continue with what I was discussing before. I want to make a note of Aeon and Progonus, who are mortal men in Phoenician mythology, and who were the children of the wind Calapia and his wife Ba'u. Now, Aeon discovered food from trees, and Protogus means firstborn. Now, this goes back to what I was talking about in the last episode, and this is where I'll continue after reading all of the stuff that I was just reading about the Indo-European cultures and their linguistics. But this goes into the genealogy of the sky gods and everything during this time period, and it relates to what I was discussing earlier. So, Protogonus, it means firstborn. Now, Aeon and Protogonus were the parents of Genos and Genia, who lived in Phoenicia. During a drought, Genos and Genia looked up to the sun and named him Bilsman, which means master of the sky in Phoenician. The Greeks called him Zeus. Now, genos and genea are both Greek words that have multiple meanings. Genos means race, stock, kin, and was used to describe a social group that claimed common descent. In ancient Greece, gene, Gene, were often made up of noble families. The term was used in many different ways, including to describe a species, genus, sort, category, birth, lineage, family, generation, and posterity. Now, genea, which is spelled Genea, means race, family, generation, class, and kind. It can also mean fathered, birth, nativity, that which has been begotten, men of the same stock, or a family. In the New Testament, Jesus uses the word in a variety of ways, including to refer to the human race, the Jewish people, or the group of people challenging him. Now that we've come to this part, I want to go ahead and continue where I didn't think, honestly, that I would get this far into it, but I want to go back to what I was discussing last year with Palmyra. Now, Palmyra is something that I really wanted to focus on, but like I said, we went a bit off track in my last season. Now, Palmyra is it's a historical golden nugget, basically, and the reason why I say that is because, like, whenever I am in these kind of conversations during streams, talking to other people, they always have this theory where Jesus traveled to India and stuff of that nature, and I usually kept my mouth shut because I had done this last year and I just didn't have the information in front of me to where I could relate it. But I finally do have it available, and I just wanted to share it. If Jesus did get his teachings from anybody, it wouldn't have been because he traveled to India. This city, Palmyra, is probably where he ended up getting a lot of his knowledge from. Palmyra is one of those cities in the ancient world where it's not really mentioned very much, but this was a very interesting kingdom, and it had a blend of all these cultures going to the Proto-Indo-Europeans, to the Indo-European languages, going into its own belief systems. It was also influenced by, the Canaanites too. It had a blend of all of these belief systems. And since I did make it this far, and I do have time to actually get through this, I'll just go ahead and go right into Palmyra, because this is actually a pretty good place to do this on my own. I won't get involved in any kind of conflict or arguments like I did the last time. I can actually talk about it, so, because I'm by myself. Now, before I go into all that, I should probably check and see if anybody's actually left any comments. No comments so far, so that's good. There we go. I got free. I was able to do it without any kind of discussion whatsoever. I passed right through that one, so I'm on a good start. So the influence of the Proto-Indo-European in Palmyra is an intriguing aspect of historical linguistics, particularly when we examine the city's language, culture, and its interactions with various Indo-European speaking people. While the ancient city of Palmyra was situated in the heart of the desert of modern-day Syria, it became a crossroads of multiple cultures and languages, including those of Indo-European speaking people. Palmyra, during its height as a thriving oasis city, was a melting pot for diverse influences, both linguistic and cultural. The city's position as a major caravan hub linked the Roman Empire with the Parthian Empire and beyond to India, China, and the Arabian Peninsula, exposing it to multiple language families, including the Indo-European languages. Let's explore how Proto-Indo-European may have influenced Palmyra, focusing primarily on the language spoken there as well as the broader cultural and historical context. The primary language spoken in Palmyra was Aramaic, a Semitic language that over time became the lingua franca of much of the Near East. While Aramaic itself is not an Indo-European language, it coexisted with several Indo-European languages in the region, especially as the city was at the crossroads of several empires, including the Roman and Parthian empires. Aramaic influenced and was influenced by these surrounding languages. However, Aramaic was heavily influenced by neighboring languages, including Greek and Latin, which were Indo-European in origin. The presence of these Indo-European languages within Palmyra, or Palmyra's culture and political sphere led to a significant amount of lexical borrowing, especially from Greek, the language of the Eastern Roman Empire. Inscriptions of Palmyra, particularly from the Roman period, reveal a noticeable blend of Aramaic and Greek influences, a product of the Hellenistic period following the conquest of Alexander the Great and the subsequent dominance of the Roman Empire in the region. While Aramaic was the native tongue of the Palamirines, I hate when they do that, the Palamirines, Greek and Latin were used as administrative, commercial, and diplomatic purposes. Greek influence, in particular, is evident in the Palmyrene script, which is derived from the Aramaic script, but contains several elements borrowed from Greek. These influences underscore the Indo-European impact on the region, which began with the Hellenistic period and continued through the Roman Empire. Through the Palmyrene language, although the Palmyrene language itself was not directly descended from Proto-Indo-European, it was influenced by Indo-European languages through contact with Greek and Latin. Many loanwords in Palmyrene come from Greek, especially in the domains of governance, culture, and religion. For example, the word for king in Palmyrene was borrowed from the Greek word basileus, and religious terminology in Palmyra, such as theos, which means God, also reflects Greek influences. In addition, Latin words and phrases appear in the inscriptions of Palmyra, especially in the context of Roman rule. Roman emperors were often depicted in Palmyrene inscriptions with Latin titles. In Roman military terms, administrative titles and legal concepts were incorporated into the Palmyrene lexicon. This phenomenon reflects the broader impact of the Roman Empire, the Indo-European power, on the linguistics landscape of Palmyra. While Aramaic remained the dominant spoken language in Palmyra, the influence of Greek and Latin as languages derived from Proto-Indo-European can be seen in these loanwords and linguistic structures. Thus, the linguistic environment of Palmyra was shaped by its contact with Indo-European languages, which were transmitted through Greek culture and the political dominance of the Roman Empire. The historical and political context of Palmyra also contributes to the influence of Indo-European languages on the region. Palmyra was an independent kingdom for a time before being absorbed into the Roman Empire in the 1st century CE. Under the leadership of Queen Zenobia in the 3rd century CE, Palmyra became a powerful regional force, even challenging the Roman Empire for control of parts of the East. During this period of political and military dominance, Palmyra's elite engaged in diplomacy with the Roman Empire, whose language was Latin, and the Parthian Empire, whose elites spoke Middle Persian, an Indo-European language. Diplomatic, commercial, and military exchanges between Palmyra, Rome, and the Parthians led to significant cultural and linguistic interactions. As part of the Roman Empire, Palmyra adopted many Roman customs, including the Roman religious practices, worship of Roman gods, emperors, emperor worshipping, and stuff of that nature, military structures, and legal systems. So let me read that. As a part of the Roman Empire, Palmyra adopted many Roman customs, including the Roman religious practices, worshiping of the Roman gods, emperor worshipping, military structures, and legal systems. The Latin language as the administrative and official language of the Roman Empire would have influenced the elite and educated classes of Palmyra, resulting in the incorporation of Latin terms into Palmyrene inscriptions and official documents. In terms of religion, Palmyra had its own local deities, but there was a blending of local and Roman religious practices, resulting in the worship of Roman gods alongside traditional Palmyrene deities. The Palmyrenes worship gods such as Bel Shaman, and Aglibal, but they also adopted Roman deities, including Jupiter, Venus, and Sol Invictus. The Roman imperial cult, which emphasizes the worship of the emperor as a divine figure, was also embraced by the Palmyreans, further linking their religious practices to Roman and Indo-European traditions. Palmyra's religious landscape was heavily influenced by Indo-European religious practices, particularly through its interaction with Hellenistic and Roman religions. Hellenistic Greece had a profound impact on the religious and philosophical traditions of the Near East, including Palmyra. Greek philosophy, especially the Stoic and Epicurean schools of thought, influenced the intellectual life of the region. In addition to Zoroastrian religion of the Persians, a major Indo-Iranian religious tradition had a subtle influence on the religious practices of Palmyra. Zoroastrianism emphasized the duality between good and evil, light and darkness, which resonated with some of the dualistic elements of Palmyrene, which resonated with some of the dualistic elements in Palmyrene religious thought. Furthermore, Zoroastrian deities such as Ahura Mazda were occasionally syncretized. That's occasionally syncretized. And like I said before, syncretized in this context means the merging of belief systems, religions, and things of that nature. So just keep that in mind. So, furthermore, Zoroastrian deities such as Ahura Mazda were occasionally syncretized with Palmyrene gods and religious figures from the Parthian Empire. Were depicted in Palmyrene art. Such as Ahura Mazda. Okay. So furthermore, Zoroastrian deities such as Ahura Mazda were occasionally syncretized with Palmyrene gods and religious figures from the Parthian Empire were depicted in Palmyrene art. The Indo-European influence of Palmyrene religion is also reflected in the presence of mythological themes and motifs, such as the association of certain gods with the celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, and the worship of solar deities like Sol Invictus. While Palmyra itself was not an Indo-European speaking society, its political, cultural, and religious landscape were deeply influenced by the Indo-European world, particularly through its interaction with Greek and Roman powers. The adoption of Greek and Latin loanwords into the Palmyrene language, the blending of Roman religious practices with local traditions, and the diplomatic and military interactions with Indo-European empires all attest to the significant influence of Proto-Indo-European linguistics and cultural traditions of Palmyra. Palmyra's position as a cosmopolitan city at the crossroads of East and West meant that it was constantly interacting with Indo-European speakers, and this interaction played a pivotal role in shaping the city's linguistics, culture, and religious development. Zoroastrian, one of the world's oldest known religions, places significant emphasis on the duality of good and evil, as well as light and darkness. However, this emphasis is often misunderstood as dualism, a concept where two opposing forces are seen as equally powerful and eternally in conflict. Zoroastrianism, in contrast, operates on a firework of dualities that reflect a temporary and ultimately resolvable tension. With good and light destined to prevail over evil and darkness. Zoroastrian cosmology centers on the opposition between Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, the supreme God and creator of all that is good, and Agra Menu, the destructive spirit, the embodiment of chaos and evil. However, unlike strict dualistic systems where both forces might be considered co-eternal and equally powerful, Zoroastrianism asserts that Ahura Mazda presented truth, order, and light, and is ultimately omnipotent. Angra Manu, while powerful, is a finite and subordinate force that operates within creation. Agra Manu emerges from his own choices in opposition to Ahura Mazda's will, introducing chaos and evil into the world. This suggests that evil is not an independent principle, but a corruption or distortion of good. This duality reflects the dynamic tension in the material and spiritual worlds where humans and other sentient beings must choose between Asha, truth and order, and Drudge, deception and disorder. The Zoroastrian thought, light and darkness in Zoroastrian thought, light and darkness serve as primary metaphors for the forces of good and evil. Light symbolizes truth, knowledge, purity, and the divine presence of Ahura Mazda. It is associated with the physical sun, fire, and stars, which are revered as manifestation of divine energy. Darkness symbolizes ignorance, deceit, and the destructive influence of Agra Menu. It is associated with the absence of divine presence and the realm where chaos and evil thrives. The Zoroastrian practice of the Zoroastrian practice of maintaining sacred fires in temples exemplifies this symbolism. Fire is a source of light and warmth Fire as a source of light and warmth represents Ahura Mazda's truth and presence in the material world. Conversely, darkness is not an independent entity, but a lack of light, reinforcing the idea that evil is the absence or corruption of good. The central tenet of Zoroastrianism is the role of free will in navigating the dualities of good and evil. Humans as creations of Ahura Mazda are endowed with the ability to choose between Asha, the path of truth, righteousness, and harmony, aligned with Ahura Mazda's will, or Drudge, the path of falsehood, chaos, and destruction, influenced by Agra Manu. This moral duality is temporary, as the ultimate outcome is predetermined. Good will triumph over evil. However, the individual's choices contribute to the collective struggle between these forces, emphasizing personal responsibility in the cosmic order. While Zoroastrianism clearly outlines a struggle between opposite forces, it does not conform to the strict definition of dualism, where two forces are co-equal and eternally in conflict. Ahura Mazda is the singular, omnipotent source of all creation. Even Agra Manu operates within the bounds of Ahura Mazda's overarching plan. Eschatological resolution. The struggle between good and evil is not eternal. Zoroastrian eschatology foretells a time when evil will be eradicated, the material world will be purified, and all souls will be reunited with Ahura Mazda in a state of eternal harmony. This framework reflects a moral duality, a temporary and resolvable conflict, rather than a metaphysical dualism. The Gathas, the hymns attributed to Zoroaster, emphasizes the duality of good and evil and provides insight into the moral and cosmic dimensions of this tension. Zoroaster describes the two primal spirits, Spenta Manu, the beneficent spirit, or the beneficent spirit, and Agra Manya, the destructive spirit, who represents truth and falsehood respectively. These spirits are not equal in power, as Spenta Manu ultimately aligns with Ahura Mazda's creative forces. The Gathas highlight the importance of human choice in supporting the forces of good. Through righteous actions, individuals can contribute to the triumph of Asha over Draj. Zoroaster emphasizes the eventual defeat of evil and the establishment of divine order, underscoring the transient nature of the duality. At the end of time, the material world will undergo a process of purification and renewal. Evil will be eradicated, and all souls will be redeemed and reunited with Ahura Mazda. A prophesied savior figure, the Saoshyant, the Saoshyant, will lead the final battle against Agra Manu and his forces. This reflects the ultimate triumph of good over evil. All souls will be resurrected and judged based on their deeds. The righteous will be rewarded, while those aligned with Raj will face purification. The sacred fire, a symbol of Ahura Mazda's light and truth, is maintained in temples and serves as a focal point for worship. Fire rituals emphasize the triumph of light over darkness. Zoroastrianism places great emphasis on maintaining physical and spiritual purity. Rituals for cleansing and purification reflect the duality of purity, aligned with Asha, and impurity, associated with Draj. Daily prayers and the recitation of Zoroastrian scriptures are intended to align the individual with the forces of good and repel the influence of evil. Zoroastrian concepts of duality have influenced other religious traditions, particularly Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, through their traditions, through their interactions with Persian culture during the Achaemenid Empire and beyond. Themes such as the battle between good and evil, the final judgment, and the resurrection of the dead have parallels in these later religious traditions, often reflecting Zoroastrian roots. Zoroastrianism's Zoroastrianism's emphasis on the duality of good and evil, light and darkness, serves as a framework for understanding the moral and cosmic struggles inherent in existence. Unlike dualism, which posits an eternal and equal conflict, Zoroastrian duality is a temporary and resolvable tension within a monotheistic framework. This worldview underscores the ultimate triumph of good, the moral responsibility of individuals, and the transient nature of evil, offering a hopeful vision of cosmic harmony and justice. Zoroastrianism primarily emphasizes dualism, not duality, when considering the relationship between the opposing forces of Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord symbolizing good, truth, and light, and Agra Menu, the destructive spirit symbolizing evil, lies, and darkness. These two forces are portrayed as being in constant conflict, reflecting a cosmic struggle between good and evil. This is the foundation of Zoroastrian theology and ethics, where individuals are urged to align with Ahura Mazda through good thoughts, words, and deeds to help defeat Agra Manu. However, if we attempt to frame Zoroastrianism within the concept of duality, where opposing forces complement rather than conflict, there are elements in its cosmology that can suggest balance and interconnectedness rather than outright opposition. In Zoroastrianism, the material world is seen as the battleground for this cosmic struggle, while Ahura Mazda's creation represents order, Asha. It cannot exist without the challenge posed by chaos, Druj. This interplay allows humans to exercise free will, a central tenet of the faith. Without the presence of Agra Manu, the concept of moral choice and the value of good actions would lack meaning. In this sense, the existence of both forces complements the purpose of creation. Zoroastrian eschatology teaches that the cosmic struggle will eventually end with the triumph of Ahura Mazda, resulting in the purification of the world. That's Frasho Kahareti. At this point, even Agra Manu and the forces of evil will be rendered powerless, and all existence will return to a state of unity and perfection. This suggests a broader perspective where the current conflict serves a purpose in the grand scheme of achieving ultimate harmony. Humans in Zoroastrianism are not mere spectators, but active participants in the cosmic order. Through their moral choices, they contribute to the strengthening of good and the weakening of evil. This highlights a balance in which human agency bridges the two opposing forces, creating a complementary relationship between the divine and the material realms. While Zoroastrianism is traditionally categorized as dualistic due to its depiction of cosmic conflict, these elements of interdependence, moral choice, and eventual harmony introduces a perspective that can resonate with the idea of duality, where opposites work together to fulfill a greater purpose. Now, after that, I want to go over some of the deities other than the Indo-European beliefs that were taking place, and that is where things kind of get that were taking place in Palmyra. Now that's where things kind of get interesting. This is where we go off into the Canaanite religions after discussing the Zoroastrian belief system and what that's all about. I will go ahead and start with these deities. These aren't all of them, but these are the ones that pertain to sky gods in the Canaanite religions that were related to Palmyra. So the first one is Belsamin, and that was mentioned earlier. I still need to find out if Belsamin is related to Hadad. In some texts they say that he is, and in some texts they say that they're two separate entities, so I don't know that for sure, just to make that clear. But instead of making it one, I'm going to read both of them and let you determine for yourself. Belshazzar was a prominent deity worshipped in the ancient Near East, particularly in the region of Syria and Phoenicia. His name translates to Lord of Heavens, emphasizing his role as a celestial god associated with the sky, storms, and fertility. Baal-Shaman had held a significant position in the pantheon of Semitic religions, influencing religious practices and iconography across cultures. The name Baal, from the Semitic root B/L, means Lord or Master. Shaman, from the Semitic root SM, translates to heavens or sky. Together, Baal-Shaman means Lord of the Heavens. Baal-Shaman originated as part of the broader Semitic religious traditions, particularly in the Levant. His worship could be traced to early Canaanite and Phoenician religious practices, where he was often associated with other deities like Baal-Hadad, a storm and fertility god, and El, the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon. Baal-Shaman was primarily associated with the heavens, making him a god of the sky, weather, and cosmic order. He was linked to fertility through his role in bringing rain and ensuring agricultural abundance. In some traditions, he was also considered a protector of life and a guardian of the cosmic balance. Baal-Shaman is often depicted as a bearded man wearing a long robe and holding a scepter or thunderbolt, symbolizing his authority over the skies and storms. He was sometimes represented with solar or astral symbols, reinforcing his connection to the heavens. The most famous temple dedicated to Baal-Shaman was located in Palmyra, an ancient city in modern-day Syria. The temple built in the 2nd century CE showcased Greco-Roman architectural influences combined with local styles. Worship involved offerings of incense, animal sacrifices, and rituals aimed at invoking his favor for rain, protection, and fertility. Both were sky gods, both associated with storms and rain, but Baal-Shaman was often considered a more celestial or universal figure, while Hadad had a more localized role as a weather god. Baal-Shaman's celestial attributes aligned with El, the high god of the Canaanite pantheon, and Yahweh, the god of ancient Israel, particularly in their role as sovereign deities of the heavens. Baal-Shaman was sometimes associated with fertility goddesses like Astarte or Ishtar, which is also Inanna from the Sumerians. Ishtar is Inanna. reflecting the complementary relationship in assuring agriculture and reproductive abundance. The Temple of Balshaman in Palmyra was one of the city's most iconic religious structures, blending Greco-Roman, Mesopotamian, and local Syrian architectural elements. It was a central site for worship, festivals, and community gatherings. Tragically, the temple was destroyed in 2015 by ISIS, who targeted it as part of their campaign against pre-Islamic cultural heritage. As the ancient world became increasingly interconnected, Balshaman's attributes merged with those of other deities. In Greco-Roman context, he was sometimes identified with Zeus or Jupiter, showcasing the adaptability of his worship. Balshaman embodied the celestial forces, symbolizing the order and fertility provided by the heavens. His worship reflected the ancient understanding of the sky as a source of both blessing, rain, and destruction, storms. The rise of monotheistic religions like Christianity and Islam gradually supplanted the worship of Balshaman and other polytheistic deities. By the late Roman period, many temples dedicated to Balshaman were repurposed for Christian worship, and his cult faded into history. Balshaman remains a figure in the interest of studies of ancient religions, highlighting the interconnectedness of Semitic, Greco-Roman, and Mesopotamian traditions. After that, this is where I get into Hadad. Now, Hadad, also spelled Adad or Had, Hadd, is a prominent deity in the ancient Semitic pantheon, primarily worshipped in the region of Mesopotamia, the Levant, and parts of Anatolia. He is associated with storms, rain, thunder, and fertility, embodying the life-giving yet destructive forces of nature. His worship dates back to the 3rd millennia BCE and is intertwined with the cultures of mythologies and the Amorites. With the cultures of mythologies of the Amorites, Canaanites, Assyrians, and Babylonians. Hadad's name is believed to derive from the Semitic root HDD, meaning to thunder or to roar. This connection reflects his role as a storm god. He is known by various names across different cultures. Adad in Mesopotamia contexts, particularly among the Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. Baal-Hadad in Canaanite religion, where Baal, meaning Lord, became a common epithet for him. Teshub in Hurrian and Hittite traditions, where he is closely associated with the storm god of Anatolia. Hadad is often depicted wielding a thunderbolt or holding a club, emphasizing his control over the storms and lightning. He is sometimes shown riding a chariot pulled by bulls, which symbolizes strength and fertility. The bull was sacred to Hadad and became a key symbol of his worship. In his iconography, Hadad's storm-related powers are emphasized, representing both the blessing of rain for crops and the destructive potential of storms, floods, and lightning. Hadad's primary role was as a bringer of rain, making him vital to agricultural societies dependent on constant rainfall for their crops. His favor was sought through offerings and rituals, particularly in times of drought or famine. As a storm god, Hadad was also viewed as a divine warrior who could vanquish chaos and protect his people. His storms were often interpreted as manifestations of his power against enemies or cosmic threats. In many myths, Hadad played a central role in the divine order, mediating conflicts among gods or intervening in human affairs. His authority among other deities varied across regions, but he was often considered a supreme or highly influential god. Hadad features prominently in ancient mythology, particularly in Canaanite and Mesopotamian traditions. In Ugaritic text, Hadad, as Baal Hadad, is the chief storm god and a central figure in the Baal cycle, a series of myths found in the ancient city of Ugarit, modern-day Ras Shamra, Syria. Baal battles and defeats Yam, the sea god, asserting his dominance over chaos and establishing his reign as king of the gods. Baal constructs a palace on Mount Zephin, symbolizing his authority over the natural world and the divine realm. Baal clashes with Mot, the god of death, in a cyclical struggle that represents the seasonal cycles of fertility and drought. In Mesopotamia, Hadad or Adad is associated with the god Enlil and sometimes regarded Hadad is associated with god Enlil and sometimes regarded as his son. In Mesopotamia, Hadad or Adad is associated with the god Enlil and sometimes regarded as his son. Adad's role in Mesopotamia myth often revolves around Adad is one of the gods who participates in the Great Flood myth, wielding his storm powers to bring rain and destruction. Adad's storms are interpreted as tools of divine justice, punishing humanity or testing their loyalty to the gods. Hadad was worshipped across the ancient Near East, with temples and altars dedicated to him in key cities. Aleppo was a major center for Hadad worship, where he was venerated as the city's patron deity. The Temple of Hadad in Aleppo dates back to the early 2nd millennium BCE. In Babylonian religion, Adad had a prominent temple where he was worshipped alongside Shamash, the sun god. Hadad was venerated in Palmyra under the title Baal Shaman, which I said this isn't factual, because there's different texts. There's some that say that it was a separate entity, and then some that say that it was one and the same. But I wanted to stop there and say that before I moved on. Hadad was venerated in Palmyra under the title Baal Shaman, Lord of the Heavens, merging his identity with other sky gods. Zeus, Jupiter, the Greek and Roman sky gods share storm-related attributes with Hadad, including the thunderbolt. Teshub, the Hurrian and Hittite storm god, often identified with Hadad, played a similar role in Anatolia mythology. Indra, in Vedic traditions, Indra is a storm and rain god comparable to Hadad in his control over the natural world and his warrior aspects. Hadad's battle with Yam is a central myth of Canaanite religion, particularly as recorded in the Baal cycle, a series of texts discovered at Ugarit, modern-day Rosh Shamra, Syria. This epic narrative portrays the cosmic struggle between Hadad, often referred to as Baal Hadad, and Yam, the god of the sea, symbolizing the conflict between order and chaos. The myth also establishes Hadad's position as the king of the gods and master of the natural world, particularly storms and fertility. Baal Hadad, the storm god, also called rider of the clouds, is the hero of the story. He is associated with rain, fertility, and the forces that sustain life. Yam represents the sea and chaos. Yam, whose name literally means sea, is portrayed as a destructive and unruly force. In some texts, he is referred to as Nahor, the river, or Judge Nahor, emphasizing his power and dominion. El, the head of the Canaanite pantheon, often depicted as a distant and passive figure in this myth. Asherah, the mother goddess and consort of El, sometimes involved in the negotiation and power dynamics of the gods. Kothar Wakasis, the craftsman god who creates magical weapons for Baal al-Hadad, enabling him to defeat Yam. The story begins with El, the chief god, granting Yam dominion over the other gods. Yam is declared the ruler of the divine assembly and demands submission from the other deities, including Baal Hadad. This sets the stage for a confrontation as Baal refuses to bow to Yam's authority. Yam sends messengers to El's court demanding that Baal Hadad and the other gods surrender to him. The gods are intimidated by Yam's power and hesitate to defy him. However, Baal, confident in his strength and destiny, refuses to yield and prepares for battle. Before the battle, Baal seeks assistance from Kothar Wakasis, the divine craftsman. Kothar forges two magical weapons, Yagrash, Chaser, and Amur, Driver, which are imbued with extraordinary powers. These weapons are specifically designed to defeat Yam and subdue his chaotic forces. Armed with his new weapons, Baal confronts Yam in a climatic struggle. The myth vividly describes Baal's might as he wields his enchanted weapons to strike down Yam. Using Yagrash and Amur, Baal defeats Yam, splitting him apart and subduing the sea's chaotic power. Hold on a minute. This victory symbolizes Baal's triumph over disorder and his establishment of control over the natural world. By defeating Yam, Baal asserts his role as the bringer of rain and fertility, ensuring the survival of prosperity of the earth. After his victory, Baal is hailed as the king of the gods. He constructs a magnificent palace on Mount Zaphon, modern-day Jabal al-Akra, a sacred mountain that serves as his divine dwelling and a symbol of his authority. The palace represents Baal's control over the cosmos, as well as his ability to mediate between the heavens and the earth. Okay. To mediate between the heavens and the earth. The battle between Baal, Hadad, and Yam carries profound symbolic meaning, reflecting the natural and spiritual concerns of the ancient Canaanites. Yam represents the untamed, destructive forces of nature, particularly the sea, which was viewed as chaotic and dangerous. Baal's victory signifies the triumph of order over chaos, aligning the natural world with the needs of humanity. As the storm god, Baal's victory ensures the regular cycles of rain and fertility, crucial for agricultural societies. The subjugation of Yam, the sea, highlights the importance of controlling water as a life-giving resource. Baal's ascension to kingship mirrors the political and social structures of the ancient Near East, where rulers were seen as divinely sanctioned mediators between the gods and their people. The struggle and resolution between Baal and Yam represents the balance of opposing forces in nature, storm and sea, fertility and destruction. The Baal-Yam conflict shares similarities with other ancient myths, reflecting a shared cultural framework across the ancient Near East. Marduk this is what he's called, Marduk, I should know this one. Marduk, the Babylonian storm god, battles and defeats Tiamat, the sea goddess, in the Enuma Elish. Like Baal, Marduk establishes order and becomes the king of the gods. Zeus, the Greek sky god, defeats Typhon, a monstrous force of chaos, to secure his rule over the cosmos. Indra, the Vedic storm god, slays Vritra, a serpent or dragon associated with drought and chaos, ensuring the release of life-giving water. The myth of Baal and Yam reflects the agricultural and environmental realities of the Canaanite people who depended on rain for their crops and viewed the sea as a source of both subsistence and danger. Baal's role as a storm god made him a central figure in their religious practices, with rituals and offerings aimed at securing his favor and ensuring the regularity of the natural cycles. Elements of the Baal Yam myth influenced later religious and cultural traditions, particularly in the Hebrew Bible and other Near East texts. In the Hebrew Bible, Yahweh's control over the sea, parting the Red Sea in Exodus, echoes Baal's victory over Yam. Biblical psalms describing God's mastery over chaotic waters may draw on Canaanite imagery of Baal's dominance over Yam. So that is it. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to get all of that done. I actually did a lot more than what I was supposed to, but this was a good chance to actually get in and get through the whole Canaanite thing without any kind of upheaval. Like I said before, I did this with the Praetorian and with my channel, the Praetorian, and it didn't go too well the first time, so I'm kind of glad that I was able to do this on my own and get it out there, because believe it or not, all of this stuff about the Canaanites is a very controversial subject. Now, I've been in certain conversations with people. Raphael was one who made the comment on Nancy Planetta's show, the Vixen, something. but he was talking about Marduk being related to Moloch, and that's where a lot of this came up to. And now that I've been able to go through all this, I can confidently say that it wasn't this Moloch character that he was associated to. It was Baal, which is actually Hadad or Adad, and he ended up taking on the name Baal, which Baal is actually the generic word for Lord in the Canaanite language. But he ended up being coined or with the name Baal. When everybody makes reference to the name Baal, they're usually referring to Adad or Hadad, and they're relating Hadad to both Marduk and to Zeus. So that right there is a pretty interesting connection there. I know that a lot of things that I've done research on in this area has amazed me. I'm glad that I was able to get back to this point and get it done and over with. I believe that I am caught up on where I was before for this, compared to what I did last year on the Praetorian. And that is actually being played on the Wonderful World of Weirdness as well as Strange Stories, but it's in shorter 15-minute increments, so it'll take longer to hear all of it. But I have Karma Love on there, and me and her, I feel, did a really good job all the way up until the end, where we both kind of flipped out and got into a really crazy situation. But thank goodness we were able to get through that, and I love her to death. So with that being said, I guess I could end it here. I do want to add on to the series by going into some stuff about Mount Fuji, and which I've been doing on Strange Stories, and I want to get into some stuff concerning Samsara, and I'm debating if I want to do that on here on Ancient Mysteries or if I want to do it on Earth. Now, on Ancient Mysteries, I can get into the deities and everything, and the different kind of stuff like that, but I do want to be able to promote my channel Earth more too, so it's kind of a debate for me. I want to get into it as soon as possible on top of that, and I've got Earth scheduled for later on this year, and I'm just beginning the year, so I may be coming back with that, or I may go further with this, but I'm pretty happy with where I'm ending this episode. I was able to get a lot of that going on. I was able to just get through and read the content here. This, I hope, actually sounded right. You guys got something from it. But with me reading, I kind of go into my own little zone, and I don't know exactly how well I did or how well I didn't do. So if you guys want to, leave me a comment, let me know what you think. I love talking about this stuff. This is actually my biggest it's my desire. I love it. I love ancient history. I love this more than a lot of other things. I think the only thing that comes close to this is actually writing. So, if you guys want to, give me some comments, say something to me in the comments section. I'd love to hear what you have to say about it and your feedback on it. So I will check all of this and see if any of you actually had anything to say. No, you didn't. Well, that will end it then. I guess I am done with everything that I have to say at this point. Thank you guys for coming in and watching, and I'll see you next time. In 1942, when his rocket career was peaking, Parsons became the leader of the Pasadena Lodge of the OTO. Parsons supposedly would recite odes to Pan when launching rockets, which brings to my mind anyway, William Blake's engraving of the fertilization of Egypt. Parsons was let go from JPL and Aerojet in 1944 because of his OTO activities. He took his wife's sister for his mistress. His wife then left him for none other than L. Ron Hubbard, a lodge member who would soon found the Church of Scientology. Fritz Zwicky, an astronomer at Caltech and the discoverer of the neutron stars, would have nothing to do with Parsons, whom he regarded as not just crazy but dangerous. And in a sense, Parsons was dangerous since he blew himself up in his home laboratory in 1952 at the age of 37, apparently unintentionally. Because of his stranger-than-fiction lifestyle, Parsons has been the subject of numerous books and plays, one of the latest being Jet Propulsion, a 4-actor play by Peter Bakley that was performed here at the Kansas City Fringe Festival in the summer of 2011. Surprisingly, no feature film has ever been made based on Parsons' life. Someone should do this. They could call it The Wrong Stuff. There is a short 3-minute CBS video that has few factual errors, but is worth watching because of the many good photos of Parsons and his cohorts. And this Dr. William B. Ashworth, Junior Consultant of the History of Space, Linda Hall Library, and Associate Professor, Emeritus, Department of History, University of Missouri, Kansas City. Comments or corrections are welcome. And that's the end of that one. But that's his professional career, and like, this actually was a pretty harsh review of him, other than the fact, that he was associated with Aleister Crowley and stuff, but JPL too. Okay, he was the founder of JPL, and JPL and conspiracy theorists corners have really deep contacts with the dark government, or the secret government, so that's one thing that really sticks out to me. Like, a lot of people who are into UFOs and believe in UFOs
they aren't really too friendly when it comes to JPL. They're a little piece of the cog there. And Jack Parsons was the one who led the brigade back then. He's the one who started it all. That's the reason why I wanted to make him a part of today's stream too, because not too many people really ever talk about Jack Parsons. And if you mention, or if you notice, they also mention the founder of Scientology as well. I've heard that he was actually part of an occult too. So his wife ended up leaving him for L. Ron Hubbard, and I've actually heard L. Ron Hubbard was a part of an occult before he founded the Church of Scientology too. So that is really good stuff that you could dive into if you want to find out more about that, because it's I don't know how else to really put that other than that's some pretty good stuff, you know. Man, I'm just getting a black screen, ain't I? Yeah. I'm gonna have to switch that. I'm gonna switch it back to my general minds on that, so we can. Yeah, they put a stop to my screen sharing, didn't they? Yeah. So I am going to go ahead and continue. I've got Jack Parsons covered on that. We've gone to 35 minutes, and yeah, she says, it says you left, Roger Hanson. Tell her no, I am still here. You are gone. Yeah, and Moose says he's wishing you beautiful folks a great day. I haven't been active on mines today, been on the move, but I will try to get around the show. Some love to all your pages shortly. Yeah, Karma has lost contact with us, and like I told you before, Pecos Dave was talking about the issue that happened in the desert when it comes to Burning Man. Yeah, that's what it was. So let me see here. I can pull up what I have on Burning Man. So we got Edgar Casey, Jack Pearson, and now we can go on to the topic. Now, I have no problem with Burning Man. Like I told Pecos Dave, you know, most of the people that I've met on the internet concerning Burning Man were basically, you know, people who wanted to live off the grid, you know, off the grid hippies who like to sell, you know, tie-dye shirts and stuff and artwork and things that they made by hand. I mean, that's pretty much what I've always found when it came to people concerning Burning Man. So I'm not saying that any of this is true. I'm just saying this is what they're saying now. They are if I can find it. I've got like tons and tons of stuff on here. Yeah. Oh my. What time is it? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, well, anyhow, they ended up trying to say that it was a mass sacrifice to Satan. Burning Man satanic conspiracy claims erupts as alleged video of hellish fires go viral. As Burning Man attendees continue to navigate the unexpected muddy terrain, speculations of the festival being satanic in nature has gone viral on X, formerly known as Twitter. Many conspiracy theories believe that the event's supposed hellish history led to the affair going haywire. Meanwhile, false videos of the Nevada desert being on fire have gone viral. Ex-user Sprinter 99800 took the social networking site and attaching a video of barren land catching fire with what seemed to be a tornado also wreaking havoc. Some people were seen running away in disarray while others watched on. The netizen wrote on, in the tweet, "Fire tornado at the Burning Man Festival in the USA." At the time of writing this article, the tweet had amassed nearly 5 million views. One might assume that the video, which has gone viral, is something which happened recently since the tweet was uploaded on 2nd September. However, there were no fire tornadoes in the desert recently. X's community notes clarify that the video was actually taken in 2002 during the Burning Man Festival itself. Meanwhile, other tweets of netizen claiming that the event is satanic in nature have gone viral. Ex-user Taylor Marshall claimed Burning Man is satanic. Burning Man is satanic. Claims of Burning Man being satanic take social media by storm. Ex-user TPV John boldly announces that God Almighty is over Burning Man. They also added in their tweet that paganism and satanic worship would only be tolerated for a brief moment. They also attached a video that showed the current predicament at the Nevada Desert Festival. The clip showed people walking in their night robes wearing trash bags for shoes, people partying in the midst of chaos, and also muddy water which people slowly walk through. Ex-user Heather Winalda tweeted, "Burning Man is a pagan ritual. Nothing satanic in that idolatry. Drugs, hedonism, behavior, yeah, it's all normal, right? Thou shalt have no God before me." Ex-user Stacy Rose 756774826 also took to the platform to announce that the Burning Man Festival is similar to the Celtic Wicker Man ritual where Berber inhabitants were burned alive during satanic rituals.
They went on to add that the Black Rock Desert Festival attendees were conjuring negative spirits from the past. The Burning Man Festival is a copy of the Selleck Wicker Man ritual from the 16th century when the Moors did not. White people were being burned alive during satanic rituals. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is the beginning of another season for Strange Stories. Before I had it named Strangeness, but this time I'm going to go ahead and make it Strange Stories, which that's what I actually did. I changed it over to Strange Stories since the last season I did. And I've been doing those episodes on Wonderful World of Weirdness, where originally it was on my other channel, Strange Stories. So what I basically did is made it the namesake for my old channel and added it to Wonderful World of Weirdness. And now I'm continuing Strange Stories from last year. And this time around, I'm not going to have Karma Love with me. She hasn't been able to make it to any of the shows here recently, so it's fine. I can do these on my own. I'm pretty good at doing that at this point now. So, with that being said, I wanted to welcome everybody to the show and let everybody know what the topics are going to be about tonight. If you've watched any of the previous shows, you pretty much know how all this goes. This goes according to more of the, I guess you could say, the paranormal, spiritual, whatever, the scary stuff when it comes to the stuff I put on there here on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Here lately I've been doing more things that pertain to esoteric and conspiracy topics, so I feel kind of good about getting back into more of the hauntings and stuff of that nature. Now, my topics for tonight are going to be concerning, well, at first, what I wanted to do is I wanted to do some stuff in Japan, so I'm going to be covering a lot of the things going on in Japan. At first I wanted to do just on, in this area I wanted to do just the suicide forest, but then I thought about it and I was like, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and just expand that and do Mount Fuji and add the suicide forest into it, so that when people hear the story, they hear the whole complete story about the mountain and everything that's going on there geographically, as well as some of the lore and the belief systems that they have in that area. After that, I want to go into Oiran Buchi. If I say that wrong, I apologize, but that's another folklore in Japan. It's about the Countess Abyss, the Countess's Abyss. I'm going to be covering that. And then I want to get into something that's really been fascinating me too. It's Tono's Kappa Pool. Now, later on, I want to come back on and I want to go over what kappas are in Japan, because I haven't got all the information on that yet, but I want to pull that up and I want to kind of go into the subject of kappas, because that by itself is pretty amazing. Now, like I said, my Japanese, I don't have any Japanese, so if I say these words wrong, I apologize for mangling the words up. So I'm going to say that ahead of time. Then after that, what I want to do is I want to go over the Kyoto tunnel, or Kyoto, and that'll pretty much cover it for tonight. But I did pull together a lot of good information on that, and like I said, we will be discussing Japan, and I want to do more of it, but this is, in my opinion, a good start when it comes to that. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and start out with Mount Fuji. Now, standing at 3,776 meters, Mount Fuji is the tallest peak in Japan, the result of volcanic activity that began approximately 100,000 years ago. Today, Mount Fuji and the surrounding areas are popular recreational destinations for hiking, camping, and relaxation. One of the country's most iconic symbols. Travelers come from across the world, flocking to Suzuaka and Yamanashi prefectures to catch a glimpse of this awe-inspiring mountain. For the Japanese, however, Mount Fuji has long been a site of spiritual importance and a source of artistic inspiration. Over the centuries, the Japanese have forged a spiritual bond with the mountain. Legends has it that notable religious ascetic Hasegawa Kukagayo between 1541 and 1646 summited the mountain over 100 times. His feats led to the formation of Fuji-ko, a group of like-minded Mount Fuji worshippers. The sect built shrines, created rock monuments, and fasted to show their dedication. Their fanaticism eventually led to Tokugawa shogunate to ban the religion. But despite this, Japan's long-standing traditions of mountain worship has ensured the mountain remains revered and respected as a site of spiritual importance. Now, I also want to come back to this stuff too, because this is very, very important, especially with the Fuji-ko. Now, they actually have still have a religion, I believe, there in Japan that they do practice, and I do want to get into that and discuss it a lot more, because it's fascinating all on its own. So that's going to be something else that I am going to be getting into as well. Just so you guys know. So this is most definitely going to be more than just a one episode show when it comes to Japan, because they have got a lot of amazing stuff that I'm wanting to cover. Now, Mount Fuji is also a site of pilgrimage. Around 200,000 to 300,000 people climb Mount Fuji every summer. Climbing up to the summit is popular at sunrise. Climbers often begin their climb the previous day and stay overnight at a lodge on the mountain. Then start climbing early the next morning to watch the sunrise over the horizon. Now, in pre-modern time, Fuji served as a destination for Shoginja practitioners and Shogendo, an ascetic mountain worship faith, to undergo training, and even the lower classes were known to make pilgrimages there. The numerous shrines at the base of the mountains are testaments of Mount Fuji's spiritual and historical significance. Mount Fuji's most iconic images dates back to the Edo period, which is between 1603 to 1867. Woodblock print artist Katsuhika Hikusai and Utagawa Horicigus series of pieces of Mount Fuji depict the mountain from various vantage points and settings, giving people from around the world a glimpse into the region and its ways of life. Katsushika Hakusai in particularly is known to have influenced the Western artist Vincent van Gogh and even had an impact on the composer Claude Debussy. The picturesque views of Mount Fuji, popularized in the Edo period, had helped cement the mountain's legacy as a global attraction. Now, formed approximately 100,000 years ago, repeated volcanic eruptions gradually transformed Mount Fuji into the largest mountain in Japan at 3,776 meters tall. The last eruption was in 1706 and it lasted for 16 days, with volcanic ash reaching as far as Tokyo. Volcanic activity is also responsible for creating Huazan, which is one of Fuji's secondary peaks. The 5 lakes at the mountain's base and numerous caves near Owakagora Forest, which is the real name for the Suicide Forest. Now, the area is also blessed with many mineral-rich hot springs, making the region a paradise for both outdoor recreation and relaxation. Now, that is going to get us into what I wanted to talk about when it comes to the landscape that's around there. Now, not only do you have the forest, okay, but because of the activity of the volcano, you also have cave systems that are set up that's around there, and 2 of them are something that I really believe that should be discussed. And before I do that, though, I want to get into the Shugendo, and this was what I was just reading. It mentioned the Shugendo, and I wanted to go over what these people are. Now, the Shugendo is a highly syncretic religion. It's a body of ascetic practices that originated in the Nara period of Japan, and having evolved during the 7th century from the amalgamation of beliefs, philosophies, doctrines, and ritual systems drawn from local folk religious practices. Shinto mountain worshipping, Buddhism, and Taoism is where it comes from. Now, the final purpose of Shogantu is for practitioners to find supernatural power and save themselves and the masses by conducting religious training while treading through steep mountain ranges. Practitioners are called Shogenja or Yamabushi, literally mountain prostrators or prostrators. Now, the mountains where Shingantu is practiced are all over Japan and can span multiple mountains within one range, such as the Oman Mountains range within Mount Hakyu and Mount Oman, or the Ishizuchishin Mountains range with Kamagamori and Tegadaki. That's some crazy shit.
Let me step in here real quick.
Okay.
I'm Mark. Mark W.
Mark W.
And anyways, getting back to the Yeah, the Tokugawa era. That's when they were banning a lot of religions during that time because the American ship came in and opened the ports to westernization from America, and like the British and the French started coming in too. So that was also the dawn of Christianity in that era, in that time. Just a side note.
That is actually pretty important because there's a few things too, in some of the next things that mention some things about Americans, that they actually have a memorial in some of the, or one of the temples that I know of, that goes to I guess American sailors or American settlers who were there, and I thought that was kind of interesting that they did that. So
Yeah, the only drawback from the whole deal was the processing and the what is it, contraband sale of opium. That was the biggest drawback from them during that era with the sailing ships.
yeah.
Just another side.
Okay.
Yeah, that the shogunate also took a step back from being, like kind of warlords to also pledging their complete allegiance to the emperor at the time too. So that made a huge difference in how people also practiced their religious beliefs as well as their social standing, where they stood socially.
Yeah, and I knew that was very important in Japan too. Like that's especially with Hinduism, they kind of do that to where you're born at a social class and you don't graduate to the next level. You know what I mean? You stay where you're born. And I knew that was very important too in Japan. Like if you were born from a peasant family, you stayed a peasant for the rest of your life. You know, so that and I believe Buddhism is what actually started changing that belief system. I'm not quite sure on that entirely, but I'm pretty sure that in that region, Buddhism is what was kind of like their rebellion from the Hindu faith and stuff. So,
Well, if you look at the Buddhism in that, it's very accepting to others, other religions in that, to bring them in.
yeah,
All right. Sure, there's fanatics and groups within every organization.
yeah,
So, you're going to have that. That's why you had the, what is it? Not, can't think of what. I can see and picture the god that they want for destruction, but I can't remember right off the bat.
Yeah.
But that god was also a phase or a being part of the of Buddha as well.
all right.
They have a big thing for a big statue of that one in front of CERN.
Yeah. Oh man. So Shigandu, the Shigandu worldview included a large pantheon of deities, which included Buddhist and Shinto figures. Some of the most important figures are the Tantric Buddhist figures of Fudo Mayu and Dionichi Nyorai. Now, other key figures are Gongen, which are considered to be the manifestation of Buddha's as Japanese kami. And then Zhao Gongen is one of the most important Gongen of Shingendo. Now, Shingendo evolved during the 7th century from the amalgamation of beliefs, philosophies, doctrines, and ritual systems drawn from local folk religious practices. Shinto, mountain worship, and Buddhism. The 7th century ascetics and mystics in no Gyoja is widely considered as the patriarch of Shugendu, having first organized Shugendu as a doctrine. Now, Shugendo literally means the path of training and testing, or the way of spiritual power through discipline. Shugendo practitioners are also said to be descendants of Koya Himjiri monks in the 8th and 9th century. Now, these were Japanese monks from Mount Koya who were sent to preach Buddhism around the country. They were the lowest caste inside the priest hierarchy of the Mount Koya temples and traveled while peddling for a living. That's who the Koya Hijiri were. So, did you want to say something? I heard you pop open there.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Unless someone else popped in.
Now, what I wanted to do there is I wanted to kind of bring opening there with that, but I also wanted to get to the Nirasawa ice cave. Now, this is moving on from talking about the Shugendu, and I can get back to that later on, but I wanted to kind of make this a part of the whole Mount Fuji and kind of give you an idea of what's going on there. So with that being said, I wanted to get into the cave systems, which a lot of people don't hear about when it comes to Mount Fuji, but because of the volcanic activity that comes from Mount Fuji, it creates caverns and underneath the ground, okay, and there's like tons and tons of cavern systems down there. But the two that are most notably is one of them is Narasawa, and that's an ice cave, and I want to bring that one up. But then there's another one that's not as much mentioned as that one, and it's called Fujiku, and that's a wind cave. So you have one cave that is an ice cave and another one that is a wind cave, and I want to kind of cover that and get that going and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and start reading that real quick and get going on that one. So this is the Narasawa Ice Caves, and the Narasawa Ice Cave is a frozen subterranean realm located in the heart of the Okagora Forest at the base of Mount Fuji that formed when nearby Mount Nagao erupted, or Nagawa erupted. Now, while you're in the area, they suggest that you check out Fujiku Wind Cave, which is nearby. Now, that one is that's what really gets me, is they're both real close to one another, and one's an ice cave as well as the other one being a wind cave. Now, that for me kind of brings out a little bit more on the whole spiritual side when it comes to Japanese, because you have one cave that is made of ice and it's freezing cold. The ice cave, now that was created after Mount Nagawa after Mount Nagawa, which formed Mount Fuji's northwestern flank, erupted violently, and that happened in 864. Now, the lava hollowed out a vast underground cave. Temperatures drop steadily there as you make it down the stairs and through a dark tunnel when you go into it. Now, the ice pillars that form here grow bigger in the wintertime, and sometimes the stalactites and the stalagmites actually connect with one another. That's how cold it gets. Now, the cave temperatures hovers around 0 degrees Celsius, and I believe that would be maybe 3 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not quite sure. I know it's right around in that area. I think there's like a 3-degree difference between Fahrenheit and
0 Celsius is 32 degrees.
Is it 32? Okay.
Yeah, because freezing temperature is 0 in centigrade.
Okay, so it is 32 degrees in Fahrenheit. So then that's actually pretty cold, because they say that it actually stays that way in the summertime too, where when you go down there it's always cold. The cave temperature hovers right around that all year round. And it was once used to store stuff like seeds and silkworm cocoons at one time. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention there. But then, like I said, just a little ways away from there, you have the Fugaku Wind Cave. Now it's the same way. It's a lava tube. It's in the northern foot of Mount Fuji, Japan. And it's the largest of several lava tubes that are found around the suicide forest. Now, the thing about this one is it came from the eruption of Mount Fuji in the 864 AD. And it brought huge lava flows, which created Lake Shoji and Lake Sai, of the five lakes for Fuji. Now they have the 5 lakes which are down below the mountain, and I haven't had enough time to really check them out, but I'm pretty sure that there's a meaning to it, because like Mount Fuji is real iconic, and people have been worshiping that mountain for a long time, so I'm sure the 5 lakes have something to do with some kind of divine meaning or divine essence, but I haven't been able to really get into it that deep yet. Now, by dividing Seino Umi into 2, several cinder cones, such as the Amuro and Nagao mountains, and a large flat area now called the Akagora Forest, which is the Suicide Mountain. In this, now that's basically what was happening with these lakes. They were dividing these up into 2, and that's what they're talking about. Now, in this forest can be found several lava tubes, including Narasawa ice caves, which I just mentioned, and then you have the Fujiku Wind Cave, and then you also have Lake Saibat Cave in Fujikawa Town, Fujikawa Guchiko. Town, and that's in the Yamanashi prefecture, and the Yamanashi prefecture is what has the forest and Mount Fuji and everything else in it. Now, all of these all of these were declared as national monuments of Japan in 1929, just so if anybody wants to know. But these, to me, it seems odd that you have one that's real close, that's made of ice, and it's extremely cold, And then as I was reading through this, I also found out about this Fujiku wind cave. The moss and everything grows so deep and so thick into this cave that you can't hear your echo. You can't hear echoes when you talk down there. So I find that kind of interesting, that when you go down into this cave, you can't hear your echoes. And then you have another one that's just next to it that also is cold as heck, and it produces ice, you know. That's something that I find rather amazing when it comes to that. Now, that's basically some of the stuff that I wanted to go over for now. And after I'm done with that, what I wanted to do is just get right into the whole suicide forest, which is Aokigahara, I guess is what they call it. And what it basically means is it's called the Blue Tree Meadow. That's what it is in English, if anybody wants to know what that is all about. Now, it's also known as the Sea of Trees. Now, it's a forest of the northwestern flank of Mount Fuji on the island of Honshu in Japan, thriving on 30 square kilometers of hardened lava laid down by the last major eruption of Mount Fuji, which was in 864 CE. The western edge of Okigara, where there are several caves that fill with ice in winter, is a popular destination for tourists and school trips. Parts of Okigara are very dense, and the porous lava rock absorbs sound, contributing to a sense of solitude that some visitors attribute to the forest. So you have this environment that is introduced into this forest that just makes it seem like it's completely silent, you know what I mean? And it's but I think that's probably what is so strange about this whole area. And there's also people who talk about Mount Fuji as being a gateway to the heavens, you know. And when you hear about all of this stuff combined with the fact that they call it the gateway to heaven basically, it kind of makes you, you know, have a bigger sense of what's going on here. It's really strange too that the ground is extremely hard. They say that you can't just go in there with cutting tools and cut the earth with like hand tools, because it's just so solid that you can't even do that in some areas. I also find that pretty interesting whenever whenever I started reading up on this stuff. You know, there's a lot of interesting things going on there when it comes to ice, wind, how silent it is, plus the ground is so strong that it's almost impossible to cut it with freaking hand tools and stuff of that nature. So it's an interesting area. Now, the forest has a historical reputation as a home to Yuri ghosts of the dead in Japanese mythology, at least since the 1960s. Akagora has become associated with suicide, eventually becoming known in English by the nickname Suicide Forest, and gaining a reputation as one of the world's most used suicide sites. Because of this, signs at the head of some trails urge suicidal visitors to think of their families and contact a suicide prevention association. And I do know that is true. They've, believe it or not, that is probably one of the few videos, or those videos that have been put out on YouTube, that hasn't gotten in trouble. And that's one thing that really amazes me. I mean, they will literally go in there and they'll show you the sites, they'll show you where they've found dead bodies and everything, and they've never gotten in trouble for that. I always thought that was weird with all the people that are on YouTube getting in trouble these days, and they show pictures of the suicide forest, and nobody gets in trouble for it. That's completely amazing to me. But when I first heard about this, I wanted to check it out, and yeah, that's when I found out about the Uri. Now I checked it out, and the Uris are another topic that I do want to get more in depth with, because there's a lot of spirits that are that the Japanese believe in, which are pretty amazing. And you have to be careful with a lot of these folklores too, because there's some that go way back, all the way back to like the 700s, and then you get it mixed up with a lot of the plays that were created in Japan too. There's in the paranormal circles over there, they have a lot of people believing that these were like old actual folklores, when in reality they were made up in plays, which are pretty scary, don't get me wrong, but they weren't actually a part of the pantheon, you know what I mean? So that's something that I do want to point out. There were some things that I did keep out of this, because I wanted to keep it more on the actual stories about the spirits of Japanese folklore, and off of the fictional characters that were written up, because you can tell where they've kind of crossed the line when it comes to Japanese lore and everything. So now the Uri are figures in Japanese folklore. They're analogous to the Western concept of ghosts, so that would be the equivalence of what we call a ghost. Now, the name consists of two kanji, meaning faith, or faint or dim, and rai, meaning soul or spirit. Alternative names include borai, which means ruined or departed spirit, or Shiryo. Now that's basically what they're talking about there, and it goes back into more. It gets into some more intense stories when it comes to that, and that's why I said I want to do another part that consists of that before I end this, because this goes deeper and deeper into it. Just on the mythology and the folklore, you can pull a lot of amazing stuff off of it. So with the geography, what I wanted to go over is the forest floor. Now, the forest floor mostly consists of volcanic rock, and it has designated trails that lead to several tourist attractions, such as the Nurasawa ice caves, which I just mentioned, and the Fugaku wind caves. Now, the Lake Saibat cave, that is the largest of the several lava tubes that are near Lake Sai in the Arakagora forest in the northern side of Mount Fuji. Now, it's known as a cave where visitors can observe the bats which live there. So you have a bat cave, you got a wind cave, and you got an ice cave, you know, which I think that's actually pretty cool. Other than the fact that you have to walk through a suicide forest to get to them, which is kind of odd there, but I've got to find out what Mark's doing here. He's okay, so that's what I wanted to do. Let me see how much time I actually put into that. Yeah, I wanted to get that going on before I moved on to it. Now, if anybody has any more information that they want to talk about when it comes to Mount Fuji, feel free to write it into the comments section, and I will be more than happy to check it out and maybe share it on stream if you guys are watching. But like I said, I wanted to move on and get some things going on in here and get more of this going. Now, Mount Fuji, like I said, I'll come back to it and get it going more here later on, because there are some things, and there's other topics too that I do want to bring up, especially when it comes to this. I believe it's this next one. I am not. Yeah, actually, it could be. There was a really big. Well, it was folklore, and I don't know for sure 100% how accurate it is that this is the way it played out, but I do know that they have actually got evidence that this gold mine did actually exist there. And my next topic that I want to get into is concerning the Oran Bucci, and that's the Courtesan's Abyss. Now, this is an interesting place, or interesting folklore even, and this is taking place in the Yamanashi Prefecture. It's called the Oran Bucci, and what it is it tells a tale of betrayal and tragedy. Now, during the Edo period, miners lured courtesans to a bridge, and that was so they could throw them into a gorge to protect the secrecy of their gold mines. Now, supposedly the spirit of these courtesans are said to haunt the area. Their cries echo through the night. Now, the story is supposed to reflect the darker aspects of feudal Japan, where human lives were often sacrificed for wealth and power, which they constantly always, that was kind of like the common theme when it comes to reading a lot of this stuff. Now, visitors to Oranbuchi report ghostly apparitions and an overwhelming sense of dread. Now, Kurakawa Gold Mine is what this is all about. The Kurokama Gold Mine is located in the Kurokama Kenzan Mountain, and it's an ancestral home of the Takeda clan. Now, during the 1570s, the mines was at its peak, providing the leader Takeda Shigen with great power and influence. History states that at the time, the miners were serviced by at least 55 courtesans. These women were there to entertain the men as they wanted, but when the mine started to dry up and became redundant, the area was to be abandoned and the women were not needed anymore. The location of the mine was always kept a secret, and this meant it was apparently too risky to just let the courtesans go, as they may provide enemy clans with information on where the mines was located. A brutal plan to get rid of the women that involved building a platform over the gorge was put in place. As the women stood on the stage practicing for a welcome party that would never happen, the supports were taken out by the men and the women fell to their deaths. Legend has it that you can hear the wails and cries of the women to this day. So, that is basically what the story is about. So the Korakawa gold mine was supposedly, or it was a gold mine located in the city of Kashu, Yamanashi, Japan, which was in operation for several hundred years from the Sengoku period into the modern era. Now the site, along with the Nekayama gold mine, was collectively designated a National Historic Site of Japan in 1997 as the Kai gold mine sites. Now, the Kai province, the ancestral home of the Takata clan, is a very mountainous area which is rich in mineral resources. After Takeda Shigen seized power from his father and unified the province, he developed the gold resources which were known to exist in various areas of the province, minting gold coins called Koshu Kin, which were in great demand due to their purity. The Kurakawa mine is located on the hillside of Mount Kiken, also known as Mount Kirikawa, in the northeastern part of the prefecture, at an elevation of around 1350 to 1400 meters. Now, gold in the form of gold dust was known to be extracted from the area since at least the early Kamakura period. However, exploitation began in earnest by Takata Shingen, and the location of more than 50 mine heads and a smelter ruins have been found in this area along with the mining town. Now, production is estimated to have reached its peak during the tenure of his son, Takeda Katsuyori. Now, after the fall of the Takeda clan, Kai province came under the control of Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the mines continued to operate into the Edo period under the control of the Tokugawa shogunate. Now, archaeological evidence has found mining tools such as mortar and chisels, ceramics, and daily necessities such as copper coins. Gold extractions was done by gold planting as well as open pit mining and tunneling. References to the mine disappear from historical records around the Genroku era, which is around 1688 to 1703. Now, an attempt was made to reopen the mine in 1906, but the venture failed after 2 years. The Korakawa mine is about 60 minutes by car from Inzen Station on JR Tokai Chao main line. Now, the Nakayama mine is located in Minobu, Yamanashi, in the southern part of the prefecture, on the slope of Mount Kanashi at an elevation of 1400 to 1600 meters. The site covers 16.36 hectares and 124 mine heads have been identified. The site has a flat area where the residence of the workers and the smelters once existed, and an extensive tailing piles. Its history parallels that of Korakawa mines, and it was controlled by the Anayama clan, retainers of the Takeda clan, and later of the Tokugawa. The mine was first mentioned in official documents in 1571 and was closed at the end of the 17th century. It is about 20 minutes by car from Shimobosen Station at the JR Tokai Minobu line. However, some artifacts are on display at the Oku Museum of Gold Mining History. Now, I know a lot of that was a little bit confusing, but the reason why I wanted to mention this was because, according to the folklore, they needed to hide the secret of these of this gold mine, and evidence has been found that this gold mine, even after the fall of the clan, which eventually fell, like I said, it was still being produced well after. So even though it's a good story and it does have a good lore and everything, there is evidence that it wasn't as big of a secret as what everybody was making it out to be. But it is actually supposed to be a haunted site, according to what everybody says about it. So that was something that I wanted to pull up. I also have some more stuff that is about this too, and it has to do with, well, it's just something that I wanted to read that I think would also fit, and it would sound a little bit better too. So let me go ahead and read this to you and see how you guys think about it, or what you think about it. So just outside the city of Tokyo is Chichibu Tamakai National Park. It has 8 peaks and spans over 2,000 miles. This beautiful park covers over 4 prefectures in Japan: Saitama, Yamanishi, Nagano, and Tokyo. In Yamanashi Prefecture, in between the city of Kishu and the village of Tayama, just off of an old road that was once a part of National Highway 411, lies a gorge with a beautiful waterfall called Seiko Waterfall by the locals. To many, this seems like a beautiful area to stop after driving through the Japanese countryside, but you might not want to wander too close, for this is the spot where 55 women were killed by Takeda soldiers. One of the richest clans in Japan during the Shingoku Jidai was the Takeda. The landlocked province of Kai had to find ways to fund their armies and campaigns, and they found a way to do so: gold. In the hills near Mount Karakawa, the Takeda clan had a gold mine. Gold had been mined from these hills since the Heian period, which is between 794 to 1185, and during the Sengoku Jidai, the Takeda took advantage of the mines. This was a major operation which required miners, guards, and women to entertain the men during their off hours. Not all of the gold that was mined from these hills was used for war. Some were buried in the hills as offerings to the gods, mainly as offerings for good fortune for the Takeda in battle, and many believe treasure caches that were also buried in the hills might still be there today. Unfortunately, the offerings could not stop the fall of the Takeda clan. While a mine and the clan did well under Takeda Shingen. The Takeda began to decline under his son, Takeda Katsuyori. The clan became a shell of its former self after their devastating defeat at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575. The Takeda clan collapsed entirely with the death of Katsuyori on April the 3rd, 1582, and the race was on to hide family secrets, mainly the gold mines. Even though the mines were beginning to run dry, members of the dying clan were worried about people finding out the location of the mine and the gold caches. To keep information about the gold from spreading, they targeted the women. They were afraid that the prostitutes learned information from the men who worked there, which could be valuable in the wrong hands. So they came up with a plan. A large platform was constructed over the Yanagisawa River, near where it flows into the Ichinos River. Once it was completed, the prostitutes were invited to come and practice a dance for a farewell party. At the height of their dance, soldiers hacked away at the wisteria vines that held up the platform, causing it to collapse. All 55 women fell into the gorge below. Some were killed in the initial fall, but the others who survived the fall were swept away and killed when they went over the waterfall. Their bodies were found downstream by the villagers of Tibayama, and they were fished out and buried. They later built a monument in the memory of the victims. Now, while it has been called Oran-buchi, many people and historians have pointed out a couple of facts. First, what happened to the miners and the guards? Would they not have been killed too? Unfortunately, I have not been able to find any information regarding the men that worked the mines, so I cannot say anything as to their fates. Even the Japanese Wikipedia page that Google translated did not mention anything about the men. The focus seems to be primarily on the women, which brings us to the next point that has puzzled people. The name Oiran is a high-class prostitute. They were above common prostitutes, known as Yujo or Yuyo. For while they might have been sex workers, the highest ranking Oran Tayu might not engage in sex work. They also had talents in traditional arts and were known to be exclusive and expensive. These ladies would not have entertained minors, but Yujo would have. On top of this, the profession of Oran came about during the Edo period, which is between 1603 to 1868. Years after this incident occurred. Perhaps the name Oran-buchi came about during this era, and even though they might have been lower class prostitutes, perhaps the name was given to them out of honor due to the violent nature of their deaths. It is just a theory of mine, but there is another that many historians entertain, and that is that the women were not prostitutes at all. Under Takeda Shingen, the Takeda clan used female ninja to help gather information about their allies. this meant that these ladies not only had information on the enemies of the Takeda clan, but they had information on the Takeda clan as well. Now, historians have entertained the idea that the death of prostitutes might have actually been a cover for killing some of the female ninja that was under the employ of the Takeda clan. The performance would have been a good cover to lure these women to the platform, and the death of these women makes more sense once you change it to ninjas instead of prostitutes. This is just a theory that has been proposed to explain the deaths of the women, but it still does not explain why the miners and guards were not killed. Now, Oranbuchi is considered one of Japan's most haunted places, much like what happened with Huchioji Castle, due to the instant of sudden death that happened at this location. The land has been imprinted by the spirits of those who have died. Most of the activities that have been reported here at this location have mainly occurred at night. The most common thing that most people experience here are the cries and screams of women falling to their deaths. Singing has also been heard on the bridge where the platform once stood, marking the women's final moments before they died. Those who are able to reach Oranbuchi are advised to go during the day because one could easily fall off the edge. This is another reason why men are cautious about going to this area. It is said that the vengeful spirits might retaliate against any men who dare come near the site by pushing them off the edge, making them experience the same fate as them. A sign stands near the bridge today as well as the monument, and even the sign is considered to be haunted. The sign tells the story about what happened at Oranbuchi, but according to legend, it is said that if you read the sign in its entirety, the curse will be placed upon the reader. I managed to find a picture of this sign on Google. Dare to read it? That's some crazy stuff. So, that is a story that I did want to share right there. I know that was kind of cheesy. It's like I said, a lot of archaeology and stuff has already been found out that shows that these mines had never been hidden. They were actually mined well after the legend, and there's just a lot of things that contradict it, but it's still a good story, and people do consider it to be haunted. So I'm not the one to say if it's real or not, or if it's actually haunted or anything, but you decide. If you I didn't want to just leave the whole story out, you know what I mean? So I did want to bring that into it. Now, right now is getting pretty close to another engagement that I have to be a part of at the moment, but I wanted to find out how far I actually got here. Yeah, now see, I wanted to do the copper pools, and I could probably pull this off, but I am going to hold off on this and maybe come back to it later on. It'll give me some more time to pull up my information on some of the stuff, because I do want to I do want to get more into a lot of the ghostly apparitions and stuff that's mentioned into a lot of the stuff, like the Kappa monster is another one that I really do want to get into and kind of bring out as I go along with this. So it's like I said, this is going to be more than just a one episode series, because the Japanese hauntings are probably the best ones out of all of them, to be honest with you. Them and well, anything in the Orient, especially when it comes to China, even China and Indonesia. They have some of the coolest haunting spots in the world, to be honest. And I'm kind of debating on doing the Air Force Base that's over there too, because it's a pretty big hot spot. It's supposed to be one of the most haunted places in the world, to be honest. So maybe it'll give me a chance to regroup and get some of this stuff going. And I apologize about my bad reading. I do. This Japanese writing is horrible. This is almost as bad as Latin. If you guys have heard me read Latin, you know how bad I am at that. So, you still there, Mark? Okay, so he is definitely not there. Okay, he did write some stuff in here. He said, I always get interested in the Yukiana, which is the snow women who freezes people with their breath, and their take on vampirism, not related to the Yoki Onna. Kujin, I believe, are they called? No, Kujin, I believe they're called. More of a ghoul than Western vampires. Yeah, we've had conversations about the vampires in the Orient. So I find it interesting that they hop too, and the ones that I have done research on, they not only hop, but they actually resemble zombies as well as vampires. So I find that pretty interesting myself. So no. With that being said, we have come to an hour and 6 minutes in recording. I have an hour and 24 minutes in live stream. I will check everything to see if we have any comments whatsoever. And if nothing else, I will go ahead and end it. There we go. Anthony McDonnelly says hello from Dublin, Ireland, where it's lashing out. I'm guessing lashing out means it's snowing, because he put snowflakes next to emojis next to it. So thank you for making your comment, Anthony McDonald. Here's a shout out to you, and thank you for taking time to hang out and listen to the stream. We haven't got any other comments by the looks of it. So I do have 2 viewers on Rumble, but I could be one of those viewers. So with that being said, I guess it's best to just go ahead and end this. Mark, if you are there, I'm going to end the stream and stop the call. And I'm glad that you stopped in for a while, and I will see you here in a little bit. I'm going to get off of here and hopefully be able to get on and check out Nancy Planetto on Vixen's Vault, see what she's doing. If you guys want to watch a good show, might want to check that out. It's with Dregus Production. That's what Mark W., who was just on here, is a part of. He's got some pretty good shows, and tonight he has his shows going on there. So after I'm done here, man, stop over there and check it out. He's got pretty good show. He's got quite a few pretty good shows on tonight. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and stop the stream, and thank you guys again for coming in. Have a good night.
But sometimes you get them, they'll flash you back. Sometimes they flash me first. I'll be sitting out there on the back of the truck videoing, and I'll take a break, and next thing you know, I get the Dickens flashed out of me. Like it's kind of like somebody walked up with one of them old Kodak cameras with a flash bulb and took your picture. It's kind of like that, and then I can tell where it came from, and then 9 times out of 10, it's a little bitty object up there, just barely moving. That's the one that did it. And you wonder, how in the hell did they put such a powerful beam down on me on my truck? Because it's not hitting the whole yard, it just hits me.
Now,
But
have you been?
you don't ignore them. You can't ignore them in the yard. They'll get your attention.
Have you been keeping track with like watches and stuff, making sure that you didn't have any like lost time or anything?
Yeah, they can get me anytime. Because when I was doing the construction job, we were building these comfort stations at a big golf course over here. And at getting up early in the morning, I was just dragging tail, and I'm out there trying to video you. Next thing I know, I go.
Oh my goodness.
wake up 20 minutes later, and I'm like, okay, I'm still here. But I've got at least 2 videos where, hey, I fell asleep, and I woke up, and I looked completely different direction, and there's a UFO flying by.
Wow.
So at first I thought, maybe they're reading my mind. They've got to be able to read my mind because they know where I'm looking with my little scope. And then I got to thinking about it. And I was like, well, they got to be able to read my mind. How the hell would they know where I was looking? Because I've got a little bitty objective on my scope. It's not some wide pan view of half of the sky. It's not like that. I've got a small view of the sky. But it's high definition, and it's just a little area. But how they know to be there at the right place at the right time is a mystery. It's not like I've got 400 UFOs going across the sky the whole time, and I just look up and I video one. There'll be 3 UFOs maybe in one afternoon, and that's it. That's all they'll do. Mm-hmm. And then they're finished. But I'll have 2 or 3 of those recordings, at least 2 of them, if not 3 of them. And I've thought about it. That's the question that's drove me crazy for ever since I noticed it. And somebody made the comment one time, because they move very fast. Oh, that's a meteorite. Well, I must have had that on my mind when I went out in the yard recording, because ever since then, they turn now, and they do flips. They don't do the straight across the sky stuff anymore. And that part is I just thought it was hilarious they started doing that. And not only they do that, it's like they're coming out into the atmosphere real quick. They come in, and it's almost like they try to put the brakes on just long enough for me to get a picture of them before they zip out of the sky again. And I have over 1,000 of these things. And it's not coincidence. It's not meteorites, any of that stuff. It took me a whole year to film a meteorite. Yeah. We have falling stars down there all the time. It took me over a year to film one meteorite, and I was like, oh my God. By the time I get my scope up, the thing is burned out. And key word is burn. They have a tail to it, and you can see the obvious difference in it. Mm-hmm. And when I got the editing program, that allowed me to zoom in on my video, and because I'm high definition, I'm digital, you can see that a lot of these flybys that I thought was cigars and Tic Tacs, they're not. They got a top on. And that's kind of, that was cool. I was like, wow, I can see the top on it. Look at that.
When you was talking about the cigar spaceships last night, it reminded me, I don't know if you ever gotten into like a Skinwalker Ranch or nothing, but
yeah, I've seen some of those episodes.
No, I mean like the old original book from what's his name, the guy that owns Hojo, and he's really into science.
Yep.
He went out there and owned it first, and the guys that own the property there was telling their story, and they wrote a book about it. And the woman who lived there said that frickin' they even had an incident where a craft that looked like a frickin' RV was parked right next to the house, and they could look straight across and see this alien sitting there like he at a desk. through a window, man. And I was like,
That's
oh,
cool.
man. I was like, that's some crazy stuff, you know.
So anyway, if you could show that compilation of flybys, this is only 6 months worth. It's not
Okay.
anywhere close to the whole collection. But I've slowed them all down. They're all slowed down to 20% speed so everybody can see them.
Okay, no, I'm gonna mute the commercial so that we don't give YouTube any special kind of advertisement. We don't care about their, click games like, you know what I mean? Those little games that you go in and click on and stuff like that. So,
Oh, I know.
all right, so I'm gonna give it the widescreen too. And I've had to do this with Bob Dub, so I kind of got a little background on it, on how to get it to where it looks nice.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got that set up.
Yeah, I can't see it playing anywhere, so.
Yeah. I've got it on YouTube. I've got it on Rumble, and I've got it on Odyssey.
Yeah, I'm on Rumble also. Anything I record on YouTube automatically gets downloaded to Rumble, but I don't have near as many views as I do as X. X is just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take all day long to get 50 views on YouTube, but it takes sometimes less than 2 minutes to get 50 views on X.
I've seen that. That's nice because you see the star shooting straight across right there.
Yeah.
That's real. Yeah. Now that's another thing too. You mentioned, like you said, you don't do videos on them too much, but I asked you last night about the rods and everything. You said you've actually taken video footage of the rods too, didn't you? The ones that shoot up out of the ground.
I captured one for you last night that's very, very clear. Actually, it's posted on my YouTube channel. It's the last video I put up. If you can get over there to the channel and see it.
Okay.
If not, I can send you a link to it too.
Yeah. I'm on your channel at the moment too, so it's after this, if you want to, we can go through it and stuff. Here, I could probably send you the link to my stream. I've got.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just for you. After you said that, and I was like, yeah, I'll send him this. I'll capture it and go ahead and upload it. It's got 42 views on it. That's how many it's got.
I actually went and did some research on it when I first heard about those, and like there's this one guy, I think he lives out on the West Coast. He says that freaking they happen to him all the time. And
Yeah, I see them. I never pay any attention to them, and I really don't post them too much. It's people on my channel, they're confused enough as it is. You put something like this in there, they go, well, that's got to be a bug, right? And I'm like, no, it's not a bug. So I got really aggravated at the people that were calling my orbs bugs and dust and stuff like that. I went out there in the pouring down rain, and I mean pouring down rain. If you were a bug, you couldn't have flew to save your life. It was raining so hard, it'd have washed you out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And I captured the orbs in the pouring rain, and it does not affect them at all. Doesn't mess with them, not one little bit. And then the other thing I did was I went out there several nights this winter when it was in the 30s. And, in the 30s in Florida, there's nothing flying in Florida.
Yeah.
You drop the temperature down to 30 degrees down there, everything dies or shuts down.
That's what I was getting ready to say. The fruit, especially, like you
I had a yard full of orbs like you wouldn't believe. I had so many that I didn't know which way to look. And then there were some new ones that showed up that weren't even round. They were cubes. And I had some small Tic Tac looking shaped objects. And then they paired up. And the difference in my orbs and everybody else's orbs is obviously the size, because I can measure off the treetop. I film on the treetop in the same location every time. That way I know how big the object is, and I know it's in focus. And I've got manual focus. My scope doesn't go dilly-dallying around trying to focus on it. It's already focused. If I focus on that treetop, anything around that treetop, what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
It's not going to show a speck of dust or a little tiny bug. It'll pick up little moths and stuff like that. You can see them in the background, but I can pick up the wings on the bat, their little ears sticking up. I pick up all that stuff, the dragonflies. But when an orb shows up, it's sitting right next to it. You know it's in focus.
Mm-hmm.
It's not sitting there 2 foot in front of me to make the orb. It's actually goes behind the tree. That's what makes the difference. Is mine doesn't bounce around like the orb is 2 foot in front of me. They're actually 20 to 40 feet away.
Yeah.
And the tree itself is 23 foot in one spot and 43 foot in the other spot. I've got it measured off. I have a laser rangefinder, infrared laser, built into the other scope, so I know exactly the distance of all the stuff in the yard. So it's pretty easy to size it up. You can say, well, that's a basketball and that's a beach ball, and that thing there is 6 foot big.
Yeah.
Here it comes, you know?
Yeah. I like how you said you used the tree too, because that helps to freaking give it perspective, you know, make sure everybody knows, look, it's going back behind that tree, so it's not something in front of it.
Well, you know, in 3 years, I've only seen a bat go after one of these orbs.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of WoW Talk. Today is the first episode for 2025. I'd like to welcome everybody and show off my new background slideshow that I put together, my new animation. The microphone I did as a project for Dragus Production, and I came up with even better concepts for it that I wanted to put on my streams. Everything seems to be up and running. I had some issues because of my updates. I went ahead and decided to upgrade to Windows 11, which I don't know why I decided to do, but I did it. And first thing it did was froze up my computer, and my computer is not a toaster, I'll put it to you that way, so that kind of freaked me out a little bit. But I do have a lot of stuff in my memory which could have been a issue, and you know, rendering 5 videos on Blender at the same time might have been an issue as well, so because I have a lot of things that I need to do, you know, and I don't think things through like I should, but with that being said, it froze it up. Then after that, what happened was when I finally got my computer up and going again, it had to repair my Windows program so that it could start up, and when it did, all of my audio went nuts. So I basically had to adjust that, and then after that they turned around and wanted to do updates. So it's kind of getting a little hectic with this Windows thing, because I'm constantly being asked to shut my computer down so they can do updates, and every time they do that I have to go in and adjust the audio. So just so you guys know, that's the reason why I like to do my audio tests before every stream, because I honestly endorse that, and I say to anybody who's into the streaming, don't just get on here and stream, you know. So there's Mark. Hello Mark, how you doing?
Hi.
What you up to?
Just got back to my place.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was
Cool.
Hey, did you get the notes on everything that I
had a extremely brief look over them.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can just skim over them as we go, because, like I said, it all doesn't have to be into it. You know what I mean? It's just I've got it narrowed down to a lot more, but that's all the information that I know about the subject at hand. So, with that being said, I'll let everybody know what the topic is, or I've said it in before I started recording, but I'll say it again. But this episode is about the Dyatlov Pass incident. It's probably one of the biggest mysteries of the 20th century, to be honest. I'm surprised you never even heard of it.
I may have, but again, I can't recollect.
It's a pretty interesting story. A lot of people have had their opinions about it. You know what I mean? And scientists have always condemned a lot of those opinions, but at the same time, they've never been able to fully explain it. You know what I mean? And this is really, really interesting. It's actually pretty popular in Russia. They do pilgrimages up there to in dedication to the people who died in it.
I actually did come with a theory there.
Did you?
In relation, well, it's the peak of the Cold War. You've got the Cuban Missile Crisis looming.
Yeah.
Within 2-3 years. World War II ended. Various radiation, nuclear testing been done on. They walked into some sort of military testing ground, and because of the breakup of the Soviet Union and the burning of all papers and stuff, that information is now, or it may be, in a deep archive in the Kremlin.
I know they do have records, but how many of them they've got, they don't know. Because I've heard stories where like ufologists would pay off old KGB agents to you know what I mean, to gather information about their UFO stuff and stuff like that. I don't know how true that is, but I know that.
Yeah, again, it's all I can't remember. I reckon it's stuck in a FSB. Some documentation is stuck in an FSB drawer in a deep dark archive.
Now,
Kremlin or something.
No, just to bring everybody who's listening up to par on what we're talking about now. I always have a hard time speaking Russian. Dyatlov Pass incident. It's probably one of the most perplexing, unsolved mysteries of the 20th century, like I said. And what happened was in February of 1959, 9 experienced hikers perished under mysterious circumstances. And this happened in the Ural Mountains of what's now known as the former Soviet Union. Okay? Now, over 6 decades later, this incident continues to captivate the imagination of everybody, from researchers to conspiracy theorists to the general public. I've known about this for a while. It's like I said earlier before you came in, Mark, that I researched this 5 years ago, and a guy on Wow Talk, or it was either Q&A that John was doing, he was talking in the chat, and he wanted me to talk about it, and I told him back then that I didn't really want to do it at that moment. You know what I mean? Because I had a lot of good information on this stuff, and I did a lot of research on it, and it's actually pretty good. But I didn't want to just spill out a whole bunch of stuff without having you know what I mean? Because this is actually a good topic. And I'm really surprised because that nobody else showed up, because like I opened up Skype for it and everything, you know, and like that's kind of the strange part about all this. This right here was like big stuff back in freaking like 2000, 2018. But today, man, I mean, you don't, like what I said, nobody showed up. I'm like, wow. Like, that's crazy.
I think this probably be a good subject for the Marx show.
Being honest, it has a lot of different aspects to it. Like like you were talking about your theory with the military and stuff. Okay, it has that. It has cryptids. It could be possible cryptids that were involved. There's military conspiracy, the Cold War. I mean, everything that you would ever want is in this story. It's just completely amazing. It really is. Okay, so now you before we get started, let me also emphasize what I just said. Okay, these are 9 experienced hikers that perished. Okay, and it was mysterious causes. These weren't like amateur hikers up in the woods. All right.
These are probably Northern Territory, Norway and stuff. Oh no, how far north did Russia get to during World War II?
Siberia. I mean, this right here is taking place.
Yeah, so trained military veterans from World War II.
Yeah.
Not all. We only took them with 20 years or less. 15 years.
Now the expedition that was taking place was supposed to be ran by they were students and graduates of the Ural Polytechnical Institute. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before.
Yeah.
Now
same technically the same organization that owned the Tetris computer game.
Oh wow! See, that's
back in the day.
Back in the day. So now we have to talk about Tetris, and we got to talk about Pong. It's just these gamers. They need to wake up and realize, that all their games and stuff has been created by the KGB and frickin' DARPA and all these crazy alphabet organizations. It's interesting. Okay, so mostly these students came from there. Okay, they were doing it to earn a grade 3 hiking certificate, which is supposed to be the highest certificate level or it was supposed to be at one time the highest certificate level for the Soviet Union for what they were going into. Now, one of the guys' name was Igor Dyatlov, and he was a 23-year-old engineering student, and he had a really significant trekking experience. He was really experienced, like I said. Like, these weren't amateurs that just were going out to Siberia to explore, you know what I mean? They were trained to do their job, and they were very experienced.
As I said, I would suspect all of them would be special, or whatever was Russia's special forces during World War II and just after.
Well, there was an older man in there that I want to get to, because he was, well, there's actually 2 of them when it comes to Russia that was very, it complicated their investigation, and it caused a lot of cover-up. A lot of people believe that it was a cover-up, I should say, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because of their backgrounds and what was found during the.
What they were true party members, and at that time, it was known for commissars, military intelligence officers to join these sort of teams.
That's something that I do want to get into, because that is very important. Now, what happened was on January the 27th in 1959, the group began their expedition, and they started from a town called Vasai, and they were intending to travel like 350 kilometers over rugged terrain and to this day I still don't know exactly where it was their destination was supposed to be.
Technically, I think that town is actually in Pakistan.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think so, because I remember the movie, or maybe it was the documentary that was talking about that. They had to jump on a train, and then they ended up staying in a town overnight, and that was where the guy Yuri Yudin he fell ill, I believe, no, it was after they left that town. He fell ill, and he had to return to Visay. And he was the only one out of the expedition who was the survivor, and the only reason why he survived was because he fell ill and had to go back. And
you know what the illness was?
I've never found anything that indicated what it was. It was always just an illness, you know what I mean? And
an illness, some description.
And the weird part is when he finally passed away here recently, within the last 20 years, I'd say 25 years, they put a little plaque on the memorial that they had for the people who died of him next to it, because he said he wanted to be buried with his friends. But the weird part about it is like, that's very suspicious. You know what I mean? That really is very.
I don't know, comrades, chef, and all that jazz.
Well, I mean, the fact that he mysteriously fell ill just before everybody in his party.
Well, odds. Again, we don't know what illness. It could have been just simple food poisoning or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it was never. I haven't found anything that says what he was actually ill from. I've never been. It just says, every reference I've ever come across said that Yuri just fell ill and he had to return back to Visay or Visay.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Now, after that, I mean, he was basically spared, you know, from what had happened to his friends, you know, his companions. So that's what right there is one thing. Now, don't get me wrong, he might not have, you know, been a part of anything, you know what I mean? He might not, because apparently he felt so bad that he wanted to be, you know, buried next to him. So maybe that could show a little bit of things, but it does seem a little bit odd, you know what I mean?
I don't know, I can't explain it, so just chance.
No, when the group failed to return, because they were planned to return on February the 12th, that's when the search efforts began, all right? Now, on February the 26th, rescuers located the campsite on the slopes of Kholat Sayako. Sayako. This is another one of those crazy Russian names. So if I'm destroying the name, I apologize, guys. But that's just the way it gotta go. Now the mountain was named. The mountain's name means death or dead mountain. Just so you know. That's what's so strange about this. And it gets even deeper. Like I did a deep dive on this, all right? and there's a lot of strange things that are involved with it. They were trekking to this mountain, okay, and this mountain's name meant Dead Mountain, all right, and that's according to the local Mansi people. So not only am I going to be talking about the incident itself, but I also want to talk about the Mansi and the Conti, okay, and those are indigenous people of Western Siberia. Now, they basically they inhabit the region that surrounds the Ural Mountains and the Ob River Basin, which is in modern day Russia.
Yeah. Northwest. Actually, technically, just on the where Europe stops and Asia starts, somewhere around that sort of. Yeah.
You see, that helps me out too, because these people are very, very interesting. They really are. Now, together, both the Mansi and the Conti are referred to as like the Ob-Ugric peoples, and they're closely related when it comes to their language and cultures. I know there was a big uprising, I believe, with the Conti back during the Cold War. The Soviet Union had forbidden them to worship their pagan beliefs, because they were pagans, and there was a big uprising with them. So the indigenous people in that area ended up getting really, really bad reputations. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things were said about them that may have been true, may not have been true, but we can go through that. But I do know that happened, and during the investigation, accusations were made against the Mansis, saying that they could have been involved with it, all right, in murdering this expedition team. So
yeah, but I would imagine a lot of propaganda and for those people that are not deemed suitable for the socialist utopia.
Yeah, well,
but yeah,
I could see where that could be a problem there too, especially in the Soviet Union, because here in the United States people have issues with paganism, you know.
Okay, well, it's more ethnic, well, cultural ethnic. I'm just thinking of China and the Uyghur population at this present moment.
Right, exactly.
Being a good bit of similarly.
And you got to think, these people worshipped, or they believed in animism and shamanism, you know what I mean, and basic pagan worship, you know. So they're living up there, and they've actually retained a lot of their traditions over the years. Don't get me wrong. What I have learned is there is a blend of Russian Catholic influence or Protestant influence.
Yeah. Obviously, the whole the Church of the Catholic, Russian Orthodox.
Yeah, but they still blend that into their pagan and shamanistic views. You know what I mean? Like they aren't converted Christians or anything of that nature. It's kind of like a blended in. Kind of like what they did in South America in a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking of a few Latin American countries actually.
Yeah. So and it's not really a significant amount either. Like I think they incorporated Mother Mary into their beliefs or some, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah. But it wasn't anything that was really significantly enough to change their beliefs. And these are semi-nomadic people as well. So not only are they practicing paganism and animalism, and stuff like that. But they're also nomadic, somewhat nomadic. They relied on like hunting and fishing. They also herded reindeer, which that's something right there that stood out to me, because there aren't too many cultures that actually do that anymore. You know what I mean?
Isn't it North American? I mean, North Canadian, or
I've at one time maybe they did, but like the Eskimos and stuff. But I haven't heard much when it comes to Eskimos herding reindeers.
well, just because you don't hear it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But yeah, got to get your food from somewhere.
Well, I mean, it's just it was really a breath of fresh air hearing it, to be honest with you. I mean, it's like you'll hear people talk about horses and stuff like that, and cows and cattle and things, but reindeers, it was interesting when I heard that.
Yeah.
It really is. That to me, that stood out, is all I'm saying. So, I mean, I thought that was cool. And it made me think of Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Especially
feasting on Sansa.
well, it's weird because I just finished up doing that stuff with Jaffe. You know what I mean? With that Operation Secret Santa Claus, and how anal retentive he is about freaking Santa Claus. You know what I mean? So I started digging in and getting these notes together, and it pops up reindeers, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, Jaffe would love this. So these were the secret elves that collected the reindeers for Santa Claus' sleigh. Ladies and gentlemen, we've found out where the reindeers for Santa Claus come from. They're delivered to him by the Mansi and the Conti of Siberia. What do you think about that, Mark? Do you think that'll work?
Maybe.
Now, with these accusations, okay, that was made against them, it was because of their pagan beliefs. But when you actually get into the research and you start finding out what they were really about,
it's just not only the pagan beliefs. Remember, compliance to the Soviet Union itself. These people are not good citizens as far as the Soviet Union would be concerned.
Right. Now the Mansi maybe, but the Conti, they were the rebels. They're the ones who rebelled against them. And I mean, this went on for a long time. This is information that most people in the West don't even know anything about, to be honest. Like, while the Soviet Union was going on, the Conti were actually fighting against the Soviet Union, the Soviets. I don't think they ever did convert over or comply with the Soviets. And I think that's probably one of the things that contributed to them being, the Manti being accused of it, is because they didn't comply with them. So, I mean, that's just my personal view of it.
Agreed. You could say that about religious and racial standards there, but on the whole, yeah, I agree.
The thing of it is like with the Mansi and the Conti, they had a deep connection, you know what I mean, to the natural world, and if you ever really get into what their beliefs are, you'll find out that it's all over their religious beliefs, or their spiritual beliefs or whatever. That they really had that deep connection to the natural world. And from my personal experience, people who were lunar worshippers were more into a peaceful existence. They were more into And when I say lunar worship, that's the people.
What we call the Gaia complex.
Yeah.
The Gaia belief.
Yeah.
Believe in,
Right. They were more involved in the feminist aspect of religion than the masculine, which is the sun worshippers. You know, most. And the weird part about it is like up in that region, there's a lot of sun worshippers. You know, you had a lot of people who did do human sacrifices and stuff of that nature, and that was usually sun worshippers, and lunar worshippers were the opposite. They would sacrifice animals, or they would give offerings of you know, food or coins. You know what I'm saying? But they never did the whole human sacrifice thing, and that's one thing that really stood out to me. These people were more in line with the whole lunar worshippers than they were the solar ones. So it's kind of interesting with that aspect from the region where they come from. And they did have a deep connection to like nature. You know what I mean? It's a big part even today with their culture. So that's what I want to say, because that's some of the allegations that took place. They were accused of human sacrifices and stuff like that by the Soviet Union, and that's one of the reasons why they were suspected of this incident from happening, is the best way I could call it right now. These deaths is because they were being accused of worshiping pagan gods and sacrificing humans to their gods and things of that nature, which later was completely found to be unfounded. You know, it was just ridiculous. So
it's propaganda.
Yeah. Now, not only did they worship nature and stuff, okay, but and they also they had a veneration for natural forces, and also besides the natural forces, they also believed in ancestral spirits. So they believed in their ancestors as well. They believed that they were like guides that told them, you know, don't go here, go here, don't go here, go here. You know what I mean? They kind of guided them on their way and helped them through hard times and stuff. I think the scariest thing for Russians when it came to them is how they venerated the bear. And we've had conversations with Naroki about bears, so you know what I'm talking about, you know. People have like this fear of bears for some reason, and that
weirdly enough, the Soviet Union itself, one of the sort of imagery that was used within the Soviet Union was bears, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually their national animal, wasn't it?
Okay, I'm not sure. Possibly.
Because the United States is the eagle, and then I know it was always the bear versus the eagle.
Yeah, all those
you know,
the kind that puts on media stuff. Yeah.
Well, Britain's animal was the golden coin, the golden shekel.
Don't think lions.
What was it? Lions?
Yeah, lions. What's the standard? What's the flag that?
You guys have stripes. You have
national, yeah.
You're like the Confederate flag, but with more colors and stuff. Like nobody ever talks shit about your flag. You know what I mean? But like you put a Confederate flag up here in the United States.
It's not a Confederate flag. It's a flag of representing colors from each nation within the United Kingdom. What's this? Red for England. No, red for Scotland. Blue for England. No, blue for Wales. Irish green, and you know that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it represents the colours. It represents each line, each colour represents each nation.
That was a pretty good bit of information that you laid upon us, Mark Edworthy. I appreciate that. The somewhat descriptive colors of the British flag. You know, I don't even live in Britain.
The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
I don't even live in Britain, and I shouldn't know any of that. But you should know that stuff. Like if I
should know.
You know, I mean, like if you ask me about the United States flag, I know what the stars represent.
Red represents England and courage. White represents Scotland and purity. And blue represents Ireland and loyalty. So actually, Wales is not actually represented in the flag.
Well, Wales has always been a thorn in England's back. You know what I mean? Because, like, Wales, first of all, they didn't like the idea of being considered the same as England, and that just pissed the English off. I mean, I'm even talking about it.
That's true of Ireland, of Northern Ireland, and
well, they have a reason for it, though. They have a reason for it.
Jacobites in Scotland, and what's happened up till what? Technically 1992, but the troubles in the 70s and earlier.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have actually a reason for it. Like, they had their own actual cultures and country at one time, but like Wales, dude, is like, isn't Wales where a lot of royalty and a lot of kings and queens originated from Wales, didn't they?
I'm sure I would have to do some research on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
So before we get too far off track, let me go over some of this. Now, the Ural Mountains, okay, for the Mansi and the Conti, by the way, both of them, they were significant in these guys' mythologies. They were also considered sacred. Now, don't get me wrong on that. I mean, a lot of people say that they're sacred, but I also found out about the Mansi and the Conti that they didn't like hold specific areas to be sacred. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have like altars that you go to and worship here because this is a sacred spot. You know what I mean? But they considered the earth sacred. Mountains were sacred, rivers were sacred, and stuff of that nature. So they had things. Well, okay. The best thing I can say is like I did make a note of it. The mountains are often viewed as a spiritual barrier between the physical world and the divine realm. Okay. That's how they viewed mountains, and you got to remember that these mountains in English means dead mountain. You know what I mean? This mountain that they were on meant dead mountain. So, and this gets even deeper into it when it comes to the Mansis, because like, and I don't know how you would handle this because I know how you are about the whole paranormal and spiritual thing. So I don't intend to really get a positive feedback from you on this one.
No, it's skeptical.
Yeah, but there is a lot of compelling stuff when it comes to this stuff. When it comes to the Mansi, and it's not because they were, sacrificing humans or nothing. It's because of the spiritual beliefs that they had. You know what I mean? It's those beliefs themselves. The whole way that they developed their rituals. You know what I'm saying? It shaped their entire the way of their rituals and stuff of that nature. So everything rotated around these beliefs, like the mountains were sacred and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And that's what people have to understand. These were very, very important to them, but they didn't like make altars and stuff like that in the area and said we need to make a pilgrimage here because this is a sacred spot. They didn't do stuff like that, but it was very important to them. Like I said, the Mansi and the Conti, they follow a form of paganism that combined animalism with polytheism, however you say, and ancestral worship. So they had a combination of all three of those things working together. Their spiritual practices are rooted in the idea that all elements in all natural world rivers, forests, mountains, and animals are inhabited by spirits or deities. So everything has a spirit. And animalism is where, what's his name? Who was the guy that came up with Dracula? Clive Barker. Was it Clive Barker?
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
That was animalism was one of the concepts that he came up with when it came to Dracula, because he founded it all on the idea that everything had a spirit, even the trees. You know what I mean? Like the trees actually had a spirit, the soil had a spirit, so did inanimate objects, I believe. Everything had a spirit, you know. And when I say animalism, that's what I'm talking about. You know, I mean, everything had a spirit. And this is the kind of stuff that they believe. They believed that the rivers and the forests and the mountains and animals, everything, they're inhabited by spirits or deities. So it had a spirit or a deity that was involved with it. I have some.
By the way, it was Bram Stoker.
Bram Stoker, yeah. He was the one. He was the one that incorporated this idea into. See, that's the one thing that I learned back when I learned about. Have you ever heard of a story called Salem's Lot?
Rings a bell.
Salem's Lot kind of goes into that, and that eventually led me to find out that Bram Stoker is actually wanted to incorporate that too, because like when a vampire is transformed into a vampire, he becomes aware of all of these deities and all of these spirits around him in nature, and he can actually hear them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure if that's if it was that was his idea or if that's just a reinterpretation.
Of course, it's a reinterpretation. It's animalism.
Yeah, I mean, not he didn't come up with the idea of the connection with Dracula. But I think that's a later idea.
Well, who would come up with it? I don't know of anybody who actually developed a vampire like that.
Yeah, the Dracula story franchise, whatever you want to call it, story has been rewritten many times.
Yeah. Now, I do have a list of these deities and stuff that they did worship. Okay. Now they have I believe. Oh, I have 3 of them that I can share. And the first one is Numi Taram. And Numi Taram is the supreme sky god in Mansi and Conte mythology. He's associated with creation, order, and the heavens, often depicted as a distant and ominous figure. Numi Torum governs the cosmos, but rarely intervenes in human affairs. So then you have him, and then you have the Earth goddess Cultus, or Caltus, and she is believed to provide fertility and sustenance. She is revered as a nurturing yet powerful force who governs the natural world. So right there, that's where I came up with the whole lunar worshippers. They were lunar worshippers, and lunar worshippers usually take on the feminist aspects of religion, and that's where you start hearing about things like nurturing. You know what I mean? And a powerful force, but nurturing, and think fertility goddesses. That's Gaia, like you were talking about. You know what I mean? So these people were very much into all of that. They would have been like, or they probably are still to this day, like the hippies of what is that? What's Siberia? That have been like the pacifists. You know what I mean? The hippies that rebelled against those evil dictators. So now, from what I've heard, the Mansi, I don't know for sure if they just caved in and said, okay, we'll follow your mandates, or if they actually or anything about that. I know that they didn't rebel against the Soviet Union. I know that the Conti ended up doing outright rebellion when it came to it, but the Mansi, they still practiced and everything. Maybe they were like the passive resistant kind, you know what I mean? Like how,
well, if you're nomads, it's hard to keep you in one place, obviously. So,
yeah, it's true. I wasn't even thinking about that. If they're moving from place to place, they'd have to be tracked. And I later on, I do want to get more into them and find out what their history is, because I did research on my other channels, the strange stories about the gypsies, and I know, and I know that back in the day, they were treated pretty harshly, like kings and royalty.
Didn't we have part of the stream a couple of months ago talking about the Romanian or Romanian gypsies.
Mm-hmm. Like the nobles would literally hunt them down with search parties to just like massacre them. You know what I mean? They didn't want anything to do with them. So I'd really like to get deeper into this and check it out more on them, because I think there would be an interesting. It'd be a good deep dive to actually go in and find out what was going on with them. Now, this one is the one that has to do with the reindeers, the deity associated with hunting and the forest. This deity is called Yelping Nyar, or Nayar, or Nyar, however you say that shit.
Yeah.
Now, he's associated with hunting in the forest. Hunters would invoke Yelping Nyar for protection and success during expeditions. So whenever they went out on an expedition or they wanted protection, they would invoke him. Now, this is probably the deity that stuck out to me the most. Okay, because like these are protection deities. These are the ones that protect people of the Mansi and the other ones, the Conti, and so they had these different deities, and there were deities that were protectors. You know what I'm saying? So when we get into the whole conversation, you'll start hearing about some of the stuff that was supposedly supposed to be involved in this stuff, and there's a lot of theories on it. But like, if you take a look at this protector, and you keep that in mind when you hear it, you can see that there is possibly probably a supernatural, divine, whatever you want to call it, take to this. But I don't think that any scientist is actually going to say, yeah, it was a magical deity from, you know, that caused this problem. You know what I mean? Nobody is going to do that. That'd be like political suicide for anybody, you know. But it's really strange. This Yalping Nayar, I want to get his name right too, you know. So, got any feedback on that?
No, we mind. I was thinking the Greek mythology, Apollo and what's his sister in Greek mythology? The god of fertility, goddess of fertility.
No, that Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Aphrodite. Yeah, she.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that sort of similarity.
So now with the ancestral spirits, okay. Now with them, they played a crucial role in these guys' daily life. That they're believed to offer guidance, protection, and blessings. All right. Special offerings are usually made to ensure their favor. So they would make offerings to them. You know what I mean? So, and that it's kind of weird too, because I did do research on this, and they would leave coins for these deities, or these.
Is that so strange?
Well, the gypsies is what's so strange. The way the gypsies do their thing, like they use rocks, okay, and this is what stuck out to me. Like, a lot of people don't know this.
What is that? What is that water fountain in Italy? That's in the Vatican. Is it possibly in Vatican City? That is traditionally you just pour a coin into.
Oh man, is that the one where the angel pees on you?
Potentially, possibly.
Like, you know about that one, right? Like,
yeah.
Like you go up there and they'll just like randomly pee on you.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that's in it.
Something like that, yeah.
I still don't know for sure if that's like a practical joke, or if like it's just messed up at some point in the past and it does it randomly or something. You know what I mean? I remember they had those videos of it, and I checked it out, and they said that it's been doing that for years. Like, if you're up there and you throw that coin in there, the freaking angel will literally pee on you.
I think I lost this myth.
No, it's like video footage, dude.
Okay.
Like, they've got funniest moments out that came out back in the 90s and stuff. You know what I mean? And like, they've literally got footage of this angel just peeing on people who are standing by the fountain.
Okay.
It's crazy, but it actually is true. I'll find one of the old clips. They're around on YouTube somewhere. I just have to.
Let's see. Yeah, see. Mannequin is. EIS.
Manicus.
Mannequin. MANNEKEN.
Is that the name of the statue that you're talking about?
Yeah. Actually, it's in Brussels.
Oh, it's in Brussels. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I
No.
think there is a fountain in Italy it's traditional to throw coins into.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure it's in the Vatican City.
Now Brussels is up there around Germany too, though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that would go perfect with this culture too, because like um, Germany, first of all, is was actually called what was it? It was you had Prussia. It was Prussia. You had Russia, and then you had Prussia.
That was one province of
Yeah.
Germany.
Well,
Well, what we call Germany now, yeah, especially in the 19th century, a lot of provinces, self-contained countries, I suppose, popped up and disappeared and popped up, yeah, up till, remember Germany wasn't unified until 1872.
1872. No. Because well, they had the Weimar government first.
Technically, German as a country is younger than the United States.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
And there was that time too where actually they didn't change the name of Germany, they just changed the government's name.
Yeah, they're unified country.
Well, I'm talking about what was it, the Weimar government?
That's between
After World War
between
One.
World War One and World War Two.
Yeah, and that wasn't changing the name of the government though, or the name of the country. It was just the name of the.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a good point to bring up. So now with that we can go on to these animals with the animals and how they were considered sacred. Now these guys believed that the animals were sacred messengers, or they embodied, they were the embodiment of spirits. This is where I was talking about with the bears in particular. All right, they revered the bear. It was held. Its status was really high in the Mansi and Conti traditions. Like the bear was that, and that's probably where it became eventually, the animal. You know what I mean? The government animal. Because I could see that now that I think about it, because the bear, I believe, was the Soviet symbol. I don't know what the Russians are, if they still believe in the bear or not. I haven't kept up that much on them, but
Depends on which culture.
now the bear is often regarded as a mediator between humans and the spirit world. Ritual bear festivals where the animal is ceremonially honored and its spirit is released are the central aspects of their worship as well. So these people would ceremoniously honor these bears, and they would kill bears, dude. So I think that being able to like sacrifice a bear would probably scare a lot of people, just in my opinion. You know what I mean? If like regular Joes in the Soviet Union was to go up into Siberia and see these indigenous cultures sacrificing bears, that would probably be pretty traumatic to them. You know what I mean? That's just my take on it.
Well, the city folk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I pick on Amos all the time about kangaroos. You know what I mean? And like getting into a fight with a kangaroo. You know what I mean? Like, who in their right mind would want to fight an animal that could kick your ass with just one punch, break every bone in your body? You know what I mean? But there's people down there that do that stuff. They even eat kangaroo.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
You can buy kangaroo steak. It's well, I won't say it's common in the UK, but it's you can order it easily.
you guys are something else. That's almost
No doubt in the US you could probably order kangaroo
no.
steaks.
Anything
Quite
that could stand up and
easily.
like give you a high five is just off the table, man. You know what I mean? I couldn't see myself eating a kangaroo. It just
I don't know. I don't know. I'd try anything once. Huh.
but my whole point was is like that's probably a softer version of their reaction when they saw these people sacrificing a bear in their festivals, and not only that, but ceremonially, you know what I mean, like ceremonial uh, sacrifices. You know, I think that would probably flip them out, to be honest with you. So that
Don't know. Depends on how it's done, I suppose.
Okay, so what they basically do is they perform rituals, they offer sacrifices, and they interpreted signs from the spirit world. That's what these people did. Their tools included drums, sacred objects, and ceremonial customs. And these were adorned with symbols of their spiritual journeys. So. With that, you have to get into the shamans. So this is the shamanism that goes into it. Shamans were usually called upon to heal like physical and spiritual ailments, and they would use these rituals, or they would involve these rituals, which were basically like chanting and drumming, and then of course, the invocation of protective spirits that would come in and heal a person who was ill. You know what I mean? Or just protection and stuff of that nature. Then you had divination. So you had the shamans that did that. Then you had divination. It was a common practice for these guys to seek guidance from the spirit world. Shamans used sacred objects, like I said, in natural elements. Now they were into fire, water, and stuff like that. They used it to interpret messages. So they would use objects or natural stuff like fire, water, things of that nature. I don't even know what they believed in. Like, I know that we had natural elements, which was fire, water, air, and what's the other one? Fire, air, water, earth.
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, well, actually, they would do it because they worship the mountains and stuff of that nature too. So, that would make perfect sense. Now, the Mansi and the Conti marked seasonal changes with communal ceremonies to honor the spirits of nature. These events often included dances, songs, and offerings. Now we get to the natural landscapes. Okay, the natural landscapes play a central role in the Mansi and Kanti's religious practices. Now, they had specific locations, such as groves, springs, and mountains, and remember, Dead Mountain, keep that in mind, all right? And they are considered sacred, all of them are sites of worship. So they would go to these places to worship them, but they weren't like, this mountain is like the central mountain where we were all going to make a pilgrimage to. You know what I mean? They would go to mountains, just period. You know what I mean? That's the one thing that I did find out about that, and it's really kind of it is pretty much a nomadic kind of thing, because you can see that too when you well, just watch documentaries of Mongolia, you know, and the way the nomads participate or act down there. That was a really that was really how they practiced it. Like if they were around a certain area that had like mountains and they wanted to do their ceremonies on a mountain, and they would go to that mountain, and that would be important to them at that moment. Now, like I said, with these rituals, you know, they made offerings, okay, and the common offerings that they usually made was like food, which consisted of meat, fish, or bread, you know, things of that nature. They would use animal sacrifices, and then they would also use coins and other valuables. And that was basically the extent of it. Now, like I said, there were allegations that were made about the Mansi about human sacrifices during the time of this whole situation that was taking place, okay? But historically, there's been no substantial evidence to suggest that the Mansi or the Khanty people practice human sacrifices as a part of their religious traditions, all right? Their rituals and spiritual practices primarily focused on animal offerings, particularly reindeer and other domesticated and wild animals. Now, the domesticated thing is kind of what struck my attention. I hope they're talking about horses, you know what I mean? And even in that aspect, I mean, nobody wants to see a horse sacrificed, you know what I mean? But like what
I don't know. Again,
like,
it's all food at the end of the day.
well, I mean, you know, Jeffy and him always talks about cats and everything over there in Korea. So it's like when
Every culture's got its own delicacies.
now they did use reindeer, particularly. That was one of the big things. Now, when it comes to that, other than that, they used offerings of like food, coins, and valuables to appease spirits and deities. But that was basically what they used. Okay. Now, the sacrificial rituals among the Muncies and the Khanties often involved animals like reindeers, which held significant spiritual and economic value. Okay, these sacrifices were performed to honor deities, seek protection, or ensure successful hunting and reindeer herding. So these guys, the reindeer were used, you know, for they would sacrifice one of them so that they would be able to herd their reindeers good. They would have a successful hunt and things of that nature. Items such as bread, fish, and coins were common offerings. They were left at sacred sites like groves, springs, and mountains. So they would leave coins and stuff like that behind. Now the springs would probably come from like you were talking about, the fountains, okay, and for me, I find that to be a lot more of a Indo-European kind of thing, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, I kind of get this whole blending of Indo-European with lunar worship, you know?
Okay.
Because a lot of the Indo-Europeans were solar worshippers,
Well, I think it depends on which part of the hemisphere you're on.
well,
Because obviously,
we're talking about that.
further south, it's more sunnier.
Well, dude, lunar worship. You know what lunar
Yeah,
worship is.
there will be exceptions, but as an example, Aztecs are Aztec civilization was sun
Yeah,
sort of worshippers.
yeah,
So,
I know. They were well, Babylonians. Okay, a lot of people,
mm,
a
yeah.
lot of, a lot
So
of,
yeah, the tougher you go, the warmer it is.
you know. Now the Babylonians, though, you got to understand, they were lunar worshippers. They didn't believe in
Well,
this.
yeah, there's going to be exceptions to that rule, but
You know.
as a generalization.
And like the Indo-Aryans up in that region, which is north, were actually solar worshippers. You know what I
Mm,
mean? Like they, they actually did that, and a lot of solar worshippers believed in human sacrifices, which
mm,
kind of makes it interesting because, like I said, with the whole thing about the springs and groves, maybe not the mountains as much. I have heard some things, especially in the Turkish area with the Urartu, that they did worship, and the Scythians and the Sarmatians. They were real big on the mountains. They actually had a deity that was a mountain god,
mm.
and they were Indo-Europe or Indo-Aryans too.
Well,
So
it's obviously if you've got mountains around you and you're in a primitive culture, then yeah, you're going to worship what's your environment of some description. So if you've got mountains there, you're going to worship some deity on the mountain.
well, think about it too. Like they believed that this deity was walking on this mountain, and was what was causing thunder. You know what I mean? So they would hear
Mhm.
thunder in the distance, and they would think that it came from this mountaintop where the gods were. You know what I mean? Um,
Mm.
that's one thing that always stuck out to me. So it would make sense that people would be mountain worshippers. So I always thought that was pretty good. But the but the spring connection thing there, you know what I mean? That kind of sticks out to me where it's kind of strange. It might have been a culmination too, you know, because like eventually a lot of these Indo-Aryan cultures did settle down. Like they didn't all just like migrate freaking east all at one time. It took time for them to eventually make it to the Caspian and Black Sea, all the way over to Asia. You know, it took thousands of years actually. Well, not thousands. Wait, maybe,
Well, yeah. Well,
maybe. Um, but it took them time to get there. You know, because you were talking about the
mm,
Uyghurs. The Uyghurs
yeah, yeah.
are they're a good example of Indo-Aryan. So, like in this region, they could have all kind of culminated. And this is where they came from, you know. So I wanted to get through that and talk about that with you guys and bring that out first about these guys and kind of give an idea of what they were. Now their sacred ceremonies, they included bear festivals. They emphasized reverence for the animal spirit. The bear, considered a divine mediator, was treated with respect, and its spirit was symbolically released during elaborate rituals. So it was symbolically released. You know, I think that's probably like a load of shit. You know what I mean? I can't really cave into that because I've been seeing a lot of that in like a lot of my a lot of the channels that I go to that I like to read check out when it comes to history. They're getting
Okay.
they're getting really woke on a lot of this shit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
There's no other way of saying it. You know what I mean? Like it's just so saturated now. I mean, channels that I actually liked and I respected, I still I can't handle going to it anymore because of how disgusting they are. You know what I mean? They've just warped the hell out of history, and this is one of them, like symbolically released. You know, and its spirit was symbolically released. You know,
Okay.
nomads who believe in paganism don't symbolically release animal spirits during during rituals.
How would you describe it?
They would reenact it, is what they're trying to
Okay.
say. Like the shamans would
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That makes more sense.
reenact the sacrifice, basically. I just don't see that as happening. You know what I mean? Now, there have been occasional speculative claims or misunderstandings about human sacrifices in Siberian indigenous practices, often stemming from earlier explorers, anthropologists, and missionaries who misunderstood the symbolic nature of the rituals. That's basically what the deal was. It all started because, like, all of these early explorers and anthropologists from way back when, and the missionaries, they just misunderstood the symbolic nature of it. And they took it as like human sacrifices. Um, Now, if I can find any kind of evidence of that taking place, then I'll be the first one to say it. You know what I mean? But I can honestly tell you I've never came across anything that even suggests that they did or do human sacrifices or anything. Which, by the way, is a bit strange considering the geographical area they're in. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of that was taking place up there in that region, and especially down on the Russian, what do they call that? The Russian, the Russian,
Steps.
the steppes. Yeah, the Russian steppes.
Hmm.
It was very common in that region, so it does seem odd. Um, so I don't know for sure. I just haven't found any evidence to back up any of those claims. So, but I do find it odd that they never participated in it coming from that region. It does seem to be pretty strange. Um, Now, the thing of it is the Dyatlov Pass incident also contributed to myths surrounding the Muncie. Had a lot of profound theories suggesting ritualistic involvement. These speculations have been debunked according to a lot of people, as the Muncie's spiritual practices emphasize harmony with nature rather than violence or harm to humans. That is true to a lot of extent from everything that I've covered there. But also, you have to understand as well, like there is a difference between the Mansi and the other ones. I keep forgetting their names. The common.
Yeah.
Uh,
So, yeah. Yeah.
I keep forgetting their names, but they weren't the same. Like they don't accept you. You know what I mean? Like because of the treatment, I guess that they went through with the Soviet Union, the Conti. Yeah, the Conti aren't the kind of person that you go up to and ask for directions. You know what I mean? You just stay away from them. So that's one thing. And then you put like you put the whole protection thing when it comes to their spiritual beliefs. Okay, that's what I'm talking about with the Conti especially. I think maybe not as much with the Monsi, but with these Contis, they have a very bad reputation because of the way they the way they act around people who are outsiders. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
They aren't the type of person that's very social with you if you aren't a part of their tribes and stuff of that nature. And they have every right to. You know, I mean, they've like I said, they had to fight against the Soviets during the Cold War and stuff of that nature. So I can see where there would be a bit standoffish, you know. So what's your take so far?
Yeah, well, yeah. um, I can comment to that. I've already commented. Yeah.
Okay, so now, like I said, these have all been basically debunked. You know, if anybody out there has any kind of evidence that backs up the fact that these guys committed these kind of things, then I'd be more than happy to look at them. You know what I mean? I personally do see things in like some of the evidence that they've thrown up in this case with the Dyatlov Pass incident when it comes to like what they talk about with their beliefs and everything. They're because you got to understand something. This is a case that's unsolved. They really don't know what happened when it comes to that. You know what I mean? So, and I don't believe that there would be any violence from the Monsi, but the Conti, there is a good chance that there was something that I'm not going to say a good chance, but there is a possibility that they could have done something. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't leave that entirely out of it. You know, because it's just really a compelling story. You know. And it's like I said, I honestly believe this could have possibly been one of the biggest mysteries of the 20th century. To be honest, it really was. Now, we already went over everything that concerns the Russian Christianity and the Russian Orthodoxy, how it influenced the Munster and all that. And that happened during the 17th century, but many of their traditions and their beliefs and practices, they still persist. You know what I mean? They still practice them and everything. Syncretism, that's something that we always talk about. Everybody that comes onto my show always talks about synchronicity and syncretism and all this stuff, you know, and that is something that's common. They believe in that. They incorporate Christian saints and rituals. They're all incorporated into their pagan framework, you know what I mean? So you have this culmination of synchronicity. You have Christian saints, and then you have a lot of the Orthodox rituals that are all being incorporated with their pagan beliefs. So that's basically what it is. So they're basically, like we said, you know, in South America, how they practice that way. So, Monty, basically, they people didn't really know much about them. Okay, they gained attention because of the Dyatlov Pass incident, and that happened back in 1959. But usually, man, people didn't know anything about them. Now, getting back to this incident that happened in 1959, it involved 9 hikers. Okay, and these hikers, they perished under mysterious circumstances, and this took place in the Ural Mountains. Just so if anybody doesn't understand what we're talking about, I'm coming back to where we're starting out. So this is what happened in 1959, and that's the reason why we were talking about the Monsi and the Conti. And during the investigation, there were accusations that were made that these people were involved in the situation. So that is basically everything that I wanted to mention about that. Now, with everything that I pointed out there, what's your feedback on that, Mark? on all of it. Like,
In what context?
when it comes to these mysterious deaths, okay? Do you think that there's a possibility that maybe they would have been involved in it in some way?
There's always a possibility. Doubtful, but there's always a possibility.
No, for me, it's like I said. I don't believe the Mansi people were involved. I do believe that maybe the Conti would have been involved, but that would only be because of like the way they've been treated, in the past for the last 100 years about their beliefs and stuff. And they actually went or fought against the Soviets because of that. So there's a lot of hatred going on there too. So it's like I was telling Mr. Robot when he was in India. He was talking about wanting to go into these small towns, and I told him, I was like, you need to be careful. Don't go straying off to these little villages, because a lot of these people in these small villages don't want outsiders coming in and sleeping in their empty buildings. You know what I'm talking about? It's like locals don't like that shit. I mean, even here in the United States, it's like freaking.
Well, yeah, I can think of plenty of small towns where I am with the same sort of attitude.
I mean, it's just so. I can see that. Now, the next thing I want to talk about now is I want to get into the tent. Okay, now this tent that was found, it was discovered damaged and half buried in the snow. Now, investigators noticed that it had been slashed open from the inside, according to the investigators. They said that in the initial investigation, they found that the tent was slashed from the inside, and that to them suggested that the hikers had fled in a panic. That they literally cut their tents open and they fled from whatever was taking place. So they slashed it from the inside and fled in a panic. Now, tracks in the snow led away from the tent, but all of these tracks were disorganized and inconsistent, okay, as if the group was running in different directions. Now, the thing that I noticed... I think we have a comment. Oh, is that you?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Was that you who made that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it'd be a good idea to split this stream into two streams,
We could.
because that's quite a lot of information there in relation to the religious or the cultural sort of backgrounds.
Now, I could start it up and get us into the tent at least and get through this area.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, they did have now what I want to do is I want to get down to this, but there's a part that comes up that involves military involvement and everything. We can get through into that. Now,
Okay.
if you want to, we could split it up, but I mean, we can get it.
Well, it's quite a large subject, so I'm just thinking it might be more practical to do that.
Now, I can do like the initial investigations and stuff stuff, but the part about the radiation being discovered, there were several anomalies that took place on that, which really started the whole mystery behind it. You know what I mean? But right now, if you want, we can talk about just go over like the injuries. You know what I'm saying? And the damage of the tents and stuff. And then we can finish it off if you want to do that. And then we can come back later and talk about the rest of it, because you're right that the whole thing with the radiation being detected there, it just leads off into a whole lot more information. So you are right about that. But is that cool? You want to do at least?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Because like this has a lot of good information in it too. All right, now the thing of it is like I said, the slashes appeared to be from the inside, according to these investigators, which means that these hikers fled in a panic. Okay, tracks in the snow, they led away from the tent, but they were disorganized and inconsistent. Now, you also have to remember what I said. These are experienced hikers, okay, who supposedly tore their tents open from the inside and then fled barefooted. Let me remind you of that, and half clothed in disorganized opposite directions of one another. Okay?
Okay.
Now, I don't see that happening. I don't see that, especially being disorganized and inconsistent, and running in different directions. Why would they split up, being expert hikers in the in Siberia? You know what I mean? I mean, probably one of the deadliest places on the face of this planet. You know, next to South Pole. and over here in Canada, like in the Yukon, I know that's colder, but other than that, like you don't do that in Siberia. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you find anything suspicious about that?
Well, it could be caused by a number of issues.
Now you
I can only speculate.
you know they came up with the whole avalanche theory, right?
Okay.
They made claims that there's an avalanche, and we can go over that later on too. Okay, but that was one of their theories, and like they keep holding on to this idea that an avalanche was responsible for this stuff, and the truth of the matter is there's nothing that indicated that an avalanche took place. Like, there was no evidence found by the people who were in the search parties that showed that an avalanche had occurred. With this tent, okay, they had old pictures that you can find. If you pay attention to the video footage, you can also see it. But what they did is they built this tent, and they took their ski sticks, and they jabbed them into the snow around the tent as like perimeters.
Yeah.
And in the videos and in the pictures, you'll see these same sticks still poking up after they found the tent tore up. Okay. Now, there's a lot of researchers who have said if that was the case, if it was an avalanche, those sticks wouldn't have been there. You know what I mean? They'd have been knocked over, they'd have been gone, but they would not have been there. But they were clearly sticking up out of the snow. All right. And to this day, the Russians still want to say that it was an avalanche. They did another investigation in 2020 and still came up with like mini avalanches now. So it went from an avalanche to mini avalanches. You know. So that's the thing about the tent that I did want to bring up. And then over the following weeks, search teams found the bodies of the hikers, and they were found under various conditions. Okay, the first group included Dyatlov, which the Dyatlov incident is named after. They were found within like 1.5 kilometers from the tent. Okay. They wore minimum clothes, and they were found either barefoot or wearing only socks. Now, autopsies revealed hypothermia as the cause of death for these individuals. Okay, now 2 months later, the remaining hikers were discovered in a ravine approximately 75 meters from the others. Okay, these bodies exhibited severe injuries. Now, Nikolai Thibeaux Brignol suffered a fractured skull. Lyudmila Dubinina and Semyon Taryov or Volotarov. They both had broken ribs. Okay, now these two, or all of them actually, this is what they attributed to falling down, collapsing, stuff like that. Okay, now I could understand scrapes and stuff of that nature, but if you actually go and you look at the footage and you look at the photos that were taken during this time period, you could see that these weren't just scratches and abrasions. They had freaking their knuckles just bare, okay, where they had apparently hit something. You had injuries to their face, dude. One of the girl and the guy who had the broken ribs, they said that a creature or a person could have possibly came up and like put their foot down on the back of their shoulder blades and crushed their ribs like that. But they would have had to have been very strong and very powerful. Okay.
Again, a bear.
Right. And it still doesn't explain why two of them had broken ribs and they were both in separate locations. Okay, like this didn't happen in the tent while they were laying down and sleeping. This happened while they were running away.
Okay.
Okay. Now, another thing they said is there had to have been an extreme fall that could have caused it. You know what I mean? It's like falling to the earth, maybe being lifted up and falling to the earth. That could have caused it. Some kind of impact that was strong enough to literally crush their ribs had to have taken place, and they don't really have any good explanation for why that took place. The region that they were found on the side of a mountain range, and there was trees or forest that was off in the distance. So they were basically looking down at this forest, and they had a huge amount of area where they could where it was just open space. It was just snow. Okay, and a few of them tried to run for the forest, and they found the bodies that was there. But then there was a couple, or about 3 or 4 of them, I believe, that was found in a ravine. And they said that one of the women had her eyes that were gone, and her tongue was literally missing out of her mouth. Okay, and they said that was due to the water receding into the things, and people who did autopsies on them actually said no, that might have happened with the eyes, but not with the tongue. That wouldn't have happened with the tongue, where it would just not be there. You know what I mean? It was literally pulled out of her freaking mouth.
Okay.
You know, these are the strange things that had taken place there, and the autopsies were supposedly revealed hypothermia as the cause of death for these individuals. And then 2 months later, the remaining hikers were discovered in the ravine, which, as I said, was like 75 meters from the others. So they were able to travel 75 meters, and then they died there by that ravine. One of them with their eyes gone and tongue pulled out. Okay. Or maybe pulled out. That's just my hypothesis, but according to them, they said that because her face was down into the ravine, you know what I mean, the little puddle of water, and they said that the puddle of water could have been what caused that, or it was what caused that, basically, is what they're saying. And then other experts came forward and just said, no, that's not true. It might be true with the eyes, but not with the tongue. These bodies, that were found in that ravine, they exhibited severe injuries, okay? And they suffered from fractured skulls, Lyudmila Dubanina and Samya Volotov had the broken ribs, like I said. The Benigna was also missing her tongue and eyes. Okay, that was the one who had her tongue and eyes missing, and that led to even more speculation about what had occurred. And I agree, that's kind of like that and the broken ribs. Okay, you can't get away from the broken ribs. There's just no way in that terrain. And I suggest that if anybody who has never heard of this heard about it, just type it up. It's Dyatlov Pass, and you spell Dyatlov Dyatlob. Type it up and look at it, and you can see the evidence for yourself, and you'll see what I'm talking about. These guys were badly mutilated. It was a horrible situation. So I suggest that anybody who is interested in this stuff check it out, because it really is a pretty fascinating story. I don't know what you think about it, Mark, but I do find it pretty interesting. Do you think it's a Yeti?
So, I think it's a Yeti.
Do you think it's a Yeti?
Probably not, but who knows?
Now, this next part that we're going to do is going to cover the other anomalies. There's more things that are involved in it. I think if you want to come back with me next week on Wednesday, and we can go through that, because this gets into what you think it is, and that's going to cover more of the military aspects of it, because this, I did want to mention the indigenous culture that was first accused of it, because nobody really covered them too much, you know what I mean? Like, they just kind of briefly went over it and said, oh, these are great people, don't worry about it, you know what I mean? And I'm like, well, what were these people like? And I started actually doing research on them, and they have a really interesting history, is all I gotta say, you know what I mean? Even apart from this, they're a very interesting culture, so if anybody's into that stuff, they might want to check them out. But what's your take?
Interference, but again, speculation.
Well, what kind of speculation are we talking about here?
Well, you've suggested that it could be interference. Those corpses were interfered with either prior to death or after death.
No, I'm talking about before death. Something did that to them. I mean, that's the cause of their death. Okay, like.
But yeah, that could be anything. It could be animal. It could be affluent. It could be falling off the mountain. A mountain. Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Oh, well, they turn an eye. They wouldn't, but the broken ribs would.
Yeah, there's nothing to fall off of, dude, at all. It's like,
right?
No.
We've got mountain.
Well, do me a favor and go and look at that when you get a chance, okay? You need to see the terrain, because I'm telling you.
Why? How deep is the mountain? Is the mountain like that or that or?
It's kind of you could call it a mountain, but you could also call it like a terrain that goes at a really extremely high altitude. You know what I'm saying? At an angle, maybe 15 to 20 degree angle, maybe. It kind of looks like that, but there's
gentle angle.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no cliffs to fall off of at all. I mean, I've looked around on that, and I'm like, dude, there is nothing that could happen there. It's just
okay.
But do me a favor and check that out. I think you'll find it very interesting. Like, the terrain itself is what screws these guys' theories up. It really does. It messes them up, because you could say that about anybody in the Rocky Mountains or, you know, somewhere that's
Mm.
mountainous like that. But you can't say it here. It's weird. Just where they found that tent, there is no way that somebody had their ribs broken like that because they fell off of a cliff. And then
Okay.
they were the two people were actually in two different areas. They weren't in the same areas. Wait, no, actually no, wait. It was in a ravine, so they could have been together. So
The ravine, so books could fall.
well, the ice, they were actually under ice in this ravine, and it was
Like
the reason why it took them so long was because it was coming to spring, and
under ice, so they could have been crushed.
abrasions, dude. Let me point that word out. Abrasions. Okay, cuts, abrasions, freaking like horrible abrasions,
Okay.
not like scratches and stuff. Okay, these
No, if enough things fall on you, you got to have to use your hand.
snow, dude, snow.
So, yeah, well, snow can be quite heavy, depending on density and.
Not enough to bust your face up, man. I mean, these.
Have you ever been hit
I've been hit
by
by a snowball.
a snowball?
Yeah, that was had ice in it, and you know what? It was thrown at me. Okay, it was thrown at me. It wasn't laying on me. That's another point that's a big issue too.
But that's just a matter. That's just depending on force.
Yeah,
I've got a
okay.
big flurry of snow, very dense snow hitting you uh, in a quick succession.
In a situation like that, I could understand deterioration. I could understand the skin
Oh.
and everything, you know, kind of withering
Mhm.
away,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like
I
with
don't
the
know. I would
eyeballs.
say ice and snow would preserve skin up to a point.
Well, the water thing with the uh, that the Benina, they said that well, I believe that was what her name was. She they said that the tongue and eyes, the cause for that was because her face was down into the water in the ravine, which was like a
Yeah.
puddle of water that was going by, and it was what caused her eyes to disappear. But then
Yeah.
one that I also heard from a person that was into doing autopsies and stuff of that nature, and they said that doesn't coincide with the tongue, though. The tongue wouldn't do that. It wouldn't deteriorate because it was in water.
Could break off though.
It might,
If the water's cold enough.
but they would still find fragments of it, wouldn't they?
If they were looking for it.
Seriously, dude. Seriously. Like, you just found a body and the tongue's missing. You're not going to look for it. Seriously.
Or if you did a fair enough search.
Well, you know, the truth is this is the Soviet Union too, and everybody knows about Citizen X. They didn't really do that good of a job with his investigation either. So, and that's another thing to take into consideration as well. This was the Soviet Union. You know, they weren't as organized as what everybody thought they were back in the day. When it finally came out and everybody realized what was going on, they realized like they had a pretty bad system set up. That's why the wall fell. You know what I mean? So you do have to take that into consideration. The investigation was probably botched. There's probably a good chance.
Possibly. Potentially.
So we are at that point where you want to break off at, and next time we'll come up with the next one because there's several anomalies that took place at the site, and these anomalies they added added to the enigma of what had taken place there. No, I'm not going to get into it, but I'll give you guys basically a feed down on it. There were traces of radiation which was found on some of the hikers' clothing. That caused an issue. So we are going to start out there, and we'll get into some more stuff that involves the actual military and things that may have taken place when it comes to that, and maybe a cover-up. So anything else you want to say before we get this done?
No, I think really you should have covered the entire sort of environmental sort of aspects. Well, environment as in where they are and the cultures that or the people that were around them.
I wanted to just get that out of the way, because like that was one big claim that a lot of people made about this situation, about the indigenous culture there, and I don't see it as being a logical explanation, other than maybe not the Muncie, but the other ones. Maybe they did it, but other than that, I don't see it as...
Yeah, just speculation,
Yeah.
no evidence.
There was a lot of previous hatred there. You could tell from the history, you know. So with that, I guess we can go ahead and end this. We got like an hour and 50 minutes into it. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, man. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Mark, do you want to tell everybody where they can find you before we get off here? Huh?
/Medworthy.
Yeah, /Medworthy. Minds.com/Medworthy. That's where you can find him. And we both hang out on Minds Chat too, so if you guys want to come in on Minds Chat, you can catch us there. We're also on Skype and Discord. I'm on Discord. He's on Discord. So I finally got Mark. Got Mark to finally get an account on Discord. So he's.
I will review my Discord feed once in a blue moon, once every month, maybe a bit more. But
so we're always around if you guys want to talk to us. If you want to come on the show, we're constantly posting links that make the Skype as well as Discord accounts available, so feel free to join us and be a part of the conversation if you want to. So with that, I am going to stop the stream and stop the recording. I'll talk to you guys later.
That's what the notion is.
They know that because they've qualified the scientists by indoctrination, and that you can't understand what the scientists are saying because it's a whole different jargon. Just like the legal side, the law, it's got its own set of definitions and shit.
They jumble them all up together in a nation of ADHD people, just like your terms and agreement. You'll just go ahead and accept it because who cares? So, hey, you're giving us the right to monitor you. We told you we're doing it. You just failed to look at it. Failed to read the...
We should all have understanding of the process and access to the process so that we can question these things and be able to know what is going into our food and our injections and whatever the hell, you know.
In a way
Yeah.
that makes it understandable. Like, do not write a
Exactly.
whole long 10-page nonsense. We don't understand this scientific method. I mean, we do, but not everyone understands the scientific method of your data and your research. So you should be able to give it. If I require slideshows and picture shows to understand what's happening, then that should be presented as an option for me to at least know what I'm getting. But the thing is that everyone's test dummies. They're guinea pigs. They don't really have a desire to teach people anything. They have a desire to get their agenda across. Which, and so funny.
Control.
I'm going down the street now it's called Neo City Way. Like, we've been talking about Neo everything. We've been talking about Neo play. Isn't that crazy? And then there's a street that we're turning down. It's Neo City. And it's
Wait
just
until
wild.
she sees something called A or E.
Ayo, and yeah, and then I start going crazy because of Taluma and like, Jesus, goodness gracious. It's just wild to me because it's so many different things that are literally right in front of our face that we just kind of brush off and graze over because it's not directly affecting me, is it? Yeah, it's breaking down your whole entire genetic composite. Now, people have no clue how detrimental the stuff that they put in their body or can be, depending on what it is. Granted, we have ways to fight and be able to be immune to certain things. And also, I understand that being subjected to certain things is how you developed immunity to the things. Like, okay, there's where were these kids at? I think it's the Dutch. I don't want to say the wrong people. The Netherlands, and they put their kids outside in the cold, and it's normal stuff for them to build an immunity to cold weather. But see, things like that looks at you, even if it's building your immunity, you're still, what are you putting them at risk at? Oh, they're not going to catch a cold. It's not no big deal because we bundle up good. It's blah 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 blah. There's every excuse as to why it's no big deal, because if we show you why it is a big deal, you might not let us do it. It might be an issue.
Now, see, the thing that gets
And
me
that's
is
with everything.
it goes deeper than even that. Like with all this stuff that's going on with the vaccines, like, people are actually fighting because they're upset that Thermosol was taken out of the vaccines, okay? And the thing about it is it was freaking done by the U.S. Public Health Service. They're the ones that decided that this stuff needed to come out of it. You know what I mean? And like all these, people who support vaccines are just so eager to bash anti-vaxxers. Like, they're just horrible people. And the truth of the matter is, it was the U.S. Public Health Service that decided this stuff didn't need to be in it.
It was dangerous, right?
Uh-huh.
But see, that's their way of building trust, because they're the ones who also are putting it out. So if I look like I'm attempting to save your life, I'm going to take this out and put in something different. What am I replacing it with, though? Hold on.
No, they're trying to say too that Thermosol isn't freaking dangerous, but if it wasn't dangerous in some way, why would the health department do that? You know what
And
I
I
mean?
just saw something on here that said that it can kill. It's dangerous. It's lethal.
Yeah.
It's lethal. Like,
Yeah,
something that it was further up.
this study saying that it's not dangerous is a big obfuscation to really, just sidetrack that it is dangerous.
Yeah. It's like, it says here that why is Thermosol still in some flu vaccines that children may have? And their best answer to that is to produce enough flu vaccines for the entire country. Some of it must be put into multi-dose vials. So it goes right back to the thing. It has to do with manufacturing, and they have to freaking use preservatives. So this dangerous freaking part or preservative is needed to go onto this vaccine because they need to make a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But,
It's not even.
Roger, I have to bail out early.
Oh,
I
it's
was just
fine.
telling you so you know. I mean, I'm gonna attempt to listen as best as I can, but because I'll be inside the gym, the signal might be few and far between. So I'm gonna keep you in my headphones, but I'm not gonna talk because it's gonna be ridiculously and obnoxiously loud. But I would like to listen, and if I can, I'll text in the chat. But sometimes the signal goes choppy. But I am, like I said, and do better. Thanks for coming. And
Yep.
and so I'll be, like I said, I'm going to listen, but I just would like to let you know if you feel like I'm inactive, I'm
that's
paying
fine.
attention. I just might not have signal. But okay, I see. All right. I mean, I'm here tomorrow. I know we have our whole thing, but thank you.
No problem. But yeah, it's like that's the thing that caught my mind or my attention. You know what I mean? Because they're it's just a preservative. You know what I mean? And it's not like they've been doing this here recently. They've been doing it for years. You know, why is it so important that they have to have mercury-based preservatives put in with this supposed vaccine that works? It's not even a part of the vaccine, you know?
Yeah.
And that's one thing I wanted to bring up. Now, another thing that I also found out when it came to these vaccines and everything is like the government implications with it. Like, have you ever heard about the polio eradication program in Indonesia in the CIA?
No.
So what I found out about that was, polio eradication, that was actually in Pakistan during frickin' our occupation of Afghanistan. So that was during the time whenever they were trying to find Obama, and they were wanting to find him and kill him, you know.
Obama or Osama?
Wait, what? I can hear. I can hear. I didn't know there was a world hunt for Obama. Last I heard
never
it was
put
Hawaii.
that together before.
What? You just making sure to see if I was still listening. Let me test Carmen to see if she's still listening. I found a spot with good signals. I'm going to be over here in the corner until they start the thing.
No, this kind of goes back to another incident that happened in Southeast Asia. It's or in Indonesia. The CIA was caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Basically, the CIA, it was a covert action program in Indonesia, which was exposed after a contract pilot by the name of Alan Poe was shot down, and it was because he was flying where he wasn't supposed to be. So whenever that happened, a lot of information came out, and the CIA was exposed for a lot of dirty stuff concerning these vaccinations that they're doing overseas. And the reason why they're doing it is because there's certain religious factions around the world who refuse to take these vaccines because of the contents that are inside the vaccines. It's against their religious beliefs.
Right.
And the majority of people who believe that way are also freaking a part of the same religions that have terrorists inside of them. So what the United States government did is started sending CIA agents into these vaccination programs that are going overseas and giving vaccines to people in other countries. So
like what Bill Gates has been doing.
Yeah.
But just a long time ago.
This, that actually, not just Bill Gates, what's his name?
How sure are we it was a long time ago? And how long was a long time ago?
Well, the thing that happened with Indonesia, that happened in 1958. So this goes back. You know what I mean? This is something that's been going on for a while. So
they can't change us through the propaganda. Now they're gonna, push the change to get us, in line and more controlling and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And
they make you
the
feel
vaccine.
like you need it. They instill fear in you.
Mm-hmm.
It's the implementation of non-existent fear, They make you feel like, oh, if you don't do this horrible, horrible thing is going to rain down on you. But like literally, how can every single vaccine takes years and years and years of development? They came out with COVID, and what was it, 6, 7, 8, maybe 8 months? And by 8 months, we had something to completely, supposedly wipe out this, and you'll be fine. But it's so
you
crazy.
think that it took 8 months for them to actually start trying to make a vaccine and then they actually put it out? No, they already had it ready, waiting.
They were working on it.
No, they already had it. They already had it stored.
As a matter of fact, I would say
ready to go.
Stored next to the COVID. They had it stored next to the COVID.
Exactly.
Elon Musk shared something on Twitter, and it was basically showing the percentages of it going down, of the effectiveness. And it's crazy because by the time he got to the end of his like slideshow thingy, I think it was like at like 29 or 30 something percent, and it was just wild because it's just like really so basic. Maybe it was 18, but it's okay. So that's wild to me because it goes from 100% effective to now you need boosters. Now you need this, like, if this one is 100% effective, why would I need a booster?
Yeah. Now, what happened in Pakistan was President Obama announced the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency had located and killed Osama bin Laden, right? And that was in 2011. So the agency organized a fake hepatitis vaccination campaign in Abbottabad, Pakistan. And that was in a bid to obtain DNA from the children of bin Laden to confirm the presence of the family in a compound and sanction the rollout of risky and extensive operation. That's what the article says. So they went in and they posed as this hepatitis vaccination team of medical professionals, supposedly, so that they could freaking get DNA from bin Laden's family, his children. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. They've been doing that not only for situations like that. Which, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with bin Laden. I don't think anything that he did was.
He was an informant. Like, the United States definitely hired him. Like, he was an informant. He was trained CIA. Like,
he was a puppet.
He was just a little pawn to do the frontman work. And it's crazy to me because, I mean, like, when they tell you they kill their frontman, they do. They go to islands like Epstein Island. Maybe not Epstein because it's already highly popularized, but there's little pieces of land. I wouldn't doubt that they're in Atlantis. Now I'm going to, okay, I know what you're saying. Of course.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Wow Talk. Tonight is going to be an interesting interview because I've actually gotten time to know this person. I know she's an awesome person. We've had quite a bit of experiences together on Jaffe Ryder Show, which is WPRNP, isn't that right? That's the way that's...
WPRPN.
WPRPN.
Yeah.
And that's where we first met and started hanging out. And we've actually I think we've actually gotten to know each other quite well.
Yep, good.
So that's why I knew this was a guaranteed good interview, because freaking me and Sonia, we have a killer time together now.
Good enough to drive out there and pick you up in a van.
Yeah, she's talking about picking me up and going cruising
Yeah,
around the country and do crazy shit and stuff.
That'd be fun.
So this is Sonia Galactica, or Galactic.
Yeah.
Galactic, and
Disconnected.
Yeah, okay. Now, before we get started with the interview, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you give a little bit of background about yourself. Tell people a little bit about yourself, okay?
Okay.
So, with that, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, great. Yeah. I just I tattoo. I make t-shirts, t-shirt designs, and the website where all that's at galacticfire.com, and it's TEC, not TIC. And pretty much, I actually have something coming up here pretty soon. It's going to be my first time out at a. It's not really a festival. It's more like a gigantic swap meet. It's in Quartzsite, Arizona. It's the Tyson Wells one right there. It's right off the highway. So apparently there's a lot of traffic through there. And I had one of my friends, Mushroom Kenny. He introduced me to the whole place. He lives there. And he does that apparently every year. So he was saying, hey, come on out and check this out. So I did actually. I went out there for a couple of days, and it was really like the best place ever. And there's so many gemstones. It's like, wow. It's so exciting. And so I'll probably go out there and sell some t-shirts out of a catalog. Probably. It's kind of my intention. And then kind of see what happens after that. That would be great because I got to get the show on the road sometime. So I kind of just want to travel and sell t-shirts, go to conferences, things like that. Places where my t-shirts might be sold more, is in like the consciousness community, things like that, because they're like for every t-shirt, there's something about that I've experienced or that's just hilarious. And other folks who know about what I'm talking about, they would just like love to have a t-shirt like that, I'm certain. So yeah, that's it. Maybe do a few tattoos. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
See that right there? There's like a whole plethora of information that I can draw off of for your interview. You see what I mean? Like,
sure.
And that's what I was saying. I knew automatically this was going to be a cool interview, because freaking. First of all, we need to talk about your shop and your T-shirts and stuff like that. But even though I want to get into that first, like this not festival that you said, but like this gathering, I guess it is. If you want, man, kind of go over that and let people know what that's all about, since you've been there and everything. Get a little.
Well, I haven't actually been there to sell anything yet, but it seems to me like it's just a big, huge, gigantic RV park that during the month of December and January they turn into like a swap meet, flea market type of thing. So it's outdoors, but there's like bars there, and like the bar I went to was so cool. I mean, like with live music and stuff. So it was great. So other than that, I really don't know what else would be going on as far as that goes. I mean, I'm sure awesome stuff and all that. I mean, there's already shops going up there when I was out there, which was just like the last week of November. Mm-hmm. And they have like tie-dye shops, which is like pretty much unheard of for the most part. Nobody really does tie-dye type stuff anymore. And we're talking like tie-dye from like the chick does it. She does her tie-dyes and then sells them. Mm-hmm. It's really cool. And then jewelry, stones, and just all kinds of stones. I went into this one store. This wasn't at the Tyson Wells place. This was across the street. But we're talking about Quartzsite, which the whole place apparently is full of gemstones. So there was like this warehouse that went from, it was like you could, like as far as you could see, there was nothing but gemstones on shelves, and it was so awesome. And they were like so affordable. Like you could get a big bag of gemstones for like $6, whereas like one of those would cost $6 if you were anywhere in a store like out here in Phoenix, Mm-hmm. So that's super, super, super exciting me.
Yeah, that. I mean, you kind of answered what I was going to ask you about what kind of merchandise and everything they sold there and stuff. So
yeah, they have all kinds of stuff though. Anything you would see at a swap meet, you would see there, but these are more like professional, I guess you could say. Like it's not just grandma with old Tupperware kind of stuff, It's more like people with new items, basically. So, I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff that's going to be there, you know. I read the website and it told me a little bit, but, you know, so I get the idea that there's going to be, you know, anything from like, you know, a jogging suit, you know, that's probably made in China, you know, to like things that are made from hand, you know, like handcrafted jewelry and clothes and stuff like that. So
that's pretty
it's
cool.
more about my alley kind of thing, that kind of thing. So I was just flabbergasted when I went there. Kenny knows. He was with me, and he's like, what? He told me I would explode when I got there, and I pretty much did, I think. Wow. So cool. I didn't even really know that place existed. I mean, I drove through there, but I didn't know that they had, you know, that they sold gemstones and that they you know, had flea markets or whatever you want to call them. I didn't even know that's the case, but apparently a lot of people come through there during that time because it's kind of known to folks, you know, up north and things like that they just make a trip through there every year. So
that's pretty cool. I thought it was going to be like a place where people come together and do like jewels and stuff like that for like all the.
Their prices, I would not be surprised, really.
For like the mystical stuff, because I know there's a lot of people that do. Well, from what I remember when I lived there, there was a lot of people that did stuff like around South Mountain and areas like that where they got into a lot of that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on out there.
So, actually, I'm going to have to turn my audio down. I think whenever I'm hacking, it makes my voice go a little bit loud, so I'm going to bring that down a little bit. Mark was in here earlier. He wanted me to apologize for bailing out because it's over in England, and he said that he wanted to say sorry he couldn't stay for the show and stuff, but Mark Edworthy was here. He just, you know how it is. It's getting winter time, and those English people aren't really good with cold weather. They just, they're not like those, you know, Canadians that are up there and freaking.
Right. You're used to freezing.
Yeah, used to the freezing. So he did want to apologize about that, but.
Oh, that's sweet.
With that being said, I wanted to go from there to your shop and the shirts and stuff that you're selling and stuff. So,
well, I just have the shop online. I only made one sale so far, or made. I don't know. So only one person bought a shirt so far, and that's one of the chicks that's on YouTube. Super cool chick. And she got the Earth Volunteer shirt. So there's that one. Star seeds, you know, people who are star seeds know they're star seeds. Maybe they want to say, maybe they don't. I don't know. Most star seeds, though, are like, yeah, I'm a star seed. What's up? You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. And then there's the star seed t-shirts. I have the telepathy t-shirt. I have the one that says the news is full of shit t-shirt, because it is. And just kind of like stuff like that. And then I've got the Transmute It shirt with the Trans Am on it. I love Trans Ams and old cars like that. Love them. So I, you know, Transmute It, Trans Am. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna put a Trans Am, because if you take a ride in one of those old cars, if you take a ride, yeah, but if you drive it yourself, wow. I mean, anything you were stressed out about or worried about kind of just is transmuted into awesomeness because you're in a car like that and you're driving it. It's like that should be a therapy tool people use, because for the love of God, I mean, it's available, you know, instead of stressing out on whatever computer issue you might have, or if like you're out in the, you know, they say go out into the nature and stuff, and you know, I'm sure we've all went out into nature at some point and been like, well, this kind of is cool, but I'm still depressed or whatever, you know, or whatever's bothering me. So if those things aren't going to work, then driving a Trans Am certainly will. My son actually probably knows most about that. He's probably drove in a Trans Am more than most of us, because his dad has a Trans Am, and like a 78, like a real Trans Am, you know, with T-tops and everything. Pretty sure Jeff has T-tops. No, he might not actually, but in any case, it's still a Trans Am. So T-tops or not, it's still pretty awesome, and still is a transmuting of energy, you know, maybe not when you're 10 years old.
Most definitely when you're 10 years old, man. Like,
You
cause
think?
yeah, cause like that's back when the fast cars for a boy, especially for boys. You know what I'm saying? Like fast cars was, well, maybe not now, but back in when I was
Yeah,
younger, we
I for sure.
you
I didn't
know
even know what we had back then. I didn't even know. When I was 16, my friend that I pretty much lived at her house. Her mom had a white Trans Am, like a Firebird with the T-tops and everything, and it was pristine. And we didn't know like what we had back then, but we would cruise the Vegas Strip fucking in that car all the time, and it was fucking bitching. You know what I mean? Looking back, I'm like, wow, that's so cool. I didn't even know we had it so good back then. Because it's like you're bitching about this or that or the other thing. It's like, Trans Am, whatever. But like, I didn't have it so bad. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Not so much.
so, so
So
so you actually brought up a good topic to talk about because I've used your advertisement for this all the time. The shirt,
oh yeah,
the
get your
shirt.
new
Okay, the shirt. Now the thing
yeah.
now you've been telling me that I need to do a new video for it.
Yeah.
But I like it. I'll have to personally let everybody know. I do like the video. But even though I understand where you're coming from too, because like whenever you have something that you made that's older and you make new stuff,
Right.
you kind of say, man, I could have done better. I understand because I do that all the time. But
Of course, too, like so particular about things. But at least it's not AI, which I'm not trying to do any AI stuff.
all right.
People try and and capitalize off of the whole AI thing. Like, I'm going to make this out of AI and I'm going to sell it. It's like, well, somebody else could just go make that of AI. It just doesn't even make any sense. And the craftsmanship is out the window with that. So.
Yeah.
So it's so super, even more super cheesy because of the AI thing that's come out, which is kind of cool in a way.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the whole thing I was going to ask you about is when it comes to television, you have like you just said too, you have your ideas about television and entertainment like that, like movies and stuff. I guess this would be a good time for us to have you kind of discuss that and what your thoughts are about all that stuff, because that's actually something that I don't think you've had too much of an opportunity to talk about. You know what I mean?
Not too much, but well, TV was invented for programming people, basically. I mean, that's, if you look into the history of it, what most history is false anyway, but what's available, if you look into what's available, you'll find that TV was what launched the whole thing in order to manipulate people's thinking. So so there's that, and the TV is mind control shirt. That was one of the first ones I came out with, which isn't actually super popular. Well, I mean, I can't really say that for sure because there hasn't been really enough people exposed to it to say what's popular and what's not. But TV is definitely one of the main ways that people's thinking is manipulated by even just like an entertainment show, like any show, really, sitcoms or anything like that. They all have elements of programming that they really stick out for me. I mean, it's very difficult for me to suspend my, how you got to suspend your belief or your judgment or whatever it's called in order to enjoy like a sci-fi show or something. You are under the impression that it's not real. You got to kind of pretend like it is for a little while in order to enjoy the show. But mine's kind of been like it, I mean, I suppose I can, but still it sticks out for me. And so watching a movie with me, it's kind of, I mean, I guess I could shut up for a little while, but usually I feel like I need to point out the parts and why they're there and what they've been placed there for. It's just sticks out to me like more than anything really in the movie. So I suppose I can enjoy a movie with suspending my belief, but I think it's more important to point out what they're trying to do to people and how they're trying to get people to think certain ways. And by they, that would be the people who created the movie. or and who run the system. Of course, that too plays a big part because they're the ones who can say yay or nay on what's put out and what's not put out. Like the censor guys or whatever you call it. Which is becoming more and more AI these days, unfortunately. But there's that. Yeah.
When you were talking, it kind of made me think about it because whenever I started getting into the whole streaming thing and making my own videos, I went onto LinkedIn and I started doing the LinkedIn learning programs they had on there, and they went through the history of television. And that's something that I would personally suggest people who are interested in doing this kind of stuff go in and learn about, because what you're saying there is true. Like they want to alter your way of thinking, because like you take, and I've used this example before, but like you take two pictures. You take a picture of an old lady and a little kid. And you put them side by side, and people see an old lady and they see a little kid, and they got this fuzzy little nice thought going on in their head, right? Well, then you take a pack of cigarettes and you put it in on top of those two, so now you have a picture of an old lady and a little kid and a pack of cigarettes, and that alters your way of thinking because you saw that pack of cigarettes with that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Every little bit makes a difference, and it's usually under the radar, like subliminal. We don't really notice too much about it, but some of the subliminal stuff is just crazy, like retarded.
Yeah.
How it's supposed to be hidden when it's like not.
It's right in front of your face.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Plain sight, like they say, right?
And then like for me, it's kind of a little bit of the opposite. Like when it comes to the watching like a science fiction or something that's just purely entertainment, like sitcoms and stuff, I have to kind of tell myself, look, it's not real, it's supposed to be entertainment, you know what I mean? Because I think that the one thing that most people have an issue with is they watch this stuff and they honestly think that this is the way things are, you know what I mean? Like, you don't sit and watch frickin' Father Knows Best and believe that everything they're showing you on that show, or Leave It to Beaver, is actually real. You know what I mean? Like, families don't really work like that,
Yeah, right.
So.
Right. Well, there's some folks who probably, I mean, even if you kind of know that that's not how it is, there's still something like implanted in your subconscious about how it, like an idealism kind of thing,
Exactly.
Just a way of keeping the masses in, conform to one way of thinking or one area of belief, so that way it keeps them buying stuff for like Christmas and everything like that. Even though if you look into Christmas, for example, it's complete bullshit. The whole thing is. I mean, it's not even. Yeah, we have the Christmas spirit, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that at all. There's definitely that, of course, and that's kind of sacred, you know what I mean? But it has really nothing to do with Jesus or anything like that, I mean, not literally. I mean, maybe in people's minds, yeah, but
it's
but that can create egregores, that can create something, and for all I know, that whole thing could be an egregore type of situation,
See, now you're starting to throw tricky words up like a Gregor now.
Yeah, it's just a entity or an idea that exists in the ethers, that's created when enough thought energy is put toward it. And like, I'm sure there's probably not many folks that don't know about Jesus, you know what I mean? So it's pretty egregorish a little bit, So
since you brought that word up, let me ask you something. Have
Sure.
you done any kind of research into Prometheanism?
Not too much, but recently, actually, I've heard quite a bit about it, and more than I knew before. So no, not officially, not enough to speak on that,
Okay, I figured I'd ask because, like, a lot of people who talk about that usually go further into the whole thing about Prometheanism, and that was one thing that really stuck out to me because like here lately, I don't know if you've noticed it, but like even Jaffe is starting to talk about Gog and Magog.
I have not noticed that, no.
But I've been running into a lot of people that have been discussing that, so it was kind of interesting because that's how I first learned about Gog and Magog was through Prometheanism and things of that nature. So I figured I'd ask you.
What is that?
Gog and Magog is a belief that took place, or it's still, I guess you could say, going on in the UK. They were basically the difference between good and evil.
Okay.
So they have a whole kind of thing there, but I don't want to like go that direction if you're not, because I want to keep it focused on you. I said beforehand I'm going to try to make this a good interview. Awesome. It's focused on you. So now we went over the T-shirt about the television stuff and everything. Now, you mentioned the other shirts that you had, and you were talking about a lot of cool stuff like telepathy and shit.
Or telepathic is what one of the T-shirts are.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we've all had experiences with telepathicness or being telepathic at some point. Whether we knew that's what it was or not is kind of a different story, but it's just like, it's as simple as like, you know, who's calling you before you answer the phone. And this kind of does go back into like before caller ID and things like that, you know. So or when you've been like, you know, hey, I know what this person's gonna say before they say it, and you're like both on the same topic and you weren't discussing it beforehand. Kind of like it's becoming more apparent nowadays because of like our place in the universe and all the energies like getting a lot more intense. So it's becoming more apparent to a lot of folks, to where, you know, like you don't really have to talk so much about what is actually happening or how you even feel about it. It's more being like transmitted, depending on the person, of course, and everything, you know, about their mind or how they view the world and things. But even that is even going beyond that, because I bet if we took a survey, you know, we'd find that, you know, at least probably more than half of the people are experiencing things to where they know what someone's going to say or what someone's thinking before they even express it, you know, in conversations or whatever, you know, whether it's on the phone or in person, or it doesn't really matter, because there's no actual like time and space type of thing. It's like once you think about a person, and then like a cord goes out etherically, you know, and it like attaches to that person, and it kind of taps them on the shoulder and says, hey, I'm thinking about you. And then the other person's like, oh, well, I'm thinking about this person all of a sudden, you know, and then like you guys end up talking or whatever the thing is. But so if your perception is available to where you kind of can sense things like that, you know, usually I would go to say like 9 times out of 10, probably 10, that when you think about a person, it's because they're thinking about you. So it's not like, I mean, there are, you know, differences, of course, and all kinds of things that can be manipulated there. But basically, people are finding out, they're finding out who they really are and the innate abilities they were born with. Like, we're born being telepathic. That's how it goes. I mean, it doesn't go any other way. I mean, how does a baby even learn to talk, for the love of God? I mean, from seeing things, there's all kinds of different arguments that can be put up with that, but whatever, because it is what it is. Still, we come through the whole mind wipe, the whole electrocution that makes us forget everything about, you know, our past lives, or or any place we ever been before this, and we're just kind of stuck here going, what the fuck's going on, man? Why is everybody so fucking crazy? But for the most part, I mean, so, but we still have that spark, and that's really what I made these t-shirts for, is to like to kind of remind people of their spark, their God spark they have inside of them, you know, that because everything else is trying to put folks to sleep about things, you know, like TV or anywhere you look, really, especially advertising, you know, for the most part is it's probably why I haven't done any advertising, but for the most part it's like trying to put people to sleep and trying to put that spark out, because the guys with all the money, you know, that created this platform and many others, of course, they don't give a shit about the spark. It's not about the spark. It's about how much cash you can get off of whatever, and not even cash, really. It's about how many, you know, digital numbers you can have wherever, and then use that for whatever. It's basically it's about power, you know, and the ability to control. So that's fucked up. And you know, anyone who's like a little kid, you come in going, hey, I want to control you. No, not really. I mean, you know, there's parts when you get to where you're playing with toys and stuff, and you're like, man, it's my toy and things like that. But that's what you learn. It's not like, in my opinion, that doesn't come. You don't come in with that sort of thing. But in any case, what's happening now, because of the energies that are coming from like the cosmos, like the center of the fucking cosmos, like source and things, are allowing us to remember who we are and remember the abilities we have, and even like telekinesis, or like you know, like bilocation, you know, because when we have dreams at night, when we go to sleep, we're bilocating, we're going somewhere else, we're there, for all we know, we're there, you know, even though we're sleeping at home in bed or wherever we're at sleeping. So it's kind of, I mean, that right there shows you that bilocation is actually something that happens, you know. It's not something that it's made up or whatever. It's an inherent ability that we have, that all humans have. And I'm sure maybe you've heard of the humans that aren't really human, you know. There's those too. So.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. As a matter of fact, like that's pretty much every time I get on stream, I hear about the humans that aren't humans. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a pretty common theme. But like when I talk to you though, there's some things that really stick out that I've actually been bringing up that a lot of people don't like to talk about. Now, the one thing I would like to ask you, with everything you just said, is what's your thoughts on synchronicity?
Synchronicities, pretty sweet. What I'm seeing is that when you have synchronicities, that's like it, because all of our universe, or everything in our field, is a reflection of us on some level. So that is allowing you synchronicities, like the time being a certain number at whatever time, even though you don't plan on that. Obviously, it just like, whoa, you know, every time I look at the clock, it's 222, 333, or whatever. And those are I think this quantum field that we're in, right, allowing us to kind of see that there is like a rhyme or reason for it. It's not just for nothing. Like we're not here just doing nothing, you know. There's a reason for things, and it also allows, in my perspective, or opinion, whatever you want to call that, for self-reflection. Because when you see that so many times in a row, you got to sit and think, why is that happening? It's almost like it makes the universe alive, if you want to call it the universe, or whatever, you know. It makes things alive. Like there is an interaction going on between our minds and the things around us, basically. And there again, the things around us is just a reflection of what is in our mind. It's like some people call it a hologram, like it's our hologram reflection or quantum field. Or I mean, and so there's that part of it, and then there's also bigger synchronicities, like at times when you have been able to see certain things or experience certain things happening in your life to where they fit together, like one thing from when you were 5 to when you were like 12 to when you were like 22 or whatever, and they all fit together in a way that is like not probable at all. It's like it, and then that's when we have these, like, I don't know if you want to call them epiphanies or whatever, but they're the spiritual aha moments where you're like, oh wow, that's why that happened, and that's why I'm here like that. And we only get those things if we look inward and we contemplate these things, like ponder upon what could this be, why would this be this way, and then we receive more information from the ethers or whatever. I heard something the other night that was very interesting, is that because our brains are like antennas, like it's a big antenna, and we don't have any original thoughts, like we don't originally think of anything, like all these thoughts are just floating around and we antennicize on them, or they come in through our antenna and we're like, we either grab onto them or not, or we think they're ours or not. I know when I was born and as growing up, I thought every thought that I had was something I came up with. Nobody told me otherwise, and there's really no instruction here. And that's one thing that I thought was really fucked up when I first got here to Earth, was that there's no one to tell you what's going on. Like grandma doesn't know, mom doesn't know, dad, nobody knows. You're like, why are we here? I don't know, because of God. And it's like, well, where's God? Where can I find this God? What's going on here? I need to talk to somebody to figure out what is really going on here. Because with so much chaos going on and so much like not cool stuff, and like things that don't need to actually happen, like fighting and things like that are over, things that aren't really necessary, or it's like it's for no reason kind of thing. It's like, well, why does this happen? It doesn't make any sense, at least not to me, so kind of a little off topic there, but
no, it's fine, you're doing great.
Yeah, synchronicity is awesome. And I've experienced synchronicity to the point to where I asked the universe one time, and I picked the most random thing ever. I was like, and I was like, let me see Snake or Jake. I used to call him Jake the computer snake, because it rhymes, and Jake was this guy who sold computers that I happened to find online and stuff, and that turns out some of my other friends knew him too, and I'm like, oh, Jake, and I bought a computer from him, so, and he was always watching Scooby-Doo when I went over there smoking tons of weed or whatever, which is cool. This was back in the day in Kansas, and so I was like, okay, well, I had already done my business with Jake like months and months ago. So I'm like, well, let me run into him. Okay, universe, I want to see Jake. If this is the real thing, if you're like involved here, things like that. So, like weeks went by or however long. I don't even remember how long. It wasn't too long though. And I was at my daughter's father's house, and picking up the kids or something like that. And fucking lo and behold, whatever that means really, but he walked in the fucking door at their house, and I was like, whoa. And I didn't think too much of it at first, but then they started like talking, and I think somebody lit a doob or whatever, because I think they were buying their pot from him or something like that is what was happening. But anyway, and then I started to, as we were all standing around, I started to realize, wait a minute, I remember asking to see Jake, and then I was like, whoa, this is fucking a trip. So I started tripping out and stuff, and people were like, what's going on with you, man? And I'm like, nothing, don't worry about it. I don't think I told anybody, of course. I don't think so, because how are you going to explain something like that in like 2 seconds to somebody?
Well, you just said it to me, and you explained it pretty well.
Yeah,
so you
but
did good.
The thing though, and people they're not like really wanting to know what you have to say, because here you're asking me what I have to say, so it's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But in the crowd, nobody's really gonna I've had enough experience to know nobody's gonna give a shit about what I'm trying to say about things, which is unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. And I've come to accept that without getting my feelings hurt. Finally, at like 53, you know what I'm saying? It took a while. It took me a lot of hurt feelings. But, I get it. People aren't really into what you have to say so much because they're running their own fucking program. They're running their own thing. So that's cool. When you do meet somebody who's like interested in what you have to say, though, usually that's when you make friends and things like that. Because who wants a friend that doesn't give a shit about what they have to say? You know what I mean? So,
Exactly.
yeah. So that showed me that, yeah, I mean, it really just blew my mind, seriously. And I mean, it sounds so much less exciting than it was just telling the story, but it was one of those things to where it just took my world and like, whoa, okay, universe, okay, I get it now. I can't deny you anymore, whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that. And so I know that the universe or your field or whatever you want to call it is interactive. It's super interactive. And that's how people manifest things, for sure. And knowing that actually empowers you to, be a better manifester, for one, and just to know the whole place we're in better than you would before. But staying oblivious to that is one of the way or the things that will allow for the outside forces, the ones with all the money that run all the TV shows and things like that, allows them to control folks better. Obviously, if you don't have any consciousness about your own consciousness or your own thoughts or anything like that, then of course you're going to be manipulated more than you would be otherwise. So that's another reason that I created all these t-shirts, is to in any little respect that someone can tune to or see, then they can maybe start knowing themselves better. Really, that's the goal, is for people to know themselves better and to realize where they're at, and that they're not powerless. They're not to be ruled by these rulers. That's not what's supposed to be happening. You don't have to take instruction or let someone else or have someone else tell you when something's okay or when it's not okay, or like anything you want to do, you can do it. Your world is completely up to you. It's really not up to anyone else. And
now, there is one thing I wanted ask you, because from what you've been saying here, this is probably the best time to bring it up before we move on to the next part that you talk about. But you've been saying some stuff that has made me want to ask you what. Well, first of all, what's your thought about moments of clarity? Like, have you ever experienced any times where you've had that aha moment, that moment of clarity where freaking everything actually makes sense? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Several.
No, I mean, if you could share those and then tell us what your thoughts are about those moments of clarity and what they mean, that would be pretty cool, because that's what I'm hearing a lot of what you're saying there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, there's been quite a few. I don't know that I can remember all of them. However, I had the huge one that sticks out is that oneness experience that I had in 1992, and that was like even just a millisecond of I don't know if you even want to call it clarity. It was definitely clarity, but it was beyond clarity. It was more into the whole. I mean, it's like for just a split second, I knew everything there was to ever know, ever, which is, that's even hard to imagine, but that's how it felt. And it was me. It was gigantic, and it was me, but it wasn't just me. It was everybody else too. It was like everybody was there too. And we were super connected, and that's where the idea of everything is one came from for me. I mean, I'd heard that growing up, like and you got to remember too, when I was growing up, there was no cell phones. If I wanted to know something, I had to go to the library and look it up. It was like that. And I did research occultism from when I was like, I don't know, 10 or 12, right in there, those, because I had acid experiences and things like that, to where I'm like, I got to find out what's going on here. So I've always constantly been asking questions, and that's what led to the oneness experience I had. was just asking myself, okay, well, if this is this way, then what about this? And it would be wonderful to like find out or remember what it was I was actually asking about when that happened, because I don't recall exactly what it was, but I know it was definitely about like reality, and it was about how things happen and why they happen and things like that. And then all of a sudden, poof, that's what happened. And I remember I looked up in the air. I was outside at the time, and I was like, and I didn't really obviously realize anything about that till I tried to remember what it was. And I remember what I was doing, and I remember I was looking up there. Was it a UFO? I don't know what it was. Why was it up in the air though? Why not looking at the ground? I don't get it. I don't get why it was up in the air. Maybe it was a UFO thing. I don't know. Maybe there's other people. And what I kind of think is that there's like this thing that went out, this idea or frequency or something from folks that are, more advanced than humans are, and it was outside of the control veil that they have or whatever, to where they put this out, and like a lot of people noticed it. I don't think I was the only one. It was like in the later part of 92, I believe. I don't remember what day or anything like that. It would be neat to get regressed and find out exactly what I was thinking and stuff, because it would just be interesting. I remember partially like being in the bathroom, like, oh, well, what's going on here? And there's been, if you ever want to like know more about yourself really, and you're really trying to find out, it might be kind of a lame way or mundane way, but look in the mirror and talk to yourself, because you'll find that when you do that, it accelerates the process for whatever reason, maybe because you're faced with your reflection or something, but it really does help. In my experience, it does help. So there was, that was like, and then when I snapped out of it, which was like a millisecond later, I remembered that my lifetime here and who I was here, and that I was this chick Sonia and all this stuff. But before that, I was like as gigantic as it gets, and it was like, and so looking, and when I remembered who I was, it seemed like it was so small compared to what I just was faced with, which was everything, and we're all each other, and it's just the whole thing, and how we're all connected and things, and then my lifetime here was so tiny compared to that. It really was. It was like, which is even more mind-blowing. The whole thing was just like, wow, what even happened there? I don't think that we can really have these experiences like this just on our own, just because we're asking questions to ourselves. Can we really, did I bring that on all by myself, or was that something that was like being blasted to the universe, like to the planet Earth, or however you want to look at that?
Right.
I mean, I don't even know, but nevertheless, it completely changed my life. And I even forgot, Roger, that I smoked cigarettes.
That's pretty good.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, right there is just another thing that tells me, wow, because I was trying to explain to everybody what happened to me. I'm like, oh my God, it's like I should have had a V8, which I don't even know why I said that, but that was one of the commercials back then where I'm like, yeah, I should have had a V8. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could not make any sense, because things like that happen are like unexplainable, really, in words. It was hard to find words, and all my friends thought I lost my mind. They were like, yeah, Sonia's fucking tripping, And I was just doing speed. I wasn't doing like any crazy drug or anything like that.
Yeah, just speed.
There are some people out there that might think speed is a crazy drug, and yeah, it used to be a lot different back then, but it's not a crazy drug, really. I guess some people, it does make them crazy, like me.
For
me, person a real bush.
For me, it's a crazy drug. See, when I did speed, I freaking ended up doing like really weird shit.
Really?
Yeah, and it wasn't really because it had like this effect that like LSD does. You know what I mean? It was because I had lack of sleep, and I was running off of freaking like 5 days with only a bologna sandwich to eat.
Yeah.
So in that aspect, I started doing crazy shit, but...
Yeah, lack of sleep will do the same thing, I think.
Yeah.
If you stay up for however long, you're going to start, like, getting into some weird parts of things. You know what I mean?
Hallucinations and crazy stuff like that.
Yeah, but calm hallucinations, but is that really you just seeing through the veil, or is that a hallucination? You know what I mean?
Well,
who knows? We're trained to think it's a hallucination, which makes me think that it probably isn't. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
So,
people still debate over that when it comes to like CO2. You know what I mean? Like, there's some people that when they're exposed to carbon monoxide, they start having visions and they start seeing ghosts. And now, my question was always, do you think that was a result of the carbon monoxide, or do you think the carbon monoxide actually made it to where you were capable of seeing ghosts? You know?
for sure. And I mean, our brains are like, they're like the biological computer kind of thing going on. Because if we don't, and our beliefs have a lot to do with that, obviously, otherwise there wouldn't be so much attention put on mind control and things, belief control or whatever. But I mean, if you believe you can see something, it's gonna be way more likely that you see it than if something you don't believe you're gonna see it. Right. And then there's just those things that bust in and you see them anyway, kind of thing. You know what I mean? But your belief has a lot to do with that. And then too, there's the chemical part too, because of the fluoride that's in the water, that totally takes your pineal gland, which is the center. If you imagine something in your mind, that's your pineal gland at work. Okay, that's how it happens. If you can visualize something, the reason why you can is because you're using your pineal gland. Even though, and this is scientific, this isn't even something that I'm like guessing at or like what old fucking shamans say. It's not even any of that. What it is that the fluoride goes in and calcifies your pineal, like as blood runs through your pineal as it does through every other part of your body. Apparently, from what I've researched, is that the pineal takes more blood passing through it than any other organ, like at any one point in time. So basically, a lot of blood goes through there. And if your blood is contaminated with fluoride or poisons like that, then you're going to it's going to calcify it. And probably most people who at least live in, who use faucet water, you know, which is most people, they're going to have a calcification of their pineal. And not only water, it's in everything nowadays. It's in like cereal. It's even in like the cookware, like the nonstick cookware. The fucking, you know, how it peels off every now and again or whatever when you're cooking, and that shit's like, oh, it's just we got to get a new pan. No, it's just that's the amount of fluoride that you've now taken into your body and your food that you don't notice because it's so minuscule. And then let's not get into like the chemtrails and shit like that, because it's so much further advanced than that. But basically, my whole point with that is that if you're alive here and live in like what they call civilized society, you know, with running water and things like that, chances are your pineal is going to be a little bit calcified. And if you take steps to make it uncalcified, to decalcify it, you will find that you will have a spiritual experience. Like, and a lot of people have the Kundalini type of thing happen with that, because it's how we're built. It's not like it's something that's like crazy esoteric or occult shit that's just a mystery or anything. No, that's actually how our bodies function. And the guys who put this shit in the water, you know, they know this, and that's why they put it in the water. Because if we're all aware of who we are and functioning at our top limit or limitless, then they're not going to have any power anymore. They won't have any power over us, because we'll all be like, fuck you and your fucking water, and fuck you and your fucking cable bill. You know, fuck all that. We're not going to be putting up with that shit anymore. We won't need to be entertained by whatever's on TV, or, you know, it's just so like, it's so crazy. Roger. And that's another reason I put out the shirt, so that people can, you know, just remember who they are, kind of thing. Right. Basically, it's each one is like a road to being able to remember who you are, kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like an awakening, basically.
Yeah, yeah, an awakening. Yeah, sure.
So now, I from me, in my experiences, I've had to go through recovery, and they were real big on spiritual awakenings now, and spiritual experiences, and they were real big about moments of clarity. But the one thing that really helped me, I think, in my experiences was crossing over a threshold. You know what I mean? Like, for me, it took a lot of pain for me to freaking actually have that moment of clarity to where I could see clearly and understand, you know, like, something's got to change, you're going to die, you know? So, like, with me, I guess the best question I have to ask you is there a moment in your life where you actually had to cross a threshold, like a threshold of pain, where you had to change and actually had another moment of clarity where things made sense at that moment, where, look, you're fucking up and you need to change?
Yeah, that happens a lot, actually. I mean, not so much anymore like it used to, but yeah, it happens a lot. Like when I was taking Percocet, and Percocet is a respiratory system. It's like a suppressant or a downer. It fucks up your respiratory system, which is your ability to breathe, which is kind of important, you know. So, you know, knowing that, yeah, I probably, when I was to the point to where I was like stopping breathing when I was going to sleep, I kind of, you know, knew, however slowly. It was like an agreement with the universe, though. It's like I have those, but yeah, to where it's like, check it, you're gonna have to like not do this no more, even though you might want to or whatever. Because it's not working out to the point to where it's super detriment, like, you know, like it's gonna fuck you up to where you're not gonna be unfuckable kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Actually, that makes a lot of sense to me. So, yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Now, before we start treading down the horrible freaking path of YouTube, I think we should move on to this from this part, because I think this could tread into some areas where I could get in trouble.
Maybe.
But the thing is like, you have also got some things that I do want to cover too, which is a part of using the tarot, and there's also well, we've both done some stuff with numerology, and you played it off like you didn't know much, but then when we actually did it, you knew more than what you played it off as. So I'd really like to get into some of those stuff. We've actually gotten into like some more of the cooler stuff, to the point where I've got like 53 minutes recorded. So we've done a really good job on that. And that was the stuff that I wanted to actually get into, that I knew you didn't really get very much chance to talk about. And I knew you'd bring it up into conversations, but it never went far, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wanted to be able to kind of go through some of that stuff, but
yeah, awesome.
And
can we take a break real quick?
Yeah,
like a bathroom.
That's kind of what I was getting ready to do. I'll put some of this cool music in.
Yeah.
And then
there you go.
Yeah, and I'll let all these guys listen to that Rebel talk.
Okay. Okay. I'll be.
And I'll be back too. I'm gonna take another quick break, smoke a cigarette, drink some coffee, and I'll be back, guys. So.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
again. Unbound by the silence, like whispers of sin. Forever at midnight, where shadows starlight, leaving me chained to the arms complete. Velvet days, the night is here, and deep embrace, you drift like shadows, cold and bare, a ghostly vision beyond storm clear. Your voice is calling, whispered so low, pulling me closer to face eternal. I found my one response, hiding all the wound I wear inside. And in the darkness we meet once again. I'm bound by your silence, like whispers of sin. Forever at midnight, where shadows collide, leaving me chained to the unspoken. Of what we were, to lovers lost without a cure. Under the stars I lay beside the ghost of you, my haunted bride. And in the dark lakes we meet once again, unbound by the silence, like whispers of sin. Forever midnight, where shadows collide, leaving me chained to the odds coming. Forever at midnight, where shadows starlight, leaving me chained to the arms complete. Fading life in the velvet days, the night is here in deep embrace. You drift like shadows, cold and bare, a ghostly vision beyond storm clear. Your voice is calling, whispered so low, pulling me closer to face eternal. I found my one response, hiding all the wound I wear inside. And in the darkness we meet once again. Unbound by silence, like whispers of sin. Forever at midnight, where shadows collide, leaving me chained to the unstopped pain. Of what we were, to lovers lost without a cure. Under the stars I lay beside the ghost of you, my haunted bride. And in the dark lakes we meet once again, unbound by the silence like whispers of sin. Forever at midnight where shadows collide, leaving me chained to the odds coming. Alright, I am back.
Sweet.
Okay, so I still haven't figured out how to make the media source like go out silent or slowly, so for everybody who heard that I apologize because I abruptly make the music stop, so and that's annoying to me too, just so everybody knows. But we're back now, right? You're cool?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of cool. I went in there and found out after I smoked my cigarettes that the coffee pot's empty. So I'm going to have to be doing this dry. Nothing.
You can go get coffee, bro. It's okay.
I'd have to make a pot. And, you know,
Fine.
I'm fine.
Do what you do.
I'm fine. It's just I might have to go through DTs and stuff like that, you know. So
We don't want that. Nobody wants that, man.
I know that's what they all say, but a lot of people like to. They say I do better when I'm like fiending for coffee. I don't know why.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
Well, it's totally up to you. Whatever you decide is perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm doing good. Now, before we get into this, I want to let everybody know that like Sonia has a habit of pretending like she doesn't know shit.
Do I?
Yeah. So just understand that like just because she says she doesn't know something about certain things, she knows stuff about that certain thing, but she doesn't tell you until it's important to tell you. Like, and
That's the thing, right?
yeah. But I usually say this because you're a woman. That's the way women do things. Like, because they're it's really important for a woman to have secrets. I know that.
Wow, it's not important for me to have secrets. You got me wrong there.
Okay.
It's just that I don't want to seem like I'm a know-it-all. You know what I mean? I don't want to come off like that, really.
Well, you do a good job at it.
Oh, thank you.
You do a good job at it. The reason why I brought all that up is because you know actually quite a bit when it comes to like magic, and I have noticed that.
Yeah.
Now, I know you're into tarot, but there was one thing that I wanted to ask you, and I keep forgetting to ask you too, but are you into crystal magic?
Not so much. I'm not really into any magic, really, only because I'm not trying to.
Or divination, I should say.
Divination, yes, which I don't think that's kind of the same thing.
I know. That was my bad. I apologize.
Yeah, I don't want to be a manipulator. I'm not trying to manipulate things so much, because say if you put a love spell on somebody, yay, great, you put a love spell on them, they love you, yeah, that's great, but do they love you? Probably not.
Right.
It's probably just the influence that is on them, and I would rather have real love, not fake love, kind of thing, you know.
Actually,
just an example.
That brings up a good question that I can present to you then, because that just kind of opened up a whole category right there.
Sure.
Kind of explain to everybody what the difference between magic and divination is.
Oh, magic. Well, magic exists anyway. It all depends on how you view magic, though. If you're talking about it in the traditional type of sense, as far as like spell casting and things like that, then that's more of a, to me, that's more of a black magician kind of thing, because these black magicians, they put spells on whoever or the masses, you know, in order to have a certain result obtained, which would go against someone's free will. It's almost like it's like tricking them to think that it's their free will when it's not. You know, it's like luring someone into something or another. Which, if you know that you're luring someone into something, then to me that's wrong. You shouldn't do that, because that, to me, even though you might have a wider perspective of things than whoever you're putting the spell on, that doesn't mean it's okay for you to like make them want something or do something that they wouldn't normally do because of whatever you put in front of them, kind of thing. That's manipulation and coercion kind of thing. So there's that would be magic, and then divination is simply getting a reflection back from the universe that you like an intention you want to know about, or more information that you would like with a certain idea, and what that idea might be connected to, the certain thought forms or ideals or concepts that whatever your question is might be connected to. That's divination, and that's not manipulating or coercing anything. That's like just looking, basically. So divination for me would be looking at what's going on and what all is in the field, or the ethers, you could say. And magic would be taking what is in the ethers and moving that in certain ways to where you can get your personal desired outcome, or a desired outcome.
Okay. That was pretty good. That was pretty good explanation there. You did real good.
That's all for me. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
For sure. I mean, that's what I've gathered so far, anyway, with the whole thing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, when it comes to divination, I know that you're really big on the tarot cards. Is there any other part of divination that's really caught your attention besides tarot readings and stuff?
Divination. Well, I like all forms of divination, actually. Like the I Ching, the runes. Even you can that even just happens throughout the day. You know, like as I was talking earlier about universe connection that I had experienced, you can just say, hey, what is this thing I want to know about, or whatever, put that out into the universe, and the universe will reflect that back to you, just in occurrences. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like signs.
Yeah, like signs. Yeah, absolutely.
So, could you kind of give a little bit of a example of some of the signs that you've seen?
Well,
Make it real good too, like real freaking ghost whisperer kind of shit.
that I've seen.
Yeah.
Okay, well, one that comes to mind first off is, and this is a little bit different maybe than what you're asking about, but nonetheless it's a sign, so it kind of goes into that field. Okay, so remember, I'm sure about the friend who died that I had, Brooke, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her thing was a dime, and that was just what she was showing her husband at the time. There was a dime involved. So after that, I shit you not, I've seen dimes like everywhere, and even this even goes beyond that. Before I explain the whole Brooke and dime things, I do want to say that before that I had in my mind, for some reason, hold on a second, for some reason I had in my mind that because I'd heard a story long ago about someone's grandma who died or something, and they would, the dime was a thing that they'd seen whenever they knew their grandma was talking to them and things like that. And so I already had the idea of a dime for some reason, not a quarter, not a nickel or a penny, but a dime. And that was like years ago, like when I was a kid, I remember hearing that story, right? So, and then when this actually happened to me in real life, and it wasn't that, she's like, here's a dime and then it's me. No, it was that was for her husband, that actually there was a dime sitting on the dresser, that she was trying to say, hey, it was just a sign to let him know that she was there because there was a dime there. The first thing she told me was a dime. And so of course, I had to tell him that. And there was a dime next to the other items that she was talking about. But I just think it's crazy that, like, I had this dime thing before that even happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then here I am in, like, real life, as opposed to a story I heard, getting dimes from someone who died, or on the other side or whatever, that's like, hey, so, and I'm talking about a ridiculous amount of dimes, okay? I'm not talking about just occasional seeing a dime with other coins laying around. It wasn't like that. It was like specifically only the dime would be just laying there, like, okay, for example, my daughter went to the store and she's like, what do you want from the store? I'm like, I would like some almond milk, right? And so, she knows what kind of almond milk to get me. And when she went to go pick up the milk at the store, there was a dime on top of the fucking almond milk that she was getting me. And I'm like, wow. So basically that told me that Brooke was really going to extremes to try and say hi again or whatever,
Yeah.
Because why the hell else would there be a dime of all coins on top of the item that she's supposed to get me from the store at the time she's getting it for me? I mean, come on. There's only so many coincidences. I don't actually believe in coincidences, but it's one of those. I mean, it's very, very obvious to me. And then, like, when I'm doing the laundry, I'll get like a dime come out. Sometimes 2 dimes, not quarters, or I have had quarters before though. But the times I'm referring to, they were only dimes. And usually it's when I already have an idea that they're kind of thinking about me. And I had a roommate that I was living with who knew all about this story, like totally about it. And he died. And I'm thinking, well, am I getting double dimes because of him? And I'm like, no, Gary, you got to send me quarters, dude. You got to send me something different. And plus, why not have a quarter instead of a dime if I'm trying to make some money here? You know what I mean? There's the joke about that. So there hasn't been any weird quarter things or anything like that. They're still dimes, and I think it's that's right. That right there is like a sign to me that there's still the communication going on. And because a lot of times, when people experience this sort of thing, and maybe it can't just be me, but you kind of, any human kind of like doubts their self. I mean, there's no doubt at one point, but as you go back into mundane everyday life, you kind of think, oh, maybe I'm just tripping, and maybe that's just, like, that was cool because it was a straight validation. The things she told him and the things that he were there for him was just like, there's no denying that whole thing, right? So there's none of that. But even so, getting back into everyday life, you kind of think, oh, well, maybe, I'm just kind of start to doubt yourself a little bit, right? And doubt is the enemy for sure, because it doesn't, and I'm sure that's external, like, because it's what we're taught, like programming from when we're a kid. We're taught not to believe ourselves. We have to ask somebody else what the opinion should be, or like even earlier, like, does this outfit look good on me? Or you know what I mean? It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
To where, it's like it's ingrained within us to doubt ourselves. So so there's that. But when you doubt yourself, you really are like cut off from any actual information that is likely true, because we're also taught to think that these things are our imagination and they couldn't possibly be real and things like that. But I'm here to tell you that those things are absolutely real. They are absolutely real. And don't get me wrong, there can be interference and there's ways to figure that out. However, what you innately feel, like what you feel in your heart, is, I mean, it's usually the first thing that comes to your mind, like the first thing, that's it. And then we start to second guess ourselves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So second guessing has to do with doubt. And that is where, if anything, in my experiences in talking with people who've crossed over, which I've talked to a few of them, if I doubt anything, if I second guess anything, then it screws everything up. And it's like the communication's instantly gone.
Yeah.
So I would say that that's definitely one story of signs that I have, is the dime keeps showing up. And also, and this is a new one, is that like, because I inherited all of Gary's tools, all of his everything that he had here at his house, right? Because I was his roommate and he left, so obviously everything's going to be mine because it was our house. So we have that, and these fucking cans of like, primer, like porch primer or Seal-It that goes on the porches. These, the big cans.
Yeah.
They go poof. How every now and again when you leave them sitting around, they pop every now and again.
Yeah.
Well, these fucking cans pop at these times. These certain times, and I'm like, oh, hi, Gary. He's starting to chat. Because that's another sign. So, and if anything, I learned with this whole Brooke experience and things, which I intend to have more, because it's the most fulfilling thing I've ever done in my life, is to be able to communicate from someone through the veil for another person. It's very, very fulfilling. So I intend to have more of those. But one thing I've learned is that these people, they are not gone. They're not gone. They're still here. We just can't see them. They're just not here in the physical. And I know that doesn't comfort a lot of folks that, like, maybe had somebody, just because it's like someone just disappears. It's like they just poof. They're just gone, but they're not gone. I mean, they're not gone in your mind when it happens, of course, but even after that, they're still there, and they will find a way to communicate with you. They will find a way to get through somehow, whether it's with a butterfly. How people say, I can't tell you how many tattoos I've done on people because of their grandma, and butterflies, or dragonflies, or whatever. Like hummingbirds is a big one for people, and those are real things that happen. They it's not like they take over the being of the the butterfly or whatever, but they are able to. It's like the butterfly and the person, they work together. Like butterflies work together with people who have passed, if that's how we want to say it, to where they will kind of fly where they want them to fly or whatever. You know what I mean? They'll go say hi through that person. That absolutely happens a zillion %.
Yeah.
There's really no getting around it. So whatever it is, if it's like a can that's popping, or if it's a dime, or if it's a butterfly or dragonfly or whatever it is, if you instantly think of that person when you see that, and that brings that thought instantly to you, then that is what it is. So the second guessing shouldn't even be a thing that you would consider, really, because that would just negate what is, basically. So
when you were talking there, I actually remembered something that I did want to ask you. But then at the same time, you brought up some stuff that freaking I wanted to ask you now that I actually caught on to. So without the fear of forgetting again, I'm going to ask you something that because of what you were just talking about. But here in Southern Illinois, especially, there's a lot of the older crowd who were, a lot older than me, but they have this belief that, like before they die, a lot of the older people can smell roses in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have you ever heard of stuff like that, and what's your thoughts about things like that? Like, do you think that people can actually have, like, signs where they smell roses just out of the blue, or certain fragrances and stuff of that nature?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And if they have a certain belief attached to that smell, then that will facilitate that belief being more real for them, if that makes any sense. Just like anything else, really. So if they believe that when they smell roses out of nowhere and there's no roses around, that means they're going to die, well, then that might facilitate them being able to do such a thing, because we basically if you ask me, we're ran off of beliefs. Mm-hmm. Really, that's what and that's what they manipulate, mostly, actually, all the way, is beliefs. So if we believe that, then sure, that could actually facilitate something like that happening. But and I've only seen like death in front of me a couple of times, but if you ask me, it's a choice. There's a choice that's made. It's not like somebody dies because they're old or because they're weak or whatever. Even people in the hospital, you hear stories that, well, she was there, but she hung on for this time to see this one person or whatever it is, or him or whatever it is, to where they decided, they made a decision that they're not going to kick it until this person comes into view or until this one thing happens or whatever. And more than that, if you ask me, I think death is just an idea. It's just another program that we're programmed to believe. Like, we believe we're like 40 and we were 30 or whatever the thing is. So now we have like gray hair, or our health is decaying, or whatever our beliefs are associated with getting older will happen, because that's what we believe is supposed to happen. But if we don't believe any of that, then none of that will happen. And so that kind of applies to the whole thing. And I know it's crazy and out there and like not like, oh my God, she doesn't know what she's talking about, which is fine. People can believe what they want, obviously, but death is just a program that people have, and they die. And especially, and this is an important part of that too, is that others around them will compound that. So if, like, say you've been told you have cancer and you're in a hospital bed, and I'm not trying to negate anyone's feelings about anything that happens to anyone, absolutely not. I honor all of that, as a matter of fact. However, I am pointing out that when someone believes they have this illness, and then they're given all these whatever drugs they're given or whatever the thing is. I mean, that's kind of another story, but and then their family believes the same thing. You know, their family's going to believe, oh, he's going to die in 6 months or whatever it is. He only has 2 weeks or whatever it is, right? So they have this thought form and this belief that's set out there on top of this person. So even if this person didn't have any illnesses, maybe they got it wrong when they said he had cancer or whatever. If they have 7 people around them thinking they're going to die at this time, and the person thinks they're going to die, then the person probably like 90% will die because he thinks that's what's supposed to happen, and everyone around him thinks that's going to happen. And my whole point with that is that everyone around you, if they think that you're going to die when you're a certain age, or that you're supposed to die, you're supposed to get gray hair, you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that, all those like their subconscious projections will come upon the person, and the person will like even subconsciously start to exhibit those things like gray hair or failing health or whatever the thing is. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you noticed, Roger, but there's like these ideas that come across the mind, and they're like, oh, well, maybe I could get heart disease. Maybe I should have heart disease. It's like, fuck you, dude. I mean, fuck your heart disease fucking idea and shit like that. It's not even like, if you ask me, it's not even like what comes in, like, it's not even real. Just, and that's where they get the whole trick about, the thing I was talking about earlier about knowing yourself and knowing your own thoughts, like knowing your vibration and your energy, like knowing yourself. You know, if something else comes in, you're going to know, hey, that's not me. That's another thought. But if you don't, you know, like when we were kids, if we don't know that these other thoughts that are out there aren't ours, then they play upon that, and they can make that a thought that is ours, or will believe it is ours. And they have many ways to do that. But even if you do know, but if they come across there and you latch on and you believe that, then that will be your world. It's really your beliefs create your reality. That's really what it boils down to, for sure. So, right. Did I make myself clear there?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Now, what I was wanting to remember, I actually kept it. Now, you were talking, and especially when you were talking about the mirror, looking in the mirror and saying stuff to yourself. Now, to me, that has a lot to do with self-image, and I think that has a lot to do with not just spiritual, but it has to do with just everyday life. You know what I mean? And making it to where you have a good self-image of yourself. But it also goes deeper than just that. So I do agree with you on that. You know, now the thing that made me think of what I wanted to ask you had to do with that, but it also had to do with how you were talking about if your self-image, basically your self-image, if you don't have a good self-image of yourself, it makes you feel less than.
Sure.
Now, when it comes to all of that in that area, what's your feelings about waiting for the freaking shoe to drop, basically? You know what I mean? Those people who sit around waiting for bad things to happen.
Well, if that's their belief, then that's what's going to happen, because there again, we are in charge of our own field. And the reflection thing, mirrors are portals too. I don't think I mentioned that before, but they are. They can be a portal to yourself too, in like a esoteric kind of way, I suppose. But if you're expecting, basically whatever we believe, we create, pretty much. I mean, that's another way TV's used against us, because they can get folks to believe a certain way, then they're halfway to their goal, kind of thing. Whether it's like an ET ship landing and attacking everyone, or whether it's like this big plague that happened, you know, or that supposedly happened, at least for a lot of folks. In any case, the what was your question again? I want to not get lost from that.
Well, I should probably make it a little bit clearer too. Like, well, the whole thing with the self-image thing is what that really is too. Besides the fact about waiting for the other shoe to drop, people who wait for the other shoe to drop is when you say stuff to yourself that's positive, it makes you feel positive. You get a good self-image of yourself. And there's a lot of people that believe, you do freaking, you say good things to yourself, you feel positive, and good things will happen. Then there's other people that are around who's constantly waiting for the shoe to drop and for bad things to happen just around the corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I'm basically wondering is, what's your thought when it comes to those ways of thinking? You know what I mean? Like having a positive look on yourself rather than a negative look about yourself, you know what I mean? And then like being that person that's waiting for bad things to happen to them, rather than a person that's waiting or looking at like their future as having positive things that could happen to them instead.
Well, I think that just all goes back to what your beliefs are and what your expectations are, because obviously when we have certain beliefs about things, we develop expectations, and there's actually in the ethers, there's thought producers, I guess you could call it that. You can call it really a lot of different things, but there's the thoughts that are produced for people specifically, and specific people too, about negative thoughts or certain demise thoughts. Like we were talking earlier about my example was like the heart attack idea comes by. So if you latch on to that, I'm going to have a heart attack because of this, that, and the other thing, whatever your beliefs might consider that to be possible, then they'll send in more thoughts will come to you about affirming reasons why your heart attack is supposed to happen, and why this will happen. And our minds control our bodies, so we're have the thing to where our minds will believe something, and then we will allow that sort of thing to happen in our bodies, and there's a lot of different like stuff I don't even know about that is involved with that, I'm sure. But it all starts with the belief. So if we believe that, then our bodies will start to develop, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, depending on what it is you need to develop in order to have that be come into fruition, the whole heart attack thing or whatever. And I mean, it's really so subliminal that if we're not closely, watching our thoughts and reevaluating our beliefs all the time, because it's totally okay to reevaluate your beliefs. And that's another thing I've run into, is that people they think that once they've decided something or whatever, it can't be changed. Like unless something outside happens, and that's not true at all. You can change your mind at any point in time. I mean, even if like 15 things in a row happened in the last 15 years, you can still take and change your mind into something that's completely different. It has nothing to do with those facts, because they happened in life that you had discerned. You can take that and change them into new facts. Like you can make new facts. You can, for yourself. I mean, you can make a whole new scenario that is a reason why you're not going to have a heart attack. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And if whatever you focus on, if you focus on that, then you're gonna prosper in that area. If you focus on the heart attack road, then you're gonna prosper in that area. Whatever area you focus on, you're gonna prosper in it, really, because that's how reality's built. It will give you what you desire for the most part. I mean, there's people who sit around forever like desiring their soulmate, kind of like me. So, I mean, there's that, but that just means that it's just not time yet. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that doesn't exist somewhere, So it's whatever it goes back to even the stories we would watch when we were kids, like the never ending story where, like you believe in something. It's really, if you ask me, it really all comes down to what you believe could be and what you believe couldn't be. Because what you believe couldn't be stops you from having what you believe could be. If they contradict each other. So basically, if you go in and you dissolve all of those contradictions within yourself, say in a 5-minute meditation time. That's kind of funny, but it could be done. If you just go in and meditate on dissolving all of those dichotomies, or whatever you want to call them, the ones that counteract each other. Because how can you believe that, for example, how can you believe that sugar is like it's like a poison, right? But then how can you eat it every day? Like, how can you do that? And what will come of that? You know what I mean? It's like all those opposing beliefs that you have that don't really fit in the same mind. Like, how can you have that in your mind and not? And there again, you can just take and rearrange all of that stuff, like I was talking earlier, and just get rid of all that stuff and have a completely new perspective. Actually, recently I've learned, and I kind of knew this already, but all of we rebuild our cells, like like the liver is like 7 months, and the heart is like 8 months, or however long. I don't know exactly how long it is for any of those. But they completely rebuild, like they replace all of their cells. All the cells are replaced, and they're new cells in a certain amount of time. And you can, like, say if you have like liver fucking whatever it is that's fucking up your liver, as your liver rebuilds itself, it's going to go on the theme it already has. Like if it has, I'm a fucking fucked up liver, I'm going to have to reproduce on this fucked up liver theme that's going on. But if you're constantly putting into your mind, your belief, which controls your body, that your liver is fucking brand new, and it's like original fucking blueprint, all the way, and your liver's fucking got light sparks coming off everywhere because it's still original from source, then you're going to rebuild a liver that's not the sickened one. But if you don't do anything about it and you just keep going and your liver's fucked up, and then if you focus on, oh, my liver's fucked up, you tell everybody my liver's fucked, then that's just going to compound those liver cells rebuilding themselves as a fucked up liver. And they will, because that's how it works. And unless you tell them, it's a good practice to tell your entire body, rebuild as your blueprint every second. If you can put that on autoplay, like in the background autoplay of I'm rebuilding my best, truest self of like God-given fucking liver, fucking every cell there is instead of just liver, then and I want to take that back with the God thing, because God, there's a lot of fucked up shit attached to that word, like a lot of thought forms and a lot of weird, like, little dangly things attached to the whole God thing. So I want to take the God thing back, and I want to say your original blueprint, let's just put it like that, source or whatever. Even source is getting fucked up now, but the original blueprint of like your baby liver, your baby everything, like fresh and clean. Like if you're always got that on autoplay, then you're gonna avoid half of the fucking bullshit that could come in and try and attach itself, because that's really all it is stuff coming and trying to attach itself. Because we live in this place where it's not just 3D reality. We think, oh, it's 3D reality, I'm gonna go to work, I'm gonna play the song or whatever it is. And there's so much more going on than that. There's more in our, like, we are alive in the ethers as well. The ethers are all around us. There's spirits, there's ideas, there's stuff I don't even know about that's all around us all the time, and it will try to attach or work its way in there. And it's all about whether you let it in or not, whether you allow yourself to think that way or to believe that way, or that you're your own sovereign being. And sovereign, that word's got a lot of fucked up shit on it nowadays, but basically where you are you're your pure spirit. You're pure spirit, and you, like how they say about like reclaiming your childhood, you know, like your inner child and whatever. That's absolutely true, because you have to be able to play. Because it's not like the only reason we get mad at each other and things like that is because there's a scenario cooked up in our head about things. And yeah, maybe somebody did do something fucked up, but that's still attached to a scenario that's cooked up. And the only reason that person did something mean to another person is because they're fucking thinking of that fucked up thing that they're doing to people. So if we just learn how to play and be our pure selves again, then we're gonna have it made. I mean, that is how it works. That's how it works. I mean, that's actually what I think they're talking about when they talk about the Great Awakening or the Golden Age, or you know, the whole sun blast that's going to happen and things like that, because people are going to be like thrust into their true selves, and your true self doesn't have all these like hang-ups about like, my shoes suck, or man, my ankle hurts, or fucking none of that. All that will be gone. You know what I mean? There won't be any of that there to bring you down, basically. And so then you can ascend. So therefore there's ascension, and that's what this is all about, is ascension. So there you go.
That was pretty good. I couldn't believe you actually said all that. That was really, really good. It was like, had a lot of stuff that I was actually expecting to hear when it comes to those topics, because that's actually kind of the stuff that I've had to go through when it comes to sobering up. A lot of people who don't understand that, they don't understand, like, when you try to live a sober life, it's not being sober from drinking, it's actually sober thinking. You know what I mean? It's a way of thinking.
Yeah.
The thing that really sticks out to me with all the stuff that you said is the part about the meditation, you know, and then you were talking about what I pulled from it was being open-minded. Now, like, when I first started learning how to meditate, it was a little Oriental dude that I was actually in rehab with who started me with it, and he said the best way to think about life is like when you go from one room to another room, you have to make it to where as soon as you leave that room, it's gone. It's not even a part of your thinking. The next room is what you need to be thinking of. You think room by room.
Okay.
And after you leave that room, whatever took place in that room, whatever you remember in that room, just let it be blank. It's gone.
Right. Yeah, that is very good. That allows you to start even just that pattern of thinking, where you don't hold bullshit.
You know, like I was taught live one day at a time, and then later, as I stayed sober more, people started saying no. Sometimes it's 1 minute at a time. You have to focus on the moment, and you have to stay in the moment. You have to have an open mind when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's where I really relate to it. It's kind of like a cloud. Like when you're meditating, meditate a cloud that's in front of you, and then allow that cloud to be over the top of your head and then pass you by. When it's in front of you, you're looking at the cloud, and when it's above you and behind you, it's no longer a part of your vision, so it's not there.
Now is where we really only have our power, is now. Even when we think about the past, we're doing it now. When we think about the future, we're doing it now. Now is our PowerPoint, you know?
Exactly. That's a lot of the stuff that really rung out in my head whenever you were talking. I didn't want to go on that tangent. This is technically supposed to be your interview, but it was really good hearing you say that, because that's some of the stuff I haven't been able to talk about in quite a long time. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, I listened to your video, at least one of them, that where you were really talking about stuff like that, and with your ex, really, and all the things that kind of happened there, and how it was all jacked up and stuff. So I kind of know what you're talking about a little bit.
Yeah, that was some pretty messed up stuff. You get trapped. It's like you're talking about getting trapped into. Well, for me personally, that's what I had to come to realize, is like, it doesn't matter if you're drunk or you're high. or anything like that. You can be trapped sober just like you could if you were freaking influenced by, alcohol or drugs or any substance that alters your way of thinking.
If you ask me too, you might get some new ideas if you're, if you're like on a substance or whatever. The substance might allow you, if you're normally in a sober mind, it might allow you to release the sober mind bullshit that's going on and to embrace something that's new. And I'm not trying to negate any of the energies in the ethers that, manipulate substances, because there are those, so I'm not trying to give them power at all or anything like that. But I do know that, it's kind of the hair of the dog thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where that actually, if you allow it, can spawn or create some new openings in your reality to where you can grab something better than what might be your daily life,
Well, this takes us to a new level, though, because now we get into the part that you really like to talk about, and that's symbolism. Because with the alcohol and the drugs, I had to learn that alcohol was just a symbol. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it wasn't the problem, it was the symptom. You know what I mean? And a symptom's usually something that you see. You know what I mean? It's not the cause of the problem. And symbolism has always been an issue, in my opinion, about everything. Like, you can have problems with sex, you can have problems with drugs, you can have problems with alcohol, you can have problems with eating, you can have all of these things. You're putting all that stuff, the bad stuff you're talking about, into your system. And the thing of it is it's a symbol. You know what I mean? It has to do with symbolizing, or symbols and stuff like that. It's a representation more than it is anything else.
A symbol is like a thought form, and it contains many different things than just what that thought might be. Like a beer can isn't just the thought of a beer can. For a lot of people, it could be the thought of their shitty life they had when they were drinking all the time, or it could be the thought of, hey man, that was a cool time when I drank a beer, or whatever. So it symbolism is one of the major ways that minds are manipulated, for sure.
Right. No.
And a very mundane symbol, it doesn't even have to be as specific as a beer can. It could just be the wind blowing, for the love of God. Even just something that's like nature, like a tree in the background blowing in the wind, could be it could be used, depending on what they want to do with it, in some sort, it could be manipulated, basically. Symbols are the major manipulation, and they are the major things that magicians use, because they have an influence upon the greater masses rather than just one person. Depending on what they program people to believe, for example, the beer can means, then they can use the beer can in the future for what they program people for them to believe about the beer can. They could use that in a myriad of different ways, like so many different ways, like beer commercials, for example. I mean, those contain beer cans sometimes, usually, more so than anything else. So they could program you to think all kinds of stuff about a beer can, and then later on use it against you. And that's the whole thing about dark magicians, is they use things against you, which that is so not good. That's so bad. That's so fucked up. And they have these little things that protect them, because they're magicians, so they don't get touched by all this, I guess you could call it repercussion or karma or whatever. I think karma might be even just a bullshit kind of thing that they put out there, and really just got a lot of people to behave in a certain way because they don't want the karma might come back or whatever the thing is. They at this point in time, as far as I can see, everything's manipulated. Everything is. So whether true karma exists or not, I don't know. I do see that there is a balance in things. There's absolutely a balance. If there's a balance that comes, it has to even out. Everything has to even out, and that's kind of like a law of nature, or like a natural law, kind of like that. It's not even, doesn't even have anything to do with karma. It just has to do with natural law. Like naturally, if it would be something that would happen. What I mean by natural is that hasn't been manipulated by either side.
Right.
And we all know the good side. I guess if we want to break it up in that duality, the good side isn't going to try and manipulate things. They're going to let things work themselves out naturally, whereas the assholes, or the bad side, or whatever, that side would try and make things work out in a particular way, basically. And it's not that exerting your influence upon reality or this world, that's not a bad thing. You have to exert your influence. You're here, you're exerting whether you know it or not. You're still exerting your influence on things, but they take it and they take it to past the extreme of just natural exertion, or and they take it and they work these little deals to where they come up with ways to influence people without them knowing. And that's the I don't want to say tragedy, but the downfall of those dudes, or whatever. They're it's not just about what a person wants. Personally, yes, it is. Absolutely. Personally, it is. If I want to be this way, I want to be this way. Absolutely, it is. I think that's where it kind of breaks up a little bit, because they're exerting it. They're trying to exert what they want on other people, when only the real exertion can happen. It can only happen with themselves. Although the black magicians, they put up things around to where they don't suffer the repercussion, but that makes them look like, you ever seen a black magician? I mean, they're all like old and fucked up, and they're like not even cool looking. They're like, you can tell, you're like, I'm gonna stay away from you, dude. Okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm talking about old dudes at the bar that are like wizard looking. They have like all this shit going on, and they're like, hey, they're old, but they're not. Like, you could tell when you look in someone's eyes, you can tell if they're like, they got a little shine or they don't, kind of thing, whether they're good or bad, kind of thing. Even if they might talk all bad, you could still tell the strength of their words, where their intent is, or what it's coming from. So if your intent is to manipulate and hurt others, then you can fuck off, pretty much, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Because it's not needed. I don't need that. Nobody needs that. Humanity, and that's the thing, is it's coming time to where humanity doesn't need none of that shit no more, dude. We're done with that shit. And maybe not everybody's awake. Maybe that's fine, or whatever. I mean, that is what it is. More people are waking up all the time to their true selves, and that's what waking up is to your true self. And so these guys can just fuck off, dude. They can just give it fucking up already. Because, even though they have like technology and all this other stuff, they're still not able to infiltrate the human spirit. That's like, I don't think that can happen. I really don't, because if you're an awake person and you see this bullshit coming in, how are you not going to go, fuck you, bullshit? You know what I mean? So that's where I advocate for the fuck you spirit, the one that's like, you know what? Fuck you. And other people might think you're an asshole, or whatever they might think is fine. But it's not that you're an asshole, it's that you're not going to put up with bullshit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they can't see that it's bullshit coming in, or whatever. Doesn't mean that you have to do the P's and Q's thing, and you have to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to sit here and be nice because everybody expects me to be nice. Fuck that shit, dude. For the love of God. I'm just saying. And
Just hearing you say it like that just kind of made me cringe, because I know you enough to know that shit's not gonna happen, dude. Like, not for you. I mean, not.
Well, right. And so with the T-shirt thing, I'd like for it not to happen for anybody else either. They just gotta become aware of their own I guess you could say power, but that's got so many things attached to it. But their own volition, like their own spirit.
So I'd like to
Will.
dig a little bit deeper on this thing with the symbolism because, like, what comes after symbolism? It's standards. Everybody has a standard, and the way it was taught to me was like you think about like back in the old days with the freaking armies, they would always carry their standards with them so that the general could look down on the battlefield and tell where his troops were.
I don't know what you mean by standards. That's really I don't know what you mean.
Well, in a philosophical way or metaphorical way or whatever, your standards, the way people hold themselves to a certain standard, or they have expectations, like you said, of other people according to a standard. You know what I mean? Now, I had to learn earlier on that, setting expectations on other people generally makes it to where you have freaking expectations that fail. You know what I mean? When you set expectations on other people and it doesn't go the way you plan it, it's usually because you're trying to control the situation. And it's usually because of your standard. And for me, I've seen where, like, what I really have a problem with is it's not that guy that looks like or that he looks like he's evil to the core, you know what I mean, and shit like that. It's usually the opposite for me. It's usually those people who claim to be real spiritual and loving God and everything, and then they freaking talk about just crazy shit, you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden you find out they love God, but that only pertains to white people. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're white and freaking believe in the freaking Nazi movement, then I love you. But I ain't gonna talk to this person over here. You know what I mean? So that's an area that I really have an issue with, and I've noticed that, like, there's a lot of people who like to throw out that word love, but they really don't have love, you know what I mean? Like, what true love really is, you know what I mean? So that's one of the things I've noticed in it when it comes to, like, standards. People seem to set standards on other people, and you have to meet those standards or you don't, like, fit within that category of, you know what I mean? So
yeah, those people fuck off.
So that was kind of what I was thinking when you was talking there when it comes to that, you know what I mean? And that really is sad that people are like that, and it doesn't help when somebody's trying to be positive and trying to live a positive life and do things, because it can drag you down as time goes by. So
yeah, depends on what you believe.
Well, I mean, for me personally, I've tried to keep my belief system open. You know what I mean? Like there's people, and that's hard too. Believe it or not, it is. I don't fall in line with religion. I pretty much backed off on the whole idea of believing in any kind of religion whatsoever. I'm okay with spirituality. Living a spiritual life is cool. I do agree with the spiritual principles that religion does have, and a lot of religious people don't understand that there is a difference between their spiritual principles and their religion. You know what I mean? And a lot of people who are spiritual that aren't religious have a hard time with that too.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of things that I'm about. So it makes it tough. Like, how he's talking about, like, the beer commercials.
Mm-hmm.
I had to learn that, like, beer commercials, I can't allow a beer commercial be an excuse for me going out and getting drunk. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and a lot of people who are sobering up, the first mistake they do is they freaking think that they can shelter themselves away from drugs and they can shelter themselves away from alcohol. Stay away from the bars and stay away from the liquor stores and don't watch TV because they got beer commercials, you know what I'm saying? And then all the time they're thinking that shit, they're freaking fiending for it, you know? So I had to learn that that's still freaking thinking about it. So you need to change your mind. You need to think about other things and kind of distract yourself from that way of thinking. You know what I mean?
I get Raj.
You know, so like my days now. I mean, I've been sober for well over 20 years. I mean, I don't even have the thought of alcohol. You know, and
I gotta go to the bathroom.
okay, but
Like very soon.
I am. We're at 2 hours. Do you wanna give it up and maybe do this at another time?
It's totally up to you. I just gotta pee and then I'm good to go. Whatever.
Okay. So do you have to pee like right now?
Pretty much. We're in the next like minute, I would say.
Okay. So just let everybody know how they can get in touch with you and we can end this.
Oh, okay. Galacticfire.com. Basically, that's pretty much it. TEC, not TIC.
Okay. And you're on Skype and you're also always on Jaffe Writers WPRMP thing, and then
Usually jump on there. Yeah.
I don't know
and
if
then
you, I know.
Skype,
Yeah.
Instagram
too. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I have a fake book, but.
Well, let's not talk about fake book.
Woo!
But anyhow, I was glad to have you on here, man. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream and say thank you for being here, and we can do this later on. And
yeah.
We didn't even talk about tarot cards.
I know, right? I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
I will talk to you later. Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.